3, 2, 1. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. And for some ungodly reason that I'll never be able to fathom, you still have the boredom to watch this show. Welcome to the 17th edition of the World So Far Report. As always, alongside with me is my colleague Victor Krajnik.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alrighty, so we remind you that the show exists solely because you support it, so please keep shackling. Because if you don't keep shackling, then the show will cough and we'll have to necessarily get quarantined. Speaking of quarantine, it will get quarantined soon enough if you give enough shekels, because we'll be in Moldova to cover the the snap parliamentary elections in the neighboring country. We're at a bit over 50% of the financial support needed, so please keep shackling. So because departure is in about 2 weeks, and well, if not enough shekels gathered, then departure will not be in 2 weeks.
Well, so to speak, it won't be quarantine. We're going to have, in order to use jargon from the industry, we're going to have an exclusive interview, exclusive reporting from right on the field.
Well, it's going to be pretty exclusive because the media outlets that announced their presence for the election have been very, well, capital-centric, essentially. I mean, if you find enough reporting from the capital city Chisinau, but roughly nothing from the rest of the country. Now, admittedly, Moldova is not a big place, so basically, if you know what goes around in Chisinau, you pretty much know what goes around in most of the country, but the difference in landscape makes it worthwhile to go to the rest of the country. If you want to curse at us or send us news or, God forbid, to praise us, topics at freedomalternative.com. We promise that we try to read them. We're also on BitChute. Don't forget to subscribe there as well, especially when YouTube decides to be stupid in public or issue copyright strikes, which may happen to this episode. If you have Telegram and you're a regular donor, immediately write to me to get you into the donor circle where you can get early access to shows. You get to vote on new projects before I announce them in public. It's fun. You have to be there. All right. So, just like last episode, very long file and 2 music breaks. So, Americas, starting very heavily. The New York Post. Romanian tycoon hired Hunter Biden, ex-FBI chief, to help him avoid jail. Hunter Biden and his colleagues at a high-powered law firm tried to leverage their government connections in the final months of the Obama administration in a failed bid to help a Romanian real estate tycoon avoid a conviction on bribery charges. Emails obtained from Hunter's abandoned laptop showed the younger Biden, then working as a counsel at Boyce Schiller Flexner LLP, reached out to a former FBI director, Louis Freeh, in June 2016 about the case of Gabriel Popoviciu, who was accused of acquiring land to build a Bucharest mall at a below market price, the Daily Mail reported. In June 18, 2016, the email Hunter Biden told Frey that a partner at the Delaware-based law firm that he believed Popoviciu was a good man that's being very badly treated by a suspect Romanian justice system. Time is of essence, and my client has never balked at bringing whatever team it takes together at whatever cost to obtain justice. While Frey's initial response, which began with thanks for your note and for thinking of me, was non-committal, he was soon fully invested in Popoviciu's case. I will see my good friend Ron Noble, former Secretary General of Interpol, in New York on Thursday, Frey wrote to Hunter 3 days later after the initial mail. And most likely he knows this DNA, which would be the Romanian National Anti-Corruption Directorate prosecutor Laura Coduța-Kövesi, very well. Let me talk to him and see what the possibilities may be to meet with her and to initiate a dialogue with which would remediate this situation. In a subsequent email, the former FBI head suggested Popoviciu had value to American law enforcement. FYI, Frey wrote in a July 8 email to Hunter Biden, I have had conversations with the head of the FBI's criminal division, and there is a sincere bureau interest in meeting and debriefing Gabriel on other matters he may be willing to discuss. Frey did not elaborate on what those other matters were. Later in the email, Frey told Hunter Biden he would like to make a small payment to you for this referral and for your continuing work on this matter. This is a standard practice. We would just need your bank information in order to make a remittance. Thank you, Judge Frey. So honored that you agreed to take this on, Hunter answered. Thank you, Hunter, and I would be delighted to do future work with you, he responded. I also spoke to your dad a few weeks ago, and would like to explore with him some future work options. I believe that working together on these and other legal matters would be of value, fun, and rewarding. On May the 17th, 2016, 1 month before Hunter Biden contacted Free, Boyce Schiller colleague Michael Gottlieb revealed in an email that he had reached out to then U.S. envoy to Romania Hans Klem in an effort to help broker a meeting with Romanian prosecutors. I have reached out to Klem and asked him to help us broker the meeting, Gottlieb wrote. At that point, Hunter Biden suggested to Gottlieb it was time to assemble a more high-profile team that can speak to the injustice here, Mike. I was going to reach out to Judge Free, and if you can think of others of that stature, I think now is the time to read them into the situation and see if they're willing to help. None of this maneuvering paid off. Popovici was sentenced by a Romanian court in 2017 to 7 years in prison. In a statement at the time, Free described how he was retained to conduct an independent review of the case with the assistance of a team of experienced former federal prosecutors and former FBI special agents, one of whom speaks Romanian fluently. This sentence and convictions are not supported by either facts or the law, said Free. Last month, the Post reported that Free gave $100,000 to a trust for 2 of President Biden's grandchildren as he was attempting to woo the then vice president to do work connected with his law firm.
Now, why is it important? Is because, albeit on a smaller patch of land, which is being discussed in this article, now sits the current U.S. embassy in Bucharest. That's why you may be wondering why are we talking about Hunter Biden and the Romanian real estate tycoon. Well, that's because the current U.S. embassy is on a patch of the land that he got at below market price.
Yes, well, it's actually the consulate section, I think it would be called in English, right? Now I think they moved the whole embassy in that building.
They did.
Initially they would only move, because in 17, just when they had opened it, it was just the consulate section, because that's where I went to apply for my US visa. And at the time, the office of the ambassador was still not there. It was somewhere else in the provisional office, and also not at the CIA safe house,
which is right behind the Intercontinental.
Yeah, which is right downtown Bucharest now. So yeah, basically the patch of land that now is occupied by the U.S. Embassy and another CIA safe house, of course, is this particular patch of land that Hunter Biden was trying to put into private hands. In the private hands of Gabriel Popoviciu, Puiu Popoviciu, who was not really a tycoon, let's face it. He was trying to get into the market. Well, almost all of the factions of the deep state, including the US-sponsored one, said no. Therefore, also for those in Europe, you might have heard here another name that is very familiar to, well, anyone who follows EU politics, Laura Codruța-Kövesi, who is now the head of the European Prosecution Office, which just started its work, I believe, a week ago, something like that, last Tuesday. And it has already taken its first case. It's going to investigate the Czech Prime Minister over alleged fraud with EU funds. Well, at that time, Laura Codruța-Kövesi was leading the National Directorate against corruption. Now, the problem is that what this individual said, Mr. Free, former FBI chief, whatever, when he says that the conviction is probably BS, well, he's wrong on this particular one, but I'm not blaming him for suspecting that this is the case, because the DNA under Laura Codruța-Kövesi was generally pretty outside of reality. I mean, like 9 out of 10 attempts at prosecution ended up with an acquittal, or with the whole case dismissed by the court. So yeah, not particularly efficient. But the Popoviciu case was one of the few that actually did go through and advanced her career long enough so now she can pretend to be a European prosecutor, which will probably come with a similar success rate. But, but don't tell that to von der Leyen. Let them learn on their own. But yeah, so Hunter Biden. Remember just 6 months ago, I think, talking about Hunter Biden was a conspiracy theory, which goes to show that that particular internet proverb, that is, what is the difference between a conspiracy theory and reality? Usually between 6 to 12 months. Yeah, I wrote on freedomalternative.com in Romanian about this in October 2020. And again, the article got flagged by Facebook as potential fake news HSOR. And a month ago got lifted. Now suddenly it's no longer fake news to talk about these things. I'm shocked. Aren't you shocked? So yeah. Now, on a more serious note, none of this will be investigated, especially considering that Joe Biden now sits in the White House. So there is little to no incentive for the justice system to pursue this case. However, the statute of limitation for this kind of thing is, I believe, 15 years in US law. So, you know, work harder, conquer the White House again in 24, and you know, keep this in mind and bring it back a little bit later, considering that it's Hunter Biden, right? So usually the deep state understanding is that you don't prosecute ex-presidents, but you know, their families could be fair game sometimes, especially this particular son of a bitch who, well, come on. I mean, it's just fun. And you know, by that time his father won't be able to even remember who Hunter Biden is. So it's gonna be good enough. Alrighty. Breitbart, SCOTUS unanimously rules against Ninth Circuit rule that gave asylum to previously denied illegal aliens. The US Supreme Court on Tuesday held that federal courts have a limited role in reviewing immigration judge findings, reversing a decision from the Ninth Circuit that helped grant immigration relief to illegal aliens seeking asylum. Justice Neil Gorsuch wrote in a 9-0 decision that there is nothing in the Immigration and Nationality Act that contemplates anything like the establishment the Ninth Circuit has adopted.
The embellishment.
Sorry, when deeming that an illegal alien's testimony in an immigration case must be considered credible and true if not explicitly stated otherwise by an immigration judge or the Board of Immigration Appeals. The Ninth Circuit deemed true or credible rule cannot be reconciled with the INA's terms, Gorsuch wrote in the unanimous opinion. Cesar Alcaraz Enriquez, a previously deported illegal alien from Mexico, and Ming Dai, a Chinese national who first arrived on a B-2 tourist visa, had sought asylum in the US. In the Alcaraz Enriquez's case, during the course of his hearing before a federal immigration judge, he claimed he needed asylum in the US because his life would be threatened in Mexico if he was deported. Evidence in the case revealed that Alcaraz Enriquez pleaded no contest in California to inflicting corporal injury on a spouse or cohabitant and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. Weighing whether this constituted a particularly serious crime, Alcaraz Enriquez said that he was upset with his 17-year-old girlfriend because he believed he was hitting his daughter and thus hit her. A probation report, though, stated that Enriquez locked his girlfriend in his bedroom, dragged her back into the room when he caught her attempting to escape, threatened to murder her, and forced her to have sex with him. Later, the probation report stated that he allowed the girlfriend to leave, but dragged her out of residence and kicked her as she rolled down a flight of stairs. Days later, when he was arrested, he admitted that he had punched his girlfriend in the face and prevented her from leaving the residence. After hearing the case, an immigration judge ruled that Alcaraz Enriquez was ineligible for asylum. When he appealed the decision to the BIA, the board affirmed the immigration judge's decision in denying asylum to Alcaraz Enriquez. The Ninth Circuit, however, held that because the BIA had not made an explicit adverse credibility finding in the testimony, they must take his testimony as true that he was merely defending his daughter when he hit his girlfriend. Now, that's a weird judicial standard. As a result, the Ninth Circuit claimed the authority to conduct a broad review of Alcaraz's denial of asylum. In Dai's case, the Chinese national, the Ninth Circuit found that the Chinese national is eligible for asylum after an immigration judge and the BIA had found otherwise because his testimony contradicted later events. Dai claimed that he needed refugee status in the US to avoid persecution in China because he had attempted to stop authorities from abducting abducting his wife and forcing her to have an abortion after she had become pregnant with their second child. I'm sorry, actually China begs you to have your third child. So
yeah, well, it depends. This definitely must have happened before 2016, and
well, still, this is the second one. I mean, and the second one was anyway. Dai said the authorities attacked him, and even then, I mean, before 2016, they would just have you pay. They wouldn't put you under, unless he's an ethnic minority, in which case it could be true. Dai said the authorities attacked him, jailed him, and as a result, he lost his job. His wife was demoted, and his daughter was denied admission to certain schools. During his hearing before an immigration judge, it was revealed that Dai did not disclose that his wife and daughter had already traveled to the US and voluntarily returned to China. Dai admitted that his daughter returned to China to attend school and that his wife returned to work. When asked why he did not return to China with his family, Dai suggested that he wanted to stay here for a bit longer, and another friend of mine is also here. On these grounds, the immigration judge denied asylum, and the BIA affirmed the decision. Like in the other case, the Ninth Circuit ruled that because the immigration judge did not provide an explicit adverse credibility finding, Dai's testimony claiming persecution in China had to be taken as credible and true. The court reversed the previous decision and made Dai eligible for asylum. The Supreme Court found that the Ninth Circuit went out of its way using its deemed true or credible rule to provide immigration relief to Alcaraz and Dai, while ignoring the evidence used by an immigration judge and the BIA to deny them relief. It is long since settled that a reviewing court is generally not free to impose additional judge-made procedural requirements on agencies that Congress has not prescribed and the Constitution does not compel. Gorsuch writes, the Ninth Circuit erred by treating credibility as dispositive of both persuasiveness and legal sufficiency in these cases. Even setting aside the credibility of Mr. Alcaraz or Mr. Dai, perhaps the BIA did not find their evidence persuasive or sufficient to meet their burden on essential questions. In Mr. Alcaraz Enriquez's case, the probation report may have outweighed his testimony. Similarly, Mr. Dai's case, his later admissions about his family voluntarily returning to China and his decision to stay in this country for economic reasons may have outweighed his initial testimony about his past and feared future persecution. Faced with conflicting evidence, it seems likely that a reasonable adjudicator could find the unfavorable account more persuasive than the favorable version in both cases. Nor can we affirm the Ninth Circuit's judgments on the alternative grounds. The Ninth Circuit failed to consider that the BIA may have implicitly rebutted the presumption of credibility. The Ninth Circuit also erroneously allowed credibility to operate as a trump card, foreclosing the possibility that even credible testimony may be outweighed by other more persuasive evidence or be insufficient to satisfy the burden of proof. Accordingly, the judgments of the Court of Appeals are vacated and these cases are remanded for further proceeding consistent with this opinion. The case is Garland versus Dai in the Supreme Court of the United States. Good. Imagine that you lose such a case 9-0. So expect this kind of things to happen more, because the Ninth Circuit, although more recently having a few Trump-era appointees, is still majority not liberal, but very far left, majority global homo, essentially. But global homo to the extent that even leftist judges like Mrs. Sotomayor or even Mr. Ginsburg when she was still Mrs. Ginsburg when she was still alive are to the right of those of the Ninth Circuit. But yeah, basically, so a judge can be like, well, it seems legit.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to wonder sometimes when I see these kinds of rulings, like the one by the Ninth Circuit critiqued by Gorsuch. Sometimes I want to be, like a fly on the wall to listen to their deliberations, because I'm really curious what goes through the mind of a judge to come up with a ruling like that. Well, this guy beat the living crap out of his girlfriend. But probably he's speaking the truth about things in Mexico that we cannot even begin to attempt to verify anyway. Mm-hmm. So therefore, his testimony seems legit.
Yeah, and it's even dubious that the Ninth Circuit Court of all courts in the U.S. treated these circumstances in such absolutist terms, which is highly unlike any other circuit court in the US, and specifically on a spicy subject like immigration.
Yes. Considering that as a tradition for at least for the last 40 years, if not more than that, the not just the lower immigration courts like the BIA and all of the rest of the agencies, but also the circuit courts have shifted tremendously from this way of thinking. I mean, in the 70s, yes. In the 70s, if you came from particular areas, including and especially the People's Republic of China, but generally the Eastern Bloc, claims like these would be treated as likely true. But now, when it's also a lot easier to check many of these claims, but also because, well, the situation is no longer that serious. Although, again, in the case of China, if you're an ethnic minority, I mean, that individual Dai could still be correct technically, but look at it from the judge's perspective. Well, okay, so your daughter and wife are in danger, but hold on a second, they did arrive to the US. Why are they still not here? Oh, they returned voluntarily back to China. Why? Didn't you say they were in danger?
Didn't you say they were oppressed?
Yeah. So either they're not oppressed and you're full of it, or they are, but they deemed that as a superior way of dealing with life than sticking around in the US. Either way, that means why are you still here?
Yeah, it's absolutely baffling, but it's also such courage from these asylum applicants to come up with such baloney when they're faced with such circumstances.
Yeah, now I understand why, despite the stereotype being that it's very difficult to travel for a few months in the US and whatnot, and the bureaucracy is terrible and whatnot. And I've been myself through that bureaucracy and found it remarkably easy to go through. Now, it could be because of my bias. I'm accustomed to much more complicated bureaucracy than the American one. Could be that. But it also could be that, if I want to work around the bureaucracy, if I want to game a system, definitely I'm not going through the front door. Because this is another aspect that probably pissed off the Supreme Court justices. I mean, the audacity of these people.
Yeah. Yeah, and in order to make the comparison between the US bureaucracy, which indeed you have more experience than I do, when we're comparing stories, and when I had experience with the Canadian immigration system, well,
which I found more aggressive than the one the American one.
They're not only more aggressive, but they're intentionally vague, and on top of that. They are even more arbitrary than the Romanian immigration is.
Yeah, and Romanian immigration is pretty arbitrary. Well, unless you speak the language and you're not being deliberately obtuse, in which case they become more malleable. But if you don't speak the language,
which is why, at least in the case of Canada, I'm not sure in the case of the US, it's been for already at least 20, if not 30 years, an entire industry of immigration lawyers, even in Morel, where I've been, where it was easier to get a tourist or it changed later on in a temporary residence visa, and then go straight to a lawyer rather than you have to go yourself through the immigration process, because it's ridiculous.
Yeah, although in fairness there is an entire industry of immigration lawyers in the US as well, but usually the cases that go to those people are the really complicated ones.
Yeah, exactly. They're really complicated and they're not simplistic, and they didn't appear as a byproduct of the vagueness or the arbitrary system that basically does not exist as much in the US, by no means compared to Canada.
Yeah, I mean, here's a case that could be seen by an immigration lawyer in the US. There are several hundreds of thousands of people who came to the US illegally or legally and forgot to leave, either way, illegally, 30 years ago, like in the 90s or even late 80s. And they just laid low for decades, essentially. And at some point, they may want to go pay a visit back home or whatever. And if they leave the country, obviously they can't get back. So they will go to an immigration lawyer and, pay a significant sum, usually between $50,000 and $100,000, and, fix this legal mess. Make me exist in the US. Almost all of those cases actually finalize with them getting US citizenship. But there is an entire process to that, and it's very complicated. I had an immigration lawyer walk me through that process and how complicated it is. And he was very willing to explain to me the process, because he was like, it's so complicated that you will not become a competitor.
But even though if it's complicated, if you stood for, not even 20 or 30 years, let's say even if you lived there for 10 years, it would be now impossible to get to get a $50,000 or $100,000 sum in the worst case scenario.
Oh yeah.
If you really want to become a citizen. Well, in the case of Canada, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's
unless you're one of those investors that can get a visa, and you need to have a ginormous file, which has to be worth millions in order to get that investment visa, which is how the Chinese got in, because they could simply buy a house in Vancouver that costs exactly, suspiciously, slightly above the minimum requirement to get the visa.
Yes, and it would be considered an investment in and of itself.
Yeah.
Yes. A similar case is going on right now in Cyprus, by the way. Except in Cyprus, they were a bit more straightforward about it, and they just actually had the amount on how much it costs to buy Cypriot passport, like on the immigration's website. Because, but especially the Republic of Cyprus is run by, Greeks.
Well, because at least they're being honest about it.
Yep. The New York Times, a former newspaper. The luckiest workers in America? Teenagers. Roller coaster operators and lemonade slingers and Kennywood Amusement Park, a Pittsburgh summer staple, won't have to buy their own uniforms this year. Those with a high school diploma will also earn $13 a starting wage, up from $9 last year, and new hirees are receiving free season passes for themselves and their families. The big pop in pay and perks for Kennywood's seasonal workforce, where nearly half of employees are under 18, echoes what is happening around the country as employers scramble to hire waiters, receptionists, and other service workers to satisfy surging demand as the economy reopens. For American teenagers looking for work, this may be the best summer in years. As companies try to go from hardly staffed to fully staffed practically overnight, teens appear to be winning out more than any demographic group. The share of 16 to 19-year-olds who are working hasn't been this high since 2008, before the global financial crisis. Roughly 256,000 teens in that age group gained employment in April, counting for the vast majority of newly employed people, a significant change after teenagers suffered sharp job losses at the beginning of the pandemic. Whether the trend can hold up will become clearer when jobs data for May is released on Friday. I haven't found it, although it was supposed to have already been released. It could come with a downside, though. Some educators warn that jobs could distract from school, and while employment can itself offer learning opportunities, the most recent wave of hiring has been led by white teens, raising concerns that young people from minority groups might miss out on a hot summer labor market. A rising tide isn't lifting all boats, says Alicia Sasser Modestino, an economist at Northeastern University who studies labor markets for young people. Still, there could be some really good opportunities for youth that we haven't seen in a long time, and that's good. For Haley Bailey, a 17-year-old from Irwin, Pennsylvania, Kennywood's summer hiring push has meant a chance to earn more toward the car she's hoping to buy. Miss Bailey, a recent high school graduate, was excited to take a job running an antique roller coaster and snapping people into pedal boats when she thought it paid $9. So when she found out the park was lifting pay to $13 an hour, she was thrilled. I love it, she said. She doesn't even mind having to walk backward on the carousel to check out that everyone is riding safely, though it can be disoriented. It's really disorienting. After you see the little kids and they give you high fives, it doesn't matter at all. It's not just Kennywood paying up. Small businesses in a database compiled by the payroll platform Gusto have been raising teen wages in service sector jobs in recent months, said Luke Perdue, an economist at the company. Teens Teens took a hit at the onset of the pandemic but got back to their pre-coronavirus wage levels in March 2021 and have spent the first part of May seeing their wages accelerate above that. For employers, teens may be a newly critical source of ready labor at a time when demand is rebounding and job openings are going unfilled. Health concerns and childcare challenges seem to be keeping some older workers from quickly taking jobs. Expanded unemployment insurance benefits may also be giving workers the financial cushion they need to hold out for better opportunities. Compounding those challenges is that the United States has been issuing far fewer immigrant work visas during the pandemic thanks to travel and other restrictions, so employees from abroad who usually fill temporary help, agriculture and seasonal positions are missing from the labor market. Restaurants up and down Cape Cod have long relied on seasonal workers to prepare lobster rolls, tent bar and bus tables, but it has become hard to fill jobs with fewer workers coming from abroad and rising housing prices keeping domestic seasonal workers away, said Will Moore, a manager at Spanky's Clam Shack and Seaside Saloon in Hyannis, Massachusetts. I think everyone's hoping that when the college kids get here and the high school kids graduate, that will put band-aids over the holes, he said. With temperatures rising in Henderson, Kentucky, officials were worried they wouldn't have enough lifeguards to open their one public pool for the summer. In mid-May, they had around 6 applicants for the job, which paid a starting salary of $8.50 an hour. The city needs at least 8 lifeguards on duty a day to run the full pool safely. The limited interest reflected a perfect storm. The pool didn't open last year because of the pandemic, so there were no lifeguards to recruit from 2020, and teen workers were lured by higher wages at local fast food and big box retail jobs. The city government on May the 25th raised the starting pay to $10 an hour and dropped the minimum wage for applicants from 16 to 15. It seems to have worked. More teenagers applied and the city has started interviewing candidates for the open positions. Teens are earning more than just fatter paychecks as employers try to lure applicants. Workers at Kennywood are receiving season park passes for themselves and 3 family members, a bonus worth around $300. Applebee's offered an apps for apps deal in which applicants who were interviewed received a free appetizer voucher. Restaurants and gas stations across the country are offering signing bonuses. But the perks and better pay may not reach everyone. Well, tough shit. White teens lost employment heavily at the beginning of the pandemic and they've led the gains in 2021, even as black teens have added comparatively few and Hispanic teens actually lost jobs. That's continuing a long-running disparity in which white teens work in much greater numbers, and the gap could worsen if the current trajectory continues. Tough shit. More limited access to transportation is one factor that may hold minority teens back from work, Ms. Sasser Modestino said. Plus, while places like Cape Cod and suburban neighborhood begin to boom, some urban centers with public transit remain short on foot traffic, which may be disadvantaging teens who live in cities. Ms. Sasser Modestino's research has found that the long-running decline in teen work has partly come from a shift toward the college prep and internships, but that many teens still need and want jobs for economic reasons. Yet the types of jobs teens have traditionally held have dwindled. Blockbuster gigs are a thing of the past, and older workers increasingly fill them. Teenagers who are benefiting now may not be able to count on a favorable labor market for the long haul, says Anthony P. Carnival, the director of Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce. There may be what will surely be a brief positive effect, as young people can move into a lot of jobs where adults have receded for whatever reason. It's going to be temporary because we always take care of the adults first. Educators have voiced a different concern, that today's plentiful and prosperous teen jobs might be distracting students from their studies. That's not a bad thing. When in-class education restarted last August at Torrington High School, which serves 330 students in a small city in Wyoming, Principal Chase Christensen found that about 10 of his older students weren't returning. They had taken full-time jobs, including working night shifts at a nursing home and working at a gravel pit, and were reluctant to give up the money. 5 have since dropped out of or failed to complete high school. They had gotten used to the pay of a full-time worker, Mr. Christiansen said. They're getting jobs that usually high schoolers don't get. If better job prospects in the near term overtake teenagers' plans for additional education or training, that could also spell trouble. Economic research consistently finds that those who manage to get through additional training have better paying careers. That's increasingly less true and has been increasingly less true over the last 10 years.
Exactly.
And the New York Times knows this very well, but of course they are in the pockets of the education unions, so of course they're not going to spell that. Still, Ms. Sasser Modestino pointed out that a lot of the hiring happening now was for summer jobs, which have less chance of interfering with high school. We'll see about that in October. And there may be upsides. For people like Ms. Bailey, it means an opportunity to save for textbooks and tuition down the road. Should like to go to community college to complete prerequisites and then pursue an engineering degree. And then it goes a bit longer than that, but that will be sufficient. Yeah, this article cites too many experts. Let's talk about a non-expert. Let's say, for instance, me. I started working when I was 12. That's when I had my first job. I was selling newspapers. And it started kind of the same thing. It was a period when it wasn't legal to employ 12-year-olds. The minimum age of employment at the time was 14. Now it's 15. But at the same time, nobody was checking. The whole protecting the minors bullshit hadn't taken hold yet on this country, so nobody was really caring. Especially considering that I was selling newspapers, so hardly a job that could have any negative impact on my physical or moral development. Seriously, that's the language of the law, having a significant impact on the physical and moral development of the minor. So, yeah. It started the same thing. It's gonna be a summer job or whatever. Maybe make an extra shekel. Maybe buy, maybe get a down payment for a computer. At the time that was a big thing. And lo and behold, school started, and I was like, I like the shekels. So you know what? Let's find a way to go to the school a lot less and continue to work.
Yeah, exactly. This article mentioned earlier those 5 students from Wyoming that started liking the money, and so they gave us school. That is more of a you actually got better odds to do that in the US than you do in Europe, but still, but still they got the rationale right, because there's something called Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and it seems that if they at the age of 15 or 16 or whatever their age was, surely below 18. If they have discovered that one day, they're gonna be highly successful in life.
I mean, 13 an hour. That's what, about 2,000 a month, something like that. Probably a bit more than that. That's not bad, and especially in the middle of fucking nowhere, Wyoming. That's definitely not bad.
That's actually quite a bit. It's about average salary.
Yes. So if you can do that at the age of 15, then there is no serious argument against the idea that 10 years from now you'll be making surely a little bit more than that. You won't be stuck around at the same job at the age you were at the age of 15, and as a result, you're like, and why do I need you people? You people being the bureaucrats in that state-enforced prison called school. Why do I need you people? And the answer is you don't. You really don't. And that's an aspect. We've seen this happening in Romania in early 90s quite a lot. Now, admittedly, the educational establishment here did not notice it happening, and that was great, especially for me, because at the time there was still a huge amount of children having been born in the 80s, late 70s, and throughout the 80s, which kept a relatively high pool of students, and some schools were already overcrowded. So a few of them dropping out, nobody would notice, or barely notice anyway. Nowadays, however, when just like here in the US, same thing, coming after a long period of a downward shift in total fertility rate, that means a smaller pool of students over which all of the unions fight for. And even 10 of them dropping out can be quite visible in the statistics over a particular school district. 100 of them dropping out, that's quite a lot. That means at least one teacher loses his job. That's really how it is. I mean, and that's how unions think of. How many they only think in quantitative terms. How many students? That means that's how many jobs we can give to our friends, essentially, all right, and our contributors to the union. And that's why they're afraid. They don't give a shit about the education of the teens. They never did. All they care is how many jobs they can distribute to the members of their union. And Yeah, usually a good economy is the enemy of unions, especially public sector unions.
Yeah, and this article gives me the perfect opportunity to take a jab at those people. You know who you are. That always made in such circumstances like seasonal jobs the argument that oh yeah, we're gonna get people from overseas to work, either if they are Eastern Europeans with work and travel bullshit, which actually ends up in the base case scenario that you end up breaking even.
Is that still a thing? I mean, work and travel was a thing 20 years ago, but now...
It still is, but
is it still profitable?
I still hear of people that even went as recently as 2 or 3 years ago in work and travel. Not as many, indeed, as they used to back then, particularly to the US, because the barrier of entry is pretty high, as in if you want to live by yourself alone, you need $300 plus whatever you got to pay the work and travel agency that sends you there. So it's quite a significant investment. At least 3 years ago, it was around to the tune of $1,000 to $1,200. It's quite a lot, but still, getting back to my point from previously, they justified bringing all sorts of dubious people, particularly either from South America or from Asia, toward these temporary jobs or the jobs that they claim that the native not the Native Americans, the locals do not are too dignified to work as, and this mentality isn't just present in the US or North America. It even gained some traction in the UK, to a lesser extent in continental Europe, and particularly in Germany. That was a major selling point. Back in 2015 with the doctors and engineers that came from Syria.
Yeah,
but
even vibrant communities.
Yeah, yes. And but that's pretty much the predominant sentiment in the Middle Eastern countries, especially the GCC area, which is why they bring but they at least have a legitimate point, because let's take the case of the United Arab Emirates. The locals are just 15% of the population. You can't exactly employ everybody, even after they use with a very generous welfare state to make them man weld girders at 50 stories high in the summer 55-degree heat, 55 Celsius, not Fahrenheit.
yeah, that's an important distinction. Yeah, so but at least in the United Arab Emirates, and not just it was not anymore, but it was a similar story in Saudi Arabia. We'll talk quite a bit about Saudi Arabia later on. It was a similar thing in Saudi Arabia, where these kinds of low-tier jobs would be made usually by Pakistanis for the same thing. But at least there.
But the vast majority still are. But there has been significant progress in terms of hiring Saudis to work those low-tier jobs that if you were to ask them 15 years ago, back when oil was still from $80 and above per barrel, yes, they would say no, oh hell no, never.
Yes, that's the thing. But in the US, it's true. A lot of these shills. And on this channel, we've been saying this for the last 6 years, since we've been exactly 6 years. In June 2015, I started this channel. Christ almighty, how time flies. Anyway, we've been saying that this kind of thing kind of reeks like bullshit. It's probably bullshit. The idea that the natives won't be doing all sorts of these jobs, like harvesting tobacco and all of the things in the field, and yes, bartending and things like that. And I always ask, why don't you put your local teenagers? I'm sure at least some of them want to. Okay, maybe some of them are, entitled whiny itches, and probably don't, or are, yes, privileged and have enough money that they can afford not to work. That's fine. But I'm pretty sure not all of them are like that. Well, lo and behold.
I personally have suspicions because the reason why I use the United Arab Emirates as the example is because that's where I lived in the recent history the most, and it did make sense there. But once I moved back into Europe, and particularly when I moved to the UK, I discovered that this argumentation that the natives won't do it was complete bullshit, because in all the jobs that I had, it was either heavily skewed towards teenagers, as in anybody age 15 or above, and the average age, the only people that were older were the free managers, and even then they were in their late 20s to the head manager, which was in his mid 30s. But that was about it. The vast majority of them were either still in high school, or were in the university years, so still significantly young. And that's when I discovered, well, hang on, that argument that the natives won't do it because it's badly paid, or they're too dignified. That's even more of a bullshitty argument. It doesn't stand at all, and even in Romania, I've seen this example. Speaking regarding those agencies that appeared about 4 or 5 years ago, that started importing Nepalese immigrants.
Yes, and from Sri Lanka as well.
And from Sri Lanka, but the issue here was that the native population wouldn't put up with associated bullshit, particularly in the restaurant industry.
Yes.
where you will be paid legitimately minimum wage salary, and embellish that advertising as that, you're going to get a lot in test, but you suddenly find yourself starting from the first month that you start working 10, 12, 14, 16-hour shifts sometimes, and in some cases, particularly that happened in the seaside, in the sea resorts, you could even work 24-hour shifts, and
yes.
And for a pretty fucking sad salary, and being micromanaged to oblivion by your manager,
by cranky managers.
Yeah.
Now, admittedly, with the restaurant industries, it has always been, a bit random, because you don't know when the crowded period is, except for the seaside resorts, where of course you do know very well when the crowded periods are. But in other kinds of work, usually the whole idea of importing immigrants had to adapt to, well, first you get full employment in the area, and if you still need extra personnel, then yeah, well, it is what it is. That's why you see several counties in this country where you have like the unemployment rate being like 0.6 or 0.5, which basically means that, well, people who don't want to work will not work, and that's it. But everyone else who wants to work has something to work. Even with the whole idea of the whole pandemic did not change this trend like at all. But that could be because we've seen repatriation during the pandemic rather than a shortage of labor. That's one aspect. And second aspect, of course, even the few people who would come for work in this country found themselves in the restricted area and could not get in for a while. But still, the longer trend here, one of these experts say here, well, but it's only temporary. Well, what makes you say that? Seriously, the only way you can know this is temporary is if you know something that we don't. Like, for instance, you know that there's going to be a decree issued that will say that this cough has ended. well, yeah, actually, we know that too. But also, you know that the decree will have an immediate effect everywhere, not just in your area. How could you possibly know that, considering how disjointed and uncoordinated the whole thing has been so far? So you can't know that. That's one aspect. Second aspect, unless you have your own personal pool of immigrants ready to come in and fill those jobs tomorrow, again, you cannot know it's going to be a short-term thing. You cannot know that. You may say you hope so, because all of you experts are global homo, but but you cannot know for sure. And that's what I hate about these so-called experts, because, well, that's an opinion. But I know for sure it's going to be short. Really? How?
Yeah, and If I was a betting man, I will bet that they don't exactly know what they're talking about. As in, it's temporary. Yeah, it's temporary on what basis? Of course, those summer fairs. Yeah, of course they are temporary. But at the same time, you can't predict even the future 3 months from now on. Which way is it gonna go? Actually, though, you'll be a huge improvement. If after those summer gigs are up, they could look employment in other domains rather than okay. So in the case of high school, that's an iffy example. But in the case of universities, particularly when there's been constant honks for years and the sheer indoctrination that has been happening for 40-50 years in there, that's a huge improvement
Yeah,
to the former status quo.
quite frankly, the point of the universe, that's a very good one, because increasingly now the demographic who's, well, digital native and has grown up on 4chan and with Milo Yiannopoulos. And I'm just saying, those people are now due to go to university. Do you think they'll go in droves like previous generations? Maybe they will, I don't know. But are you sure that they will? It's safe to say that at least a portion of them will retain the ideas that they accumulated over the last 5 or 6 years. That means when they were between the ages of 11 and 16. Okay, and now they're roughly 17, 18, getting ready to graduate from high school, and probably they'll, let's take a gap year and then another gap year, and eventually they'll be making enough money. Let's have perpetual gap year. Fuck this shit. Yeah, sure. The young lady at the end of the article quoted that she's trying saving up to at least from some textbooks and try to pursue an engineering degree later on. Okay, maybe, fair enough. But many others who their best chances would be either lesbian dance theory or something else that would
basket weaving.
Basket weaving, yes. For those people, I'd be like, how about we train in a trade like electrician or things like that?
Yeah, and
the starting wage there is about $80,000 a year.
And not just
it's
that.
Not bad.
Yeah, and not just that, but even for those who are in universities, that's one huge advantage that I've seen both in US universities and UK universities. Not so much anywhere else in the world. Okay, I can't say for East Asia because I haven't explored the subject that deep, but. The major factor as to even in the case of US universities, which are pretty expensive, the way they make the scheduling is so flexible that this is what happened to me. I've had in the first year of university 21 hours a week of studying, but it was put in such a way that I had plenty of time to work full time. Yeah, even though I did have to work. Some weekends in some cases, but there was exactly nothing that kept me constantly active, whether if I was going to uni or studying or going to work. Why is this important? Because the more people from university have contact with the real world, not the bullshit that's between those gated communities that are the universities in the US, the less the bullshit that's propagated there will hold.
Yeah, or even better, some of them will be convinced to just drop out.
Oh yeah, particularly after they see you want me to get loan of what?
Yeah, and this would be in itself a positive development if it ends up happening, and it will happen. But the question is to what extent. I mean, if it happens in with 5% of the upcoming demographic, that's not a huge deal. But if it happens in 15, then it's already going to be quite visible. If it happens 25. That could compound to a lot more than 25% within one university cycle, right? So 4 years, it can become quite a significant trend. Again, it doesn't have to be majority. That's one aspect you have to remember. You remember the 10% rule? You don't have to be a majority to impose these kinds of changes. And if the pandemic immigration restrictions stick around, then universities will have to also work on some of their own institutions and impose some reforms, internal reforms, like firing half of their staff. The useless half. It's usually more than half, right? All of those administrators in diversity BS, all of those people should be helicoptered anyway.
Yeah, speaking of universities, I haven't checked if this was the case in the US, but I've heard even from my former university what exactly went on during the lockdowns, and I'm pretty sure that the US isn't that far off. So not only that. Okay, a good majority of the people left the campuses where they resided in, but the ones that remained, because they most likely those were from overseas, they didn't have exactly a family to move back within the UK, and not being able to fly to the UK because you either get fined or there's simply no flight available. What happened is that they would end up being locked down in rooms which are pretty much the size of a US bathroom, for months on end, and of course those jobs that you could work as a student, whether it be McDonald's, KFC, or Burger King, or working at the mall in some shop, due to the fact that there's lower demand, you didn't have as many working hours, if any at all.
Yep.
Of course, that started, at least in the case of my uni, quite a significant shitstorm, with hundreds of students out on the campus. Stop keeping us locked down, for fuck's sake! We got to eat somehow.
Yeah, well, in the US it wasn't that bad, because in the US, they have such a thing called the First Amendment, and you couldn't really prevent them from leaving or prevent them from doing anything, really. I mean, yeah, sure, you could scare them into not doing much, but that can only work so far. At some point, enough of them figured it out that it's all BS, and once they figured that one out, it was easier. That's why outside of the third world, the best places to ride through the panic related to this cough was, Western Europe and the south of the US. Really, I mean, Eastern Europe and the south of the US, because those are the places where people just don't give a crap. Oh yeah, I know it's a dangerous cough out there. Okay, boomer. Experts say, you say. Newsweek, COVID-19 has forever destroyed Americans' trust in ruling class experts. Inshallah, I hope this is true. As even many casual observers of America's fractious politics are aware, the overwhelming majority of lawmaking at the federal level no longer takes place in the Congress as the Constitution's framers intended. Instead, the vast majority of rulemaking governing Americans' day-to-day lives now takes place behind closed doors, deep in the bowels of the administrative state's sprawling bureaucracy. The brainchild of progressive President Woodrow Wilson, arguments on behalf of the modern administrative state are ultimately rooted in, among other factors, a disdain for the messy give and take of Republican politics and an epistemological preference for rule by enlightened clerisy. Put more simply, the most straightforward version of the argument offered by partisans of the administrative state amounts to trust the experts. And over the century plus since Wilson's presidency, the trust the experts leitmotif has moved well beyond the realm of prevailing dogma for mandarins in such agencies as the Food and Drug Administration and the Environmental Protection Agency. Rather, for large swaths of the citizenry and the elected official class, trust the experts now reigns supreme from everything from the military, trust the generals, to public health, trust the epidemiologists. And therein lies the rub. The trials and tribulations of COVID-19 in America have dealt an irreparable blow to the credibility of America's ruling class and the ruling class's implicit appeal to its authority as a coterie of highly trained and capable experts. No single person exemplifies this more than Dr. Anthony Fauci, who has attained celebrity status during the pandemic as the nation's leading immunologist and forward-facing spokesman for our public policy response. As Steve Deese told, and Todd Todd Erzan detail in their new book, The Faucian Bargain, the most powerful and dangerous bureaucrat in American history, Fauci has repeatedly contradicted himself throughout the pandemic, waffling on what the science demands at any given moment, while still always seeming to err on the side of draconian overreaction. Recent Freedom of Information Act requests by BuzzFeed and the Washington Compost only underscore the point. Perhaps most damningly, the FOIA requests revealed a February 2020 email to former Obama-era Secretary of Health and Human Services Sylvia Burwell explaining the store-bought face masks are, quote, really for infected people to prevent them from spreading infection to people who are not, rather than protecting uninfected people from acquiring it, end quote. He also added that, quote, the typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out the virus, which is small enough to pass through the material.
Yeah,
unquote.
it's surprising that that we've gotten so much shit several months back when we started posting, especially posting that meme with masking mining. Mask when cleaning asbestos, and then the surgical mask for the most dangerous virus in history.
Yep. Of course, barely over a month after Fauci's unearthed email to Burwell, Americans were required to wear masks pretty much every time they left their house, and mask-skeptical posts were censored or deleted by the ruling class' preferred private sector enforcement arm, Big Tech. And none of this is to even broach the separate issue of extensive COVID-19 era societal lockdowns, which were never justified on the scientific metrics despite being ubiquitously promoted by those excoriating lockdown skeptical conservatives to just shut up and trust the science. In addition to the Fauci FOIA cache, there is also the Democratic Party and the media's inexplicable 180 turn on the plausibility of the Wuhan lab leak theory. That is the idea that the COVID-19 pandemic has as its origins not a zoonotic transmission at a local wet market, but an escape from the Wuhan Institute for Virology, which was conducting dangerous coronavirus research, partially subsidized by the US taxpayer, and happens to be located within the immediate vicinity of the then novel virus's first confirmed cases. The lab leak theory was always plausible, if not probable, but those who promoted it as a possibility from the onset, such as Senator Tom Cotton, a Republican from Arkansas, and then President Donald Trump, were routinely lambasted as xenophobic conspiracy theorists. There was never any compelling reason to dismiss the lab leak theory out of hand, and in retrospect it seems that those who did so were likely motivated more by Orange Man Bad style anti-Trump personal animus than anything else. The Biden administration has recently called for a 90-day intelligence community review into the origins of the pandemic, which is welcome news for those of us who have called COVID-19 a Chinese Chernobyl, demanding serious geopolitical accountability since day one, but sad news for those who may have presumed a modicum of intellectual honesty from our political elites. American politics is currently in the throes of a populist moment. That populist moment is characterized by widespread distrust of elites and the perceived ever-widening chasm between the ruling class's prerogatives and the wishes of the American people at large. As we finally begin to emerge from COVID-19, that chasm will only grow wider. The ruling class has finally sullied itself one time too many. Now, I hope this author turns out to be correct. I really do hope he turns out to be correct. I'm not sure he is right. I hope he does. Because, well, yeah, the administrative state, this is one aspect that the early adopters of the Trump movement did not want to understand. It's not that it was hard to grasp, but that they just hoped it was wrong, but it's not wrong. The existence of the administrative state is possible because significant amounts of people want it. Now, sure, they may not be a majority, but you know what? Those of you who don't want the administrative state also aren't a majority. Most people actually don't give a shit either way. That's just, it is the way it is. You know, these kinds of preoccupations with what did Fauci write in his email in February and whatnot. These are very autistic type of preoccupations. You know, most people don't give a flying toss about this. Right. Now, it's true that based on behavior analysis, the significant majorities in many US states, or significant minorities but significant enough to change policy, were erring on our side, judging by how they behave. So, you know, don't listen to what people say, look at what they do. Still, those people may not be useful enough unless they embrace polarization as well. And they will embrace polarization if, well, those of us embrace polarization as well. This is something of what I meant back in February 2018 when I made the video called Embrace Polarization. That's what I meant then, and that's what I mean now as well. We have to make the argument that the policy, the politics in general, and in the politics in the US as well, is not necessarily Republican versus Democrat, but more like those of us who are sick and tired of those assholes and those who are funded by those assholes, right? Because the administrative state is a transpartinic structure. It is basically the deep state. That's what the deep state is. It's a bureaucracy. Again, I explained this back in 2016 in an article called "The Deep State." I believe I made it in December 2016 or November 2016, something to that effect. I'll put links in the low bar if I find them. But yeah, so yeah, I hope he's right.
Yeah, I sure hope so as well, because yeah, it's true that this progressive increase in administration started with Woodrow Wilson, and it's been just incremental, which is why the deep state itself relied on the general population not giving a shit. So yeah, looking from a century behind to then the next significant jump happened pretty much during FDR and the New Deal plus World War II. And even then, that was the most significant jump in the last century. But then that doesn't mean that it hasn't seen an incremental increase, and not just. But back then, the incremental increase it did happen with FDR. But then another player came into the game. Several decades later, which were the big corporations.
Yep.
Your Amazon, your Walmart, your Target, big tech now for the last decade.
And the rise of big tech really has started to take off towards the second term of Obama, which meant that Obama risked nothing electorally in trying to increase the marriage between the state and big tech, otherwise known as fascism. I'm just saying. Now, admittedly, it's getting a little bit more difficult because, yeah, sure, Obama's boyfriend, Mr. Biden, Joe Biden, is in the White House, but his administration is not unanimously pro-big tech, so there is quite a bit of disruption there. But even so, money talks, and eventually some of those will work out, at least over the shorter period of time. We'll get back to big tech a little bit later, also in the American segment. But still, some of the bureaucracy, and we're starting to see this in Europe as well. I mean, the revolving door theory was for many decades exclusive to the US. But now we're starting to see it in Europe as well, where basically you have the bureaucracies that are abolished in the administrative state. They get transferred entirely. All of the bureaucrats get moved, and not by force. Again, it's all driven by interest. It's all incentives and money. It's not a conspiracy. No, it's just that people who are interested in this and qualified in this, they get attracted to the places where these things can happen. They move entirely into a private company, and then when their favorite political party gains power again, the entire department of a private company like Amazon or Daimler or BMW gets moved back into the federal government, whether the federal government is of the US or of Germany or whatever.
Yeah, but in the case of Europe, it's even more atrocious than whatever could happen in the US, because you have exactly the German multinationals, the vast majority of the time, but there are also other slippages, like a few from the Netherlands, a few from France, but mainly Germany. And this has been seen, pretty much since 1999, since the current European Union exists. Since
the Eurozone happened. Because the current European Union exists since '92 with the Maastricht Treaty.
Pretty much since the Eurozone, and what happens is that you get these ridiculous laws pushed by the bureaucrats who are sponsored indirectly by sorts of multinationals, most of the time German, things like a compliance act of 1,000 and something pages regarding bananas. even though there's no country there's no country in Europe where you can grow fucking bananas. All of them come from South America.
Well, there is Greece.
But still, so
not in huge amounts, of course.
Indeed, but this is just scraping the surface of the surface in terms of the big corporations that actively shill and sponsor for politicians, whether they be national within Germany or multinational within the European Union, in order to increase the laws on compliance and make it so prohibitive only that they remain
because they're the only ones who can afford the cost of compliance.
Exactly, but in the long term, what these companies miss, and this has been particularly obvious, thankfully, due to this fluffy guy right here, who's a nice virus. They discover that even as they are the big tens of billion dollar producers of or titans of industry, they discover that you can't exactly sell your stuff if you don't have a population base, and the population base, whether they be just simple employees or small business owners or even medium enterprises. That's where the cold shower appeared.
Yep.
And the Americans has the same thing, although to a lesser extent, because the recovery did happen faster. But in the case of Europe, you got honks like exactly a year ago, with Volkswagen shutting down one of their biggest plants because simply they couldn't sell any cars. Why? Because simply either people didn't have any money to buy the cars that they built, or if they had the money, they didn't know which way this entire pandemic would go, and obviously held off in order to not buy anything. And recovery happened 6 months later.
Or in some countries did not happen yet.
Or did not. Oh yeah.
I mean, let's face this. In France, you still get harassed by the police if you're outside after 9 p.m. So why the fuck would you buy a car? To go where with it? You need a license to to drive your car after a certain hour.
Well, what is it? If you live in the south, you go to Monaco, or you go to Andorra.
That's you don't actually need a car over there, because you can walk across the country of Monaco or Andorra. But yeah, that's true. And in the US and also in Europe, a lot of people have wrongly assumed, we didn't, but a lot of our friends did. They wrongly assumed that these kinds of bureaucrats like Fauci, that guy
from Sage.
That guy from Sage. I keep Neil Ferguson.
Neil Ferguson, yeah.
Not to be confused with Niall Ferguson. Different people. Niall Ferguson is a very smart person, but Neil Ferguson is an ass. Neil Ferguson, Fauci, Jens Spahn in Germany, Raed Arafat in Romania, and a few others, like that weird Minister of Health from Slovakia, who's always appeared like dressed entirely in plastic.
Yeah, exactly. Shit,
I keep forgetting his name, but I always remember his face. Well, his lack of face.
Well, if you don't get copyright struck, we're gonna post a picture of him appearing at the national television.
Yes.
Completely armored with a hazmat suit, with a mask, and then one of those lab goggles.
Yes, because Fauci recommended goggles, so of course he. Because that's another aspect that especially many of our American friends don't know, or maybe they do, but they don't realize the extent to which is happening. Some stupidity jerked in public by Anthony Fauci ended up becoming policy on the other end of the world in some countries. The one with goggles ended up becoming policy in Slovakia, for instance, right? Admittedly, in most countries he was just laughed off the stage when he mentioned goggles, but here we go, Slovakia didn't, unfortunately. Same thing with double masking, right? It never became policy anywhere, but it was adopted by a few idiots here and there.
And the biggest idiot that adopted it was Joe Biden himself.
Joe Biden, right.
If you don't believe me, roll back to his inauguration, and you see the fact that behind that black mask also wore in the 95. Mm-hmm.
Yes, so that's another, and these kinds of bureaucrats, starting with Fauci, but not limited to Fauci, wielded a disproportionate amount of influence, undeservedly so, and to add the insult to the injury, those bureaucrats were not just stupid. Because of course some of the things that Fauci said and did were just the result of stupidity. Definitely. Now we know for sure. We assumed that much throughout the last 14, 15 months. But now we know for sure that some of them were just the result of stupidity, like looking at the way he reacted to some of the very, very kosher studies that people did send to his email. Say, hey, check this out, maybe you're wrong. And he just dismissed them because he was stupid. So some of them were the result of stupidity, but some of them were not. Some of them were the result of him wanting to cover up for the fact that, this fluffy cough existed also because of his decisions. And... Well,
we need to make up. We need to translate the saying "Prosto nu e prospero nu și fudul."
Yeah, right. That's true. The stupid man is not stupid enough unless he brags about it.
Yeah,
I guess
unless he insists on stupidity.
Yeah, insists on bragging about it. That would be a rough translation. Yeah, it's a 400 or 500-year-old Romanian proverb, still true. There's a reason it's still around.
Universally applicable.
Universally applicable, for sure. And these kinds of bureaucrats, not only because, of course, Fauci eventually will be forcibly retired. He's old enough. He's too old to ever having a chance to see the interior of a jail cell. So, he's probably not going to be jailed, even if he will end up being convicted. And he will, because you'll see some of the emails that should be public are not, and the only reason that's the case is because those emails are subject to a criminal inquiry. So eventually you will see something in court happening to Mr. Fauci, but it's very unlikely that he'll ever see the interior of a jail cell because he's too old.
Yeah, but the worst thing that happened is that not only him being insistent on being stupid, but there was also the side of polarization that the things he said caused. Just like in that Epoch Times report that we both seen with that doctor from Florida whose name I forget, his family started with A. And the
exclusive documentary.
Exactly. Yeah, the exclusive documentary. So that doctor, because he came out in public and said, dude, what we're doing is not exactly right, and he didn't even mention Fauci outright being wrong, but within Florida things got so bad that he had to stay in the front of the driveway with a police car several months on end.
Yes,
because we received death threats from people that were so fearful of any contradictory opinion.
Yes.
Besides on what Fauci decreed or what became pretty much national doctrine in terms
what was the prevailing wisdom at that particular moment. See, this is why you have to be in the donor circle. In addition to early access to things that we're doing, we also offer a lot of things that are otherwise you would have to pay for them, such as exclusive documentaries from some of our friends. So there's that. Soon enough, in a matter of a few days, I'm going to offer you another exclusive access to a documentary series about things like the Great Reset and how to save up money and things like that. Anyway, but that's going to be a few days from now. What I'm saying is that these kinds of people will always exist. The question is not how to get rid of Fauci, because Fauci will be gone in a few years for sure, but someone else will come to take his place. That's why it's important to shrink the state overall, because as long as the opportunity to pull these kinds of things exists, there will always be someone there to take advantage of the opportunity and try to do these kinds of things. And again, in the case of Fauci, it was not just stupidity; it was also his personal interest of trying really, really hard to avoid anyone finding out of his own involvement in the Wuhan Virology Institute and the research conducted there. And of course, that kind of research is not evil in and of itself. I've seen a lot of, especially conservative commentators, interpreting that as inherently evil and whatnot. No, it's not inherently evil. The question is, if you have to conduct that kind of research, well, you might as well conduct it somewhere where it's, well, you know, adherence to rules is known to be on the higher end of the spectrum. Mm-hmm. So, you know, low-paid lab clerks in Wuhan is probably not the best place to to conduct that kind of research.
Yeah, and doing this sort of research or anything sensitive or has high chances of shit hitting the fan, like doing virological research, particularly in China. Yeah. Why would you ever do that here? So, not only China was historically the birthplace of many messed up epidemics. Let's remember, several centuries ago, the Black Plague.
Like all of them. I'm serious.
And the latest from just this century.
Over the last 150 years, 100% of the coughs that went full pandemic, all of them, came from China. All of them. So there's that. Mm-hmm. You don't play around with coughs in the birthplace of all coughs. I mean, it's just not a good idea generally. And particularly it's not a good idea when the place is run by something called the CCP, which tends to sabotage research in the case, on the off chance that maybe some of that can have military use. Now again, I'm not saying that this was dropped intentionally, because if it had been intentionally dropped, it would have been dropped first somewhere else, and not next to its virology lab, so, because it glows in the dark too much. But it goes to show that people like Fauci and a lot of his collaborators, like that bat lady, they fully did expect that this thing will stay forever buried. Aided and abetted, of course, by a lot of doomers in the public square who said, well, we're never gonna find out, man, you know, there'll always be. And I'm like, no. No. And why was I so sure that eventually we'll be learning a lot of these things, and it's not going to take it's going to take less than 2 years? That's what I was saying in exactly a year ago, saying in about 2 years we'll be knowing what exactly has gone down there. The reason being because I've seen this movie before. Again, Chernobyl wasn't that long ago. And the same thing happened then, right? The Soviets expected that this will remain somehow kept under wraps and just covered up like the KGB had been doing before.
Yeah, except that the Swedes discovered.
Yeah, and then the bloody Swedes came and said, "Look, problem."
Yeah, but
and the same was true this time, right? I mean, again, the bloody Swedes be like, "It's just a cough." What, universal lockdowns and masks? Are you all insane? Fan, yeah, nej.
Yeah, on the topic of China's Chernobyl, I really wish this could be the case, because if this would be true, then we would see in the next decade, if not the crash of the People's Republic of China, or at least a significant fragmentation. Though I'm not that sure.
That would be too optimistic.
That would be too optimistic.
But still, now, you know, this particular leak, well, not leak, because it was obtained legally, the Fauci emails, they made the rounds on WeChat.
Yeah, at least in the case of the OG Chernobyl, not the Chinese Chernobyl. Well, at least even though the Soviet authorities tried to try to do some cleanup or completely ignore it at start until the rest of the planet discovered that something happened. At least in the end, they admitted that they were wrong.
Yeah, the CCP...
The Chinese is still in the denial stage.
Yeah, the CCP still insists that the virus came either from Italy or from the United States, because... Well, but again, the Fauci emails made their rounds on WeChat. You should see how the government trolls on WeChat have been working 24/7 since this to try to flatten any links to this. But even so, and so some of the netizens on WeChat, when they realize that the PDF is just too big, is like 200 megabytes or something like that, and usually the government trolls manage to delete it while enough people are downloading it, and their download gets interrupted, and that's kind of terrible. So they made it in buffers, right, in smaller, like 5 megabytes packs, right? So here's the pack. Fauci on Wuhan, Fauci on the CCP, Fauci on the and actually made the dissemination even easier. Eventually these kinds of things will end up being in the next batch of protests that is happening, that have started happening already in China. I know that the press doesn't write about them, but just because the press doesn't write about them doesn't mean they're not happening. And basically, Xi Jinping will have to face his own early Gorbachev moment, namely that a significant portion of its very urban, educated population, out of which the party draws its next pool of apparatchiks. The middle party, in an Orwellian sense, the middle party starts asking Big Brother, hold on a second, this kind of stinks, man. I mean, really, it does.
Yeah, and it's not just any conflict within the country, but there will definitely be a lot more smaller conflicts from other countries that want to hold somebody accountable, and the consensus keeps on growing. Yes. Especially Italy is pissed off.
We'll get to Italy very soon.
Italy particularly is pissed off, and there are there are many other countries which will have to find a scapegoat for the upcoming economic fallout.
Yes, and not just the economic, but the political fallout.
The political fallout as well. Yeah.
I mean, think about Mr. Draghi's electoral chances, or Mr. Conte's electoral chances in Italy, after enough people find out that they've been kept indoors in very harsh quarantines, particularly Spain and Italy, literally for nothing, right? Someone will have to be at fault for that, and for the sake of their own physical integrity, the Draghis and the Contes in Italy and the Sanchez's in España, they will not want to be those at fault. So it will be a very cross-partisan consensus that CCP man bad. And that's going to cost economically China as well. But back to the US, I really do hope that enough people in the US will find Fauci personally at fault. It would be great if that would be extended to the Democrat Party overall, of course. That would be glorious, and of course some of that will happen and is already happening, but I don't know to what extent, but the midterms aren't far away. We'll know very soon to what extent. But I really do hope that it extends to the expert class overall, because trust in experts, and again, this is not the first time. Again, at the previous pandemic, 12 years ago, the same thing happened. To a smaller extent, yes, but it was still tens of billions of dollars wasted for absolutely no reason. For the same thing. Well, trust the experts said. And at that time, loons like me, and me personally, because that's why I knew how this pandemic will roll, because I've seen this movie before. And that time I was still like, hold on a second, I have some papers here that say you're wrong. And they're like, well, you're not an expert, you don't have an expertise in medicine. No, but I have an expertise in mathematics. And you're wrong. So yeah, I really hope that this disdain extends to the whole expert class. Because think about it this way, and this is how you should put it in your community when you're doing agitprop. If they were intentional, at least in part intentionally wrong about this fluffy cough, what else have they been intentionally lying to you about?
Oh boy.
Because the list is really wrong. It's really, really long. Right? They've been lying. By the way, here's an admission. I'll leave the link in the low bar. Slate magazine, right? 2017, admitting that most of what they told you about the evils of smoking was intentionally false and bad science. The public health rationale, for instance, for banning smoking in most bars was wrong.
Oh yeah, the secondhand smoking.
Yeah, the whole secondhand smoking is false, like, entirely. It doesn't exist. It literally doesn't exist. It's pure fiction. And the admission is written by someone who shilled for that.
And well, on the topic of second-hand smoking, then you must fail 7th grade physics in order to believe that second-hand smoking is actually a thing. Even if there are tens or hundreds of people in the same area, it has to be incredibly small and incredibly packed in order to actually make some argument that second-hand smoking may be actually a problem. And even then, exposure time isn't that long in order to actually
20 years of exposure time in order to actually make a dent on the health of the other individual. And by 20 years, I mean 20 years non-stop. Not that over the last 20 years you've sat in a lot of meetings where other people were smoking and you weren't. No. You have to stay there 20 years all the time. 24/7 for 20 years. And there are many others, for instance, the ban of unprocessed milk on public health grounds. That's bullshit for the most part. And a lot of other, the whole industry of green energy. Most of it is bullshit. Not all of it, admittedly. But most of it is. Most of it starts from the assumptions that quite literally suspend the laws of physics. And you don't have to believe me. Michael Moore produced that great documentary called, the Planet of the Humans?
Planet of the Humans, yeah.
Where basically it is explained to you that everything your green public health experts have told you is just wrong.
Whether it's using wood chips as a renewable resource in the US or complete bullshit like natural gas power plants in Europe, they're all sewn with the same glowing fabric.
Yep. So I sure hope that this author is correct and more people will start not just to question the experts, but they should assume that the experts are wrong, and not just wrong and corrupt, but ill-intended, because almost always they are. And when they're not ill-intended, they're just stupid. Now that doesn't mean that every single tinfoil hat guy on the internet is correct. That's usually also wrong. But it does mean that, starting from the premise that the expert is at the very least wrong and stupid, not necessarily ill-intended, but definitely wrong and stupid. Starting from that premise will force you to start looking at the evidence yourself. And oftentimes, admittedly not always, sometimes it requires subject matter experience or subject matter knowledge, specific knowledge. But oftentimes you don't need that. Oftentimes basic mathematics, like it was the case with the evolution of this cough, just basic mathematics, basic statistics, and an Excel file, that was enough to tell you that something is off. Now, admittedly, those who aren't accustomed to doing primary research, those are at the biggest disadvantage because up until about, a month ago, probably even less than that, you would see honks like, Ron DeSantis's conference with experts got taken down from YouTube for medical disinformation. And now they're all whining, starting with the higher-ups at YouTube, that, oh my God, why is Florida passing bills that is limiting our access to the state? And well, what the hell do you expect them to do? You censored their governor when he was right.
Oh yeah, YouTube should change its name to StalinTube.
I'm just saying. Okay, let's move forward. Oh, speaking of political consequences, click on Detroit. Court rules recall petitions against Governor Whitmer and Lieutenant Government Gilchrist can move forward. An appellate court has ruled several petitions that aim to recall Governor Gretchen Whitmer and her lieutenant governor can move forward if the people behind them choose to do so. The board of canvassers initially approved 7 such petitions, one of which was abandoned. The recall petitions involve the governor's use of emergency powers and mandates during the pandemic. It remains to be seen whether any of them will be pursued. Oh, they will. In a series of rulings, the Michigan Court of Appeals said the Board of State Canvassers was right to approve certain petitions to recall Governor Whitmer after the governor appeals those approvals. Nearly all the recall petitions were focused on the governor's pandemic orders except one which dealt with her travel to Israel in 2019. The petitions do have a high bar to clear to get recalls approved. According to state law, the recall petitions would need more than 1 million signatures in 60 days. In order for the petitions to go on the August ballot, they would have had to meet the deadline by April. It is unclear if they could end up on the November ballot, which is meant for local elections this year, and that deadline is July the 30th. We plan to appeal these disappointing decisions, and we fully intend to beat back these irresponsible partisan attacks against the governor in the courts, on the streets, or at the ballot. This is part of a massive and coordinated attack by Republicans trying to make the governor fail, and our campaign will strenuously oppose these efforts so the government can keep saving lives, reopening our economy, and creating jobs, says Mark Fisk, Governor Whitmer's campaign spokesperson. Well, of course it's a coordinated effort, you doofus, and yeah, well, it will work. And yeah, fuck Whitmer. Like, really, fuck Whitmer.
Yeah,
that lady is insane.
It's good when we do the coordination, but it's better when the opponents do the coordination.
Yes. And, we're the only ones allowed to do these kinds of national coordinations, but heaven forbid the Republicans get wind of the tactic and start using it against us. I mean, how dare those plebs to oppose us in courts and in the streets and on the ballot box? Like, how dare abide by the law, you mean? And someone called the ambulance. Poor Gretchen Whitmer may end up being deposed, because the plebs be like, you know what, you don't get to tell me when I should stay at home. You just don't. Michigan does deserve a re-election, to get rid of this particularly crazy lady. I mean, that lady is insane. She is. On the other hand, isn't her term due in 2022? I mean, she was a governor in 2019, so that means she was elected in 18. Soon enough, next year, it's going to be it's going to be a gubernatorial election anyway. But still, the sooner the better, I guess. I mean, considering how incredibly insane and extremist her positions have been over the last 14 months or so.
Yeah, and how incredibly damaging it has been the case of Michigan, because I got a guy that took some trips with a car in Michigan and told me, dude, it's not far off from Michigan of 2008. It has gotten that bad. Only that the degradation that was seen in 2008 didn't start appearing yet. The emphasis here being, of course, on yet. But the thing is that these kinds of local actions, and it's to a certain extent we did predict them on the sofa after the presidential election, when I said that basically in the next 2 years, starting from December and 2020 and January 21, the focus should be on these kinds of local matters, like recalling Whitmer, recalling Newsom in California, banning Coca-Cola vending machines for their left-wing politics, or these kinds of very local efforts, because they work. I mean, at the end of the day, most of the politics, especially this is true in the US, not exactly true in most of Europe, but definitely true in the US, almost all politics is local, it's not federal. Right? I mean, the president can only do so much and cannot do more unless the president has minions to coordinate the agenda at the local level. Yeah, which is why in the US there's something called the ruling mandate, and that's why Biden has a ruling mandate for 10 or 11 states out of 50.
Yes. So there's that, right?
Yeah.
And these kinds of local efforts, they also have the stronger chance to pay off, especially in countries where President Trump either outright won or was tied at 50-50, like is the case of Michigan. I don't even know if Trump eventually won Michigan or not.
No, he didn't.
He didn't. He did in 16, but I don't know if it doesn't matter.
He did win in 16, but in 2020 he didn't win Michigan.
Probably by the same margin of votes. But in any event, there's a huge swath of Trump country people in Michigan. I know for sure because I've been there. His footage from me there. But what I'm saying is that these kinds of local efforts should be pushed, and this campaign spokesperson, Mark Fisk, whatever. He's right. Yes, it is a coordinated attack by Republicans. So what? So what?
If you think you're right, by all means defend yourself.
Yeah, and quite frankly, after Gretchen Whitmer will no longer be governor, whether it be by recall effort or by losing re-election at the next gubernatorial election, some people should be trying to pursue her personally in court for reparations. And business owners in Michigan who've had financial troubles due to her emergency orders have her personally pay. I mean, this kind of thing, that's what I've been saying over the last 2 years at the very least. We on the right must start using lawfare more often. And especially in the US, lawfare has been almost the exclusive domain of the left. And it doesn't have to be that way. And it has been that way not because all lawyers are leftists or all judges are leftists. That's just not true. It has been that way because we just haven't thought of a strategy of lawfare. We just didn't even conceive. We were always gonna be, well, yeah, but we're gonna win at the ballot box anyway. And yeah, oftentimes we did. But lawfare is in itself, or can be in itself, an essential component in advocacy. And these kinds of local efforts, and not just at the state level, but at a town level as well. And with the pandemic-related orders, almost all of them are bullshit anyway, and based on bullshit data, and based on bullshit legal standing. So almost all of them are easily attackable in court, and not attacking them in court, well, that means you like them. It is what it is. So yeah, fuck Whitmer. Like really, fuck Whitmer. Politico. The secret behind Amazon's domination in cloud computing. Amazon's massive cloud computing unit is aggressively recruiting US government officials as it pushes to make itself essential to branches such as the military and the intelligence community, a Politico analysis has found. Since 2018, Amazon Web Services has hired at least 66 former government officials with acquisition, procurement, or technology adoption experience, most hired directly away from government posts and more than half of them from the Defense Department. That's a small portion of AWS's tens of thousands of employees, but a particularly key group to its federal business. Other hirees have come from departments including Homeland Security, Justice, Treasury, and Veterans Affairs. That's on top of the more than 600 hires of government officials across all of Amazon during the same time, itself a mark of the company's expanding footprint in the DC region. Amazon employs more than 1 million people overall, after adding 500,000 new jobs last year alone. The hiring spree highlights how tech companies are becoming more entrenched in the operations of the government itself and indispensable to cabinet agencies and national security operations, even as politicians shout about the danger of letting them get too powerful. And as Silicon Valley becomes more essential to making the government run, it is trickier than ever for lawmakers to figure out how to check the industry's power. Amazon's cloud computing business is a particularly notable example because it often hires those positions to gain access to government business. And AWS is at the vanguard of this push by the tech companies, hiring government officials with relevant experience at a far swifter pace than two of its biggest cloud computing rivals, Microsoft and Oracle, according to a review of the company's job postings. The hiring numbers show a particularly aggressive strategy by Amazon as it seeks to dominate the federal space, says Dave Drabkin, principal at consulting firm Drabkin Associated and the former top procurement official with the Defense Department and the General Services Administration. Politico reviewed LinkedIn profiles and job postings and interviewed 7 people familiar with the company's staffing to put together one of the most complete pictures yet of Amazon's recent hiring of government officials, particularly related to AWS, and where those hires could have insights into lucrative contracts. Hazem Eldakdoki was one such hire. He joined AWS in December 2019 as a senior technical program manager for security assurance, working on large cloud projects straight off of nearly 4 years at the Justice Department, the last year of which he spent as Deputy Chief Information Officers at the DOG's Office of Justice Programs. Former government acquisition officials help Amazon win contracts because of their intimate familiarity with the bureaucracy associated with the request for proposal process. Eldakdoki said in an interview that somebody who's been on the other side knows exactly how RFP proposals are competitively considered and analyzed. That's where we get the leg up, he said. While Eldakdoki spends less than 1% of his time on government projects in his Amazon job, he said AWS colleagues sometimes seek him out for his advice when they're trying to get DOG contracts. Amazon said it adheres to all relevant federal ethics rules and hires qualified staff with expertise across a range of areas. There is no indication federal ethics rules would have prohibited these hires from consulting on contracts related to their former posts, and none of the employees named in this article appear to have violated any restrictions. Still, the public sector hiring binge comes as tech companies, including Amazon, face enormous pressure from some of their employees to cut off ties with law enforcement and the US military. During the Trump era, AWS in particular faced an activist-led campaign to cut off contracts with the federal agencies enforcing the White House's hawkish immigration policies. And earlier this month, AWS announced it would continue to refuse to sell facial recognition software to police following protests in the aftermath of George Floyd's death. But Politico's analysis show that Amazon is only becoming more entwined with the US defense apparatus. Amazon as a whole, meanwhile, is becoming an even bigger presence in the DC area as it builds out its new headquarters near the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia. The company announced last month that it's seeking 1,900 new employees for that location, more than doubling its current workforce there. That's on top of AWS's already teeming collection of data centers elsewhere in northern Virginia. At the same time, AWS is facing stiffer competition than ever in the cloud computing industry it pioneered and which provides more than half of Amazon's overall profits. Amazon is no longer the sole provider of cloud computing services to the intelligence community following the CIA's 2020 expansion of the program to include a number of AWS's competitors. And AWS failed to secure the much contested $10 billion JEDI contract to move Defense Department data to the cloud in 2019, though the company is fighting that decision in court. Amazon has alleged that former President Donald Trump improperly interfered in the JEDI contract due to his animosity for CEO Jeff Bezos. Losing JEDI was a black eye for the AWS, said Daniel Ives, managing director for equity research at Wedbush Securities, who focuses on the tech sector. Now, he said, AWS is doubling down in terms of hiring and their focus is going after federal contracts and agencies. Representative Pramila Jayapal, a Democrat from Washington, Vice Chair of the House Judiciary Antitrust, Commercial and Administrative Law Subcommittee, said she has watched Amazon's influence efforts expand since then. That $10 billion Pentagon deal has created enormous lobbying efforts from Amazon in all of these different ways, Jayapal said in an interview. In her view, many hirees with contracting experience function as lobbyists regardless of their actual job titles. Stone pushed back on Jayapal's claims, insisting it's typical for companies that contract with the government to hire people with work experience in the public sector. Well, you didn't disprove her. While it's surprising for a company going after government contracts to hire people with that expertise, the AWS hires provide a window into how the company is setting itself up to become essential to government workings for decades to come. Jeff Hauser, executive director of the Revolving Door Project, a watchdog group that scrutinizes executive branch appointees, said AWS's hiring is helping it build a potentially significant and insurmountable advantage in cloud computing. And that changes the calculation for lawmakers concerned about the company's power in other areas like online retail and artificial intelligence. The more Amazon becomes an unavoidable part of the government, the more difficult it becomes for the government to properly regulate Amazon, Hauser argued. AWS has a pretty rigorous firewalling process to ensure new employees don't violate those no-contact restrictions, El Dakdoki said. The company's legal team regularly updates an internal wiki page detailing which recent records are blocked from working on particular projects when they become available. But once that period ends, those government hires become particularly valuable. Ethic rules allow former officials to advise a private sector employer on how to get particular government contracts, and it helps immensely that they often know whom to call at their former government agency. There are no indications any of these employees acted against ethics rules, and it's unlikely that the revolving door is going to stop turning anytime soon. AWS is able to pay its employees six-figure salaries and stock options that dwarf the salaries of mid-level government employees. It's not that the AWS is targeting government personnel, said AWS's El Dakdoki, but that people like him find it hard to resist better paying jobs in the private sector, and Amazon's offers are particularly competitive. He said that he got a significant salary boost when he joined AWS and will be able to retire a lot earlier. At the end of the day, you cannot look that in the eye and turn it down, he said. All right, so speaking of the revolving door, because we were talking about it earlier, now, quite frankly, I dispute the option, point made by the chap from the Revolving Door Project, where he says, well, but that makes it difficult for the government to regulate it. I don't think so.
No, it doesn't, because what AWS is trying to do is to pretty much apply what has already been going on with the military-industrial complex for decades already. Because even in the military-industrial complex between Pentagon and the DoD and everyone else, whether it be Boeing Defense, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon. Not Radeon, AMD, Radeon, the company that built microwaves at some point and now builds rockets with microwaves.
Yes.
That's what AWS is trying to do, is pretty much apply an already existing recipe, but not in terms of outright defense and manufacturing, but cloud computing.
Yeah, and it's not a guarantee that that particular recipe even works.
No, it won't work because compared to the military-industrial complex, Amazon is pretty much not exactly the only one, but it's the biggest. And DoD traditionally looks pretty dubious at some sort of at these sort of market leaders.
Yes, and so that's one aspect. Second aspect, there is already, again, and I keep on stressing on this point because to a lot of observers it's still not obvious, although if you know where to look it's already obvious. There is a bipartisan consensus on fuck big tech. And no matter how much money you have, beating down such a consensus usually it's not that it's impossible, but it's very difficult unless you give up something. And you have to give up something big. And I'm not sure Jeff Bezos is willing to give up what the Leviathan wants. Because what the Leviathan would want would be basically a share of control of the company. That's usually what the Leviathan wants. And I'm not sure Jeff Bezos is willing to grant that. Especially considering the fact that if Jeff Bezos were to grant that, then you would start having problems with your own staff. Let's not forget that Jeff Bezos had to spend a lot of money to defeat an initiative to unionize the Amazon workforce. So that means there's already a tension between management and Amazon staff writ large. Now add to that these kinds of political pressures where again the staff may not be on the same political page with Jeff Bezos. Because that's another thing, whenever people make these kinds of analyses, when they try to grasp how things are working in big tech, the government, they always look at these entities as uniform, right, or united, right? Amazon wants this, or the government wants that. Well, it's not like that. Amazon is not a unified entity. The government is not a unified entity. Because, well, in government you always end up with all of these appointees in the permanent bureaucracy who sometimes they are on the same page with the current administration, sometimes they're not. And with Amazon, I've already mentioned, there's already huge tension between a segment of its staff and the management. Now, of course, some of that staff may come from warehouses, and so who cares what those people think. But some of that stuff comes from the middle party, because again, Amazon is also structured like a totalitarian state.
Like INSOC.
Yes. Of course, a lot of the people who really despise Jeff Bezos right now within Amazon are from the prole class. So, okay, you can afford to ignore those people, at least for now, especially after resounding defeat.
Exactly, but he can't ignore, he can't do those same people that are still there. They weren't fired. That, as this article mentioned earlier, had issues regarding working with the former Trump administration and its appointees. That still hasn't changed, and it doesn't matter as much for them whether it's Trump or Biden.
Yes. One aspect to keep in mind when it comes to these kinds of people who are ideologically opposed to these kinds of projects, right? Big data for the government. Most of these people, not all of them, but most of them, if they join the party of no, we should not be having that, they're opposed regardless of who's in power. especially now as many of them reach maturity. You have to remember the generation that started thinking this started not with 9/11, but with Obama. Most of them they came of age during the economic crisis, and they came of age during the stories of Obama, hunting down children with drones. It is what it is. And also with the fact that Obama cracked down most on whistleblowers. Really, by far, the most autocratic president over the last 30 or 40 years. I mean, Reagan was more lenient on whistleblowers. Bill Clinton was more lenient with whistleblowers. Bush Jr. was very lenient despite his strong rhetoric during the height of the 9/11 crisis. He wasn't really that harsh on whistleblowers like Obama was. I mean, Obama was really harsh. And the highest amount of whistleblowers charged and jailed and put under surveillance, the highest amount by far happened during the Obama era. Again, Trump wasn't harsh on whistleblowers. Joe Biden doesn't seem to be very harsh on whistleblowers. Yet. Yeah, that's true. But there have already been 2 opportunities, and the administration did nothing. So it kind of seems like a continuation of the Trump era policy, which is basically do nothing. Which is the right policy, by the way. I mean, leaks happen, whistleblowing happens, and tough luck. Like really, tough luck. There is no constitutional way of imposing any other policy than shrug, tough luck, and try to defend yourself. But what I'm saying is that most of these people have came of age then, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. And as a result, I don't think that you'll be able to convince them that, oh, well, but now it's our people in power. Well, not really. I'm just saying. And again, for the most part, most of the people who oppose these they oppose it regardless of who is in power. They're usually not able to extend that rationale to all of the other big government type of programs, but they are very consistent with this kind of thing. And that's because people who oppose these things are usually people coming from the area of tech, and tech people are usually pretty autistic, so they won't be able to make a broader philosophical point. And it's not the first time we've seen this. Google has had this same problem. Google has had to withdraw from certain Pentagon projects because of internal pressure. And I don't think this will die down anytime soon. If anything, it's going to get
It's going to intensify.
Yeah. And good luck. So that's what I'm disputing from this article, right? The whole idea that, oh, but things are getting worse. Not really. Not really. Now, of course, Amazon is trying that. It's the same thing that was attempted by Microsoft after the antitrust case that was in 1998, I think, or 97, something like that. There was an antitrust case against Microsoft, and the response by Microsoft to that was to build the headquarters in the DC area and try to put their own lobbyists in Washington, and hopefully that way they won't be dragged through antitrust proceedings anytime soon, preferably if ever. Now, it worked for a while, but again, then Obama happened, and well, once again, Microsoft found itself under antitrust proceedings, and now not just in Washington but also in Brussels. So it's no guarantee that if you're making these kinds of investments, then somehow that will improve the overall situation. Now, of course, that's exactly what Jeff Bezos wants, but there is no guarantee he'll be getting it. Right? And that's at least in Bill Gates did not have the wisdom to try to buy a major newspaper in '98 because it would have helped him tremendously. Jeff Bezos did. He bought Washington Post. But the problem is that he bought it at the wrong moment in time, just as trust in the mainstream press is plummeting. So, the investment into Washington Post may not
pan out.
May not pan out in the end. We'll see. I mean, it's only been like 3 or 4 years since he's been owning it. It's still not good enough. You need 10 years to make an analysis about that. But so far, it's not looking great. Although, of course, he will at least stop some of the fall in trust, because Washington Post is one of the outlets that ousted Fauci. So, for a while, people will assume that they're maybe not that bad. They are, but a lot of people may still be willing to hold out some goodwill when it comes to Washington Post. But yeah, so overall, patience and tobacco. As for the practices themselves, well, is anyone really surprised? I mean, you shouldn't. It's the same with the press. Obama staffers were at CNN during the Trump administration. Now some of them are now working again in the White House, and they'll be back to CNN if in 24 the Republican candidate wins. And the other way around, a lot of White House staffers during the Trump presidency are now working at Fox News or One America Network or Newsmax, and they'll be back in the White House if a Republican candidate wins in 24. I mean, these kinds of things have been happening for so many decades. And again, if you want to stop that practice, you'll have to shrink the government. If you don't, and at least for now there is very little desire to do so, very little political will to do so, and as long as that political will not manifest itself, well, these kinds of practices will not stop. Tough. All right. Moving further to the south, The Guardian. Peru elections, Fujimori's fraud claims criticized as rivals' narrow lead widens. Keiko Fujimori, one of the two candidates fighting vote by vote for the presidency of Peru, has alleged fraud and irregularities in the count of Sunday's election as her rival, leftist teacher Pedro Castillo, widens a narrow lead. An Inter-American Observer mission did not report any irregularities and said the ballot passed off correctly, complying with international standards. With more than 97% of the official vote counted, the hard-left candidate Castillo holds a razor-thin lead of about 0.4% over his far-right opponent, an advantage of about 70,000 votes. But at the late press conference on Monday, Fujimori, aged 46, claimed there had been a series of irregularities which worry us and we think it's important to highlight. She accused Castillo's party, Peru Libre, of using a strategy to distort and delay the results which reflect the popular will by challenging ballot tallies that she alleged had favored her party, Fuerza Popular. Later on Monday night, Castillo addressed a large crowd of supporters from a balcony in downtown Lima. "We should be respectful of the people's will," he shouted through a megaphone. "I will be the first to make sure the will of the Peruvian people is being respected." Fujimori's remarks have attracted criticism from political figures and analysts who have described it as an act of desperation, as she appears to be on the verge of losing her third election runoff in 10 years. It's extremely regrettable that when the result is not favorable, that the candidate talks about fraud. It's terrible, Fernando Tuesta, a political science professor at Lima's Pontifical Catholic University, told national radio broadcaster on Monday night. "They have been talking about fraud because they don't want to respect the result," he said. Fujimori, the daughter of the jailed former president Alberto Fujimori, narrowly lost second-round elections in 2011 against Ollanta Humala by just 3% of the vote. Then in 2016, Pedro Pablo Kuczynski by an even slimmer margin. As a candidate, Fujimori's father, who is serving a 25-year sentence over corruption and death squad murders, and her own record as a politician play against her. Fujimori has also racked up accusations of graft, accused of receiving more than $17 million in illegal campaign funds and heading a criminal organization, and could face a 30-year jail term if convicted. She denies the allegations, which she describes as politically motivated, and I'm sure they are politically motivated. Before the ballot count began, Nicolas Saldias, Latin America and the Caribbean analyst at the Economist Intelligence Unit, predicted a tight result that could be contested amid accusations of fraud. Whoever wins the election will have a very weak electoral mandate that will make governing exceptionally difficult, as neither Castillo nor Fujimori has a legislative majority, Saldias said. The vote in the COVID-battered nations has split the country between the poor rural Andes and the wealthier and more urban northeastern coast and capital Lima. It comes amid one of the worst economic slowdowns in the region, which has pushed nearly 10% of Peru's population into poverty, millions into unemployment, and prompted many others to leave major cities and return to their rural villages. So, we still don't know, at the time of this recording, we still don't know who won. Maybe the leftist guy won, maybe Keiko Fujimori won. I have no idea. What I do know is that the next several years is going to be a shit show, just like Peruvian politics has been shit show over the last 4, 5, or 6 years. I mean, since 2016, 3 other presidents have ended up jailed and replaced, or they fled the country. So Peruvian politics has consistently been a shit show for several years now, due to, well, that's what happens when an administrative state goes really wrong, right? And our friends in the US should be paying very close attention to the Peruvian politics, because that's what's coming for you eventually. Imagine when many of these younger loonies from the Democrat Party will be of age to run for presidency with decent chances of winning.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Peruvian politics is coming to you. So, study Peruvian politics. Hopefully you will be studying it for nothing. But, just in case.
Just in case you see AOC for president.
Yeah, and this guy Castillo, who is the apparent winner now, but could change by tomorrow evening, he's basically kind of like AOC, except, and this is an important distinction, in most of Latin America, the leftists there, that's why it's called Latin American leftists. They are economically leftist, but they don't buy into the woke bullshit. They don't. Okay, Brazil is an exception, but that's because it's the host country of the Sao Paulo Forum, and the left-wing class in Brazil has had much more time to develop itself. So in Brazil, you will find woke leftists as well. And besides, it's a bigger country, so out of 200 million people, the existence of 100,000 extreme idiots is not a huge surprise. But in all of the rest of the Latin American countries, if you want to win elections as a leftist, the best way to do it is to go full populist, full commie on economics, and promise gibs to the poorer segments of the society, but don't get between them and their church. Just don't. Which is a lesson that used to be known by European and American leftists in the past, but not anymore. And that's why you see now many of these so-called working class, the poorer segments of the society, moving slowly to the right, especially on cultural matters, but also on economic ones. And Castillo, just like Keiko Fujimori, so the far left and the far right, they both agree that, churchman good, and we definitely don't want to interfere with the church. And the local branch of the Catholic Church in Peru now finds itself being significantly further to the right than the Pope. Not that it is difficult to achieve. just don't be a Marxist and you're already to the right of Pope Francis. But what I'm saying is that unlike other places, the election here is not fought on cultural grounds, like almost at all. And there's no animus on the usual Western themes that, again, in Latin America you only see them in Brazil, but that would be pretty much it. So definitely not in Peru. Now, this article from The Guardian, which I picked because it was shorter than the one from LA Times, which, by the way, you should read. The LA Times has a very long article, a full analysis about how things are going in Peru. It's called Charges, Communism, COVID-19 and the Controversial Name in Peruvian Politics Define an Election. It's a very long article, but if you have the time, do read it. Peru has gone through what was called, proudfully so at first, and then, oh shit, the longest lockdown in the world. And I'm sure you're all shocked to learn, of course it didn't work. It also led Peru to have one of the biggest death rates of COVID-19 in the world, because, well, yeah. Who would have thought that lockdowns don't work?
Yeah, well, what happens when you impose the longest lockdown on a country that's a country whose people are scrambling to make enough money to eat?
Yes.
Gee, I wonder what. that's what would have happened in Brazil if Bolsonaro didn't end up being president first, and second, didn't put his foot into the door against the leftist governors.
Yeah, and Bolsonaro may end up having sacrificed his chance of re-election, but at the very least, fewer people starved to death in Brazil. So at the end of the day, even if he won't be re-elected, I suspect he will, but even if he won't be re-elected, at the very least, fewer people starved to death. Meanwhile, in Peru, there was no one to shout that, hold on a second, this is wrong. And as a result, this article said, well, 10% of the population was plunged into poverty. Well, that's the conservative estimate. The more realistic estimate puts that at the very least 17% of the population. 17% of the population who had no trouble eating and making ends meet in February 2020, and now living below global poverty line. That's amazing. And not in a good way. I mean, it's a spectacular downfall of prosperity levels.
Yeah, but then there's also at fault here the cultural exchange that's been traditionally happening in the Spanish-speaking countries of Latin America, because even Marxism came through Spain.
Of course.
In Latin America, so in the case of this fluffy cough, what happened is that they looked at Grandpa Spain.
Yes.
And they saw, if Sanchez pulls a huge lockdown, then we got to do the same, because they probably know something better. Because newsflash, he doesn't.
Yes.
Grandpa's running senile.
Yeah, that's true. To make things even worse, one reflection of how dissatisfied the populace is with the whole thing. Both of the candidates who are who have faced each other in the runoff and who are still counting the votes, both of these candidates are basically anti-establishmentarian candidates. Right? There's no one. The candidates from the mainstream parties that still run the parliament, they didn't even made it over 10%. Right. The third candidate in the first round was also from an anti-establishment party. So now, admittedly, Keiko Fujimori is for the third time in a row in the final. So she's kind of like Marine Le Pen, basically. Is accustomed to be, but unlike Marine Le Pen, if she will be losing this one, it will be the third time in a row when she will be losing at less than 1%. That's amazing bad luck. And probably this time even less than that, less than 0.4. Amazing. That's called bad luck. I mean, it is bad luck. I mean, at that level, it's bad luck. But still, what I'm saying is that the populace is very, 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 very upset about these things. Basically, on COVID, the argument was between the two candidates was not COVID man good or COVID man bad. It was on one side Fujimori be like, you know what, fuck this shit, this whole thing was just wrong, basically the sofa argument, and the far left argument was like, well, it was mostly wrong, but most importantly, at the very least, if you ask people to stay at home, might as well give them something. Right? But again, the assumption is not that the government was correct. The assumption is that the government was either mostly wrong or entirely wrong. And it appears that mostly wrong may win eventually. Who knows? Again, it's still not a definitive result. But what I'm saying is that when you add the longest lockdown in the world, on top of one of the most corrupt administrations in Latin America, not in the world, there are worse places in the world, but still one of the most corrupt administrations in Latin America is still something. It still puts you in the top 10 most corrupt in the world for sure. And that's what happens. And again, in addition to between 10 and 17% of the population plunged into extreme poverty, on top of that you have several tens of thousands of people who have died outright of starvation. That's a lot of people. And yeah, sure, the death rate of because of or with this fluffy cough may sound pretty high. It is pretty high if you look it up on the world tables. But again, slightly more people died because of starvation for sure. Whereas with those with COVID, of course, we all know that some of them may not have died because of this cough, but rather with this cough, because just like in the developed world, in the developing world as well, the stats were collected in a very liberal fashion, and by liberal meaning with a liberal relationship with the truth.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, and we're gonna we're gonna use an example from history here. Yeah, ancient history for a lot of people. The plague of Justinian. It wouldn't have been that bad in 536 if starvation was a major factor as to why that many people died because of the plague. Because what happened back then was a volcanic eruption somewhere in the Atlantic, or God knows where else, nobody found out, which sent pretty much that region between continental Europe and the Middle East pretty much into basically a famine. But this time it's safe to say an argument that if you force people to stay at home and they don't work and they end up starving, well, an immune system which is starving isn't exactly going to do a stellar job. It's going to actually do a pretty fucking terrible job after taking you even from this puffy cough.
Yeah, and in the case of the Wuhan flu, of course, the strength of one's immune system kind of dictates not only the extent of the disease, but also the number of deaths.
Yeah.
And the stronger one's immune system is, the smaller the chance of that person dying. And in fact, oftentimes it's not even correlated with age. There have been already numerous cases, at least in the thousands, if not more than that, all over the place, including poorer places like Iran, for instance, where 100-and-something-year-olds basically coughed once or twice, and that was pretty much it. But then again, there were 100-and-something-year-olds, but very old people who had taken care of their immune system over time by, for instance, not staying indoors for months. That tends to help, I'm just saying. And in Peru, admittedly, on top of that, there was also the issue that, just like, well, let's face it, all over Europe, the urban areas observed the rules more than the rural areas. And it created kind of like the perfect storm. You had high death rate in the urban areas because people had fucked up their immune systems. And in the rural areas, people refused to observe it, no matter how harsh the enforcement had become. And at some point, it was pretty damn harsh. But even so, people said, well, you know what? No matter how harsh the enforcement is, because we're hungry. The problem is that the people had to go out anyway, because otherwise they wouldn't eat. But some of the goods that they were relying on to buy so they can continue to trade and eat were no longer available, because most of those were produced in the cities, and the cities were under stay-at-home orders. And the wealthier cities, at the very least, had some local type of aid that would afford basically to pay people to stay at home. The kind of aid that was either not available at all in the rural areas or slowly available. Because again, Peru being a place with very complicated landscape, that makes infrastructure very complicated, and oftentimes even if the federal bureaucrats were very well intended, actually sending the help in all of these places, it's just logistically difficult, and that difficulty ended up killing people, or plunging them into extreme poverty. It's not a surprise that even though they've produced the longest lockdown in the world, they were also among the first countries to say, you know what, we abolished all of the restrictions on entering the country. Can anyone please come in and spend some shekels here? Thank you. And and the reason being that, no more shekels. You know what, we'll cough. Now, admittedly, at the level of coughing that occurred in Peru, they're probably way over 70% herd immunity.
Not to mention that you can even make a geographical argument, because Peru is a high to very high altitude country, where the only other comparable example I could think of right now is Nepal.
Nepal, yes, that's true. Although Peru is bigger than Nepal.
So exactly, a virus considered large will work even less in a high altitude country because it's simple physics. The air in terms of density has much more density at.
Admittedly, but at the same time, one of the crowded areas in Peru is the capital city Lima, which is at the seaside. So there's that. But yeah, the thing is that if we're lucky, nothing happens. If we're not lucky and Castillo wins, you will see something resembling 1970-71 Chile. Basically, this guy comes in and will try. He will fail, but he will try.
This woman
to impose various forms of Soviet-style socialism on economics. I mean, but on a much poorer country than Chile was in 1970. And at the same time with a much more globally connected country than Chile was in the 70s, early 70s, and with a poorer population who, out of hunger, supports these kinds of things for now. We'll see if that will still be true 2 years from now, which it's very debatable whether that would be the case or not. And with a very strong opposition. I mean, Keiko Fujimori is kind of like Pinochet, and the political party that she runs, of course, it's pretty tiny in the parliament, but at the next parliamentary elections, I suspect it's not going to be that insignificant. So yeah, get ready for more borked politics, because that's the term, borked. And it's going to continue to be borked, because neither of these two can claim any mandate to rule, in a sense, and it's going to be particularly difficult if the leftist candidate ends up winning, because in Peru you still have the traditional rule: the poorest areas vote for the left and the richest areas vote for the right, which is no longer true in the West, where it's the other way around more recently. But because at the very least, if Keiko Fujimori ends up winning, at the very least you'll have the collaboration of the industry, so it's going to be slightly easier to impose at least economic reforms, and maybe eventually get everyone out of above the poverty line by just abolishing all of the cough measures and just leaving people alone.
But in the case if the other candidate ends up winning, the poverty issue will be exacerbated, because that's always what happens when you try to impose Soviet economics.
Yes, and on top of that, again, his base will not be where the office is, right? Because the offices are in the wealthy areas where almost nobody votes for the far left. And of course, he will have to try out his politics first there on a very hostile population, and relying on a base that is remote from where the seat of power is. Because if you look at this map, you see the backbone of the country is red, right? But very few people live there, and they're not concentrated, and their power is very limited. Whereas on the yellow areas, which they traditionally vote for the right or the far right, and they have voted for Keiko Fujimori, that's where the seats of power are anyway. So yeah, you're becoming, Castillo would be the outsider, but not in a pleasant way. So yeah, borked politics for the win. That's basically what's gonna happen. All right, let's take a break. We'll be listening to a song called Doința Hopatina, or The Will, from a band called Catena. It's a 1972-73 song of the first all-female rock band called Catena in Romania. The founding girls, Anca Văjan Graterol and Hortanța Păun, are now pretty old, but they decided to get back together and make music, and recruit three younger ones to replace two of the members. One of them died, one of them lives in the US, and also add an extra instrument. So they decided to recruit three younger ones and make a remake of this song, which premiered just yesterday on June the 8th. So that's the version you'll be listening, instead of the old cranky version of the 1970s, which sounds a little bit terrible. It's absolutely glorious, and I hope Mrs. Păun will not copyright strike me for nationalizing her clip to put it here. Let's hope I don't get a copyright strike, because it's a glorious song. So yeah, we'll be Catena Doința, and then we'll be back to with Europe.
Hopatina tina nai tina nai na. Hopatina tina nai tina nai na.
All right, we're back. You've listened to Doința by Caten. I hope you liked it. It's how we would used to hang bang 50 years ago.
Back in my day.
Yep, it's been a while. Anyway, so Europe, Breitbart. Expose, China's propaganda infiltration of Italian media revealed. Since becoming the first country of the G7 nations to sign on to China's Belt and Road Initiative in 2019, Italy has seen the communist nation infiltrate its mainstream media, including Italy's news wire service, a national business newspaper, and a tabloid owned by the family of former Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi. Wherever the readers are and wherever the viewers are, this is where propaganda reports must extend their tentacles, said Xi Jinping in February 2016. Ahead of a state visit from Chinese dictator Xi Jinping in 2019, the head of the State Council Information Office, China's foreign propaganda department, Jiang Jiangwu, told a group of top Italian media figures that the signing of the Belt and Road Initiative, which is China's plan for world economic dominance, would bring with it new opportunities for media exchanges and pragmatic cooperation between China and Italy. This new cooperation with Chinese propagandists was heralded in with an Italian language video series of Xi Jinping's classical quotes, broadcast on Italy's Mediaset and on Cinitalia, a Chinese language magazine, and multimedia outlet developed for the Italian market by the state-owned China Media Group. 3 months before Xi Jinping's trip to Italy, a national newspaper owned by former Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi, Il Giornale, began publishing articles written under the name Cinitalia. The paper continues to publish Cinitalia propaganda articles to this day without revealing to its readership that they are, in fact, carefully scripted articles churned out by a Chinese government organization rather than genuine news. The page makes no indication of Communist Party involvement in the texts. A magazine published by Cinitalia openly admits that it produces its Italian content in association with the Chinese embassy in Italy. On May the 9th, Il Giornale published a Cinitalia article that suggested that reports confirming China's genocide of the Uyghur people and other Muslim ethnic groups in Xinjiang, so far recognized by the British, Canadian and Dutch parliaments and the United States State Department, are media manipulation of events crafted to use human rights concerns to further America's foreign policy agenda. It is currently estimated that there are approximately 2 million Uyghurs currently in concentration camps in the region, where they have been reportedly subject to forced sterilization, organ harvesting, torture, brainwashing, gang rape and murder. The Chinese government firmly denies this, but has refused to allow independent observers access to inspect the so-called vocational training camps in Xinjiang. A January article published in the same Berlusconi paper titled Walking Around Wuhan hails the local and national government's draconian policies for allegedly bringing the city back to normality. The Chinese propaganda article fails to mention that all currently available evidence suggests that the coronavirus pandemic began in Wuhan, a claim which the CCP has rejected. Chinese officials have officially taken the stance that the virus originated in the United States, though others have suggested that the virus first originated in Italy. No scientific evidence supports these theories at press time. More recent Chinese propaganda articles run by Il Giornale include Pandemics Are Won by Collaborating Without Borders, Global Health Forum Xi's 5 Tips for Protecting Human Health, and Science, Technology and Innovation, Xi Designs the China of the Future. The owner of Il Giornale, Silvio Berlusconi, the controversial former Prime Minister of Italy, has been critical of the Chinese regime in the past. However, amid financial troubles in 2017, he sold the AC Milan football club to a group of Chinese investors for 740 million euros. We should improve foreign-oriented communication through trying methods with new concepts, domains and expressions that are understood by both China and the rest of the world, telling the true story of our country and making our voice heard, said Xi Jinping in a message to Chinese journalists on November the 8th, 2020. Another national newspaper in Italy, Milano Finanza, has also been publishing Cinitalia propaganda articles, one of which was picked up by the Italian language version of MSN, hailing China for having eliminated poverty, a false claim China makes by artificially lowering the standard of extreme poverty from the World Bank's threshold of $1.90 per day to the new communist standard of $1.52 per day. The National Associated Press agency ANSA, which is Italy's equivalent of the Associated Press or Agence France Presse, has also been publishing up to 50 Italian language wire articles per day from Xinhua News Agency, the state-run wire service for the Chinese Communist Party. Again, ANSA does not disclose to its readers that the Chinese government runs and approves all Xinhua content. This month, the United States forced Xinhua News Agency to register as a foreign agent, some 3 years after President Trump's Justice Department mandated that the Chinese newswire service do so. Speaking to Breitbart London, Francesco Gaglietti of the Rome-based think tank Policy Sonar said that the Chinese have 100% infiltrated Italian media. Dr. Gaglietti said that China's massive clout in Italy has more to do with the elite capture than with the people, who remain largely hostile vis-à-vis China. He said that much of this elite capture has come as a result of the Vatican's turn to Beijing by Pope Francis, under whose leadership the Vatican has signed a controversial agreement with the Communist Party in 2018, which grants the Chinese government the power to select Catholic bishops in China. The agreement was renewed in October. Pope Francis has also been criticized for his failure to condemn human rights atrocities in China, remaining notably quiet on the persecution of religious minorities such as Chinese Christians, Falun Gong practitioners, and the genocidal treatment of Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Dr. Gaglietti said that the influential Villa Nazareth community, which includes former Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte, has been instrumental in seeking closer ties with China. Conte, he noted, attended the renewal ceremony of the Vatican-China agreement last year. The most effective method of propaganda directed at the enemy forces is to release captured soldiers and give the wounded medical treatment. Whenever soldiers of enemy forces are captured, we immediately conduct propaganda among them. This immediately knocks the bottom out of the enemy's slander that the communist bandits kill everyone on sight. This is a quote from the selected military writings of Mao Zedong. China's propaganda push in Italy has ramped up during the Chinese coronavirus crisis, according to a report this month from the International Federation of Journalists. At the same time, Beijing was shelling out millions to send medical supplies such as masks, test kits, and personal protective equipment to European nations, including Italy. The IFJ report claimed that in the aftermath of the first wave of the coronavirus, which hit Italy particularly hard, Chinese propaganda outlets began to offer Italian-language content to media outlets in the country for free. One journalist said, "They asked us to give more space to the New Year's speech of President Xi Jinping. They gave it to us for free, translated directly into Italian, and we broadcast it, of course, though not at the best time." Another journalist said that offers of free content from Chinese often happened at the same time that other news was published that put China in a bad light, how they had handled the Chinese coronavirus situation, and therefore the Chinese regime wanted positive fluff propaganda pieces to counteract the negative press for Beijing during the pandemic. Breitbart News editor-in-chief Alex Marlow's new investigative book, Breaking the News, Exposing the Establishment Media's Hidden Deals and Secret Corruption, detailed how the Chinese Communist Party paid Western press outlets to publish advertorials, that would be news-like advertisements, written by China's chief English-language mouthpiece, China Daily, under the name of China Watch. American newspapers, including the New York Times, a former newspaper, the Washington Compost, the Wall Street Journal, Los Angeles Times, Seattle Times, Chicago Tribune, Foreign Policy, Houston Chronicle, Boston Globe, among others, have all received money from the Chinese state to run propaganda articles. The NY Times, a former newspaper, alone published more than 200 such advertorials, ranking in some $50,000 from China Daily. The Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal both reportedly took in millions to run similar state-run propaganda. Britain's Daily Telegraph was also involved in the scheme and only announced that it would cease the propaganda campaign last year. Marlow noted that the New York Times board is full of representatives from massive international corporations which have either present or future business ties with the communist China, including Facebook, Verizon, and AIG. It is therefore unsurprising, the Breitbart editor-in-chief noted, that the New York Times, among others, were at the forefront of attempting to discredit the idea that the coronavirus was a result of a laboratory leak in China. China's influence campaign in Italy has seemingly borne some fruit, with a poll conducted by SWG last year finding that 52% of the Italian public viewed China as a friend, compared to Russia at 32% and the United States at only 17%. This was a dramatic increase in popularity for China in Italy, surging by 42% after signing on to the Belt and Road Initiative. Italy has been a key pillar in the Belt and Road Initiative for China in light of the country's access to the European Union and its strategic ports for Chinese-made goods. Aside from economic and media ties, the two countries also agreed on joint scientific projects, including between the Italian Space Agency and China's National Space Administration. Policy Sonar Chief Francesco Galietti told Breitbart London that there is some hope for Italy taking a different line on China under the recently installed Prime Minister Mario Draghi, saying that Xi Jinping is not likely to receive from Rome the imperial tributes that he was entitled to with Conte. He cautioned that the Italian parliament is still full of Chinese sympathizers. Breitbart News has approached Il Giornale, Milano Finanza, and ANSA for comment. At the time of publication, none had responded. Gee, I'm so shocked about that. Yeah, you just call you call them all CCP shills, and I'm sure they'll be running around trying to defend themselves from this label as if it were wrong or something. Of course, it's true. None of fact check true for the entire article. Of course, it's true. Now, is it a surprise? No.
The Italians are so fucking naive.
Yeah, and it's not the first time, and it's not going to be the last time. This kind of expose, I'm not surprised at all that the expose starts with Italy, because it's the easiest one. Whenever you have a long-term project like Breitbart has to expose CCP shills from all over the place, if you first start with the easiest one, and the easiest one is Italy. Because at least in Italy, the CCP shills aren't hidden at all. You just have to start Google, and you'll find all of them are fairly easy. And compiling the list and compiling the connections between them is the easiest thing imaginable. And besides, a lot of alternative news outlets in Italy have already done like 50% of the work, if not more, because it's so goddamn easy. Like, a 12-year-old in his bedroom, bored during the online school, can start the investigative journalism on CCP shilling in Italy. And yes, it is true. The Italian elites, in particular, the population, not so much. The population has become less and less naive over the last 20 or 25 years, especially after what they've seen it happen to them when they trust the experts and join the Eurozone. And that's how 100% of the Italian people lost at least one beach house. Each person, about 70,000 euros per person, were lost between 1999 and 2019 as a result of the political decision of Italy joining the Eurozone. So there was that. So they trust the experts in 1999. They trust the experts in 2009. They trust the experts now. It's incredibly, after going through hell and back, as a result of trusting the experts in just over 20 years, that tends to, flatten the curve on naivete. I'm just saying. Now, sure, there's still millions of very naive people in Italy, but fewer now than 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, for sure. Now, when it comes to the elite, which has consistently been very, very, very sheltered from the consequences of trusting the experts, the percentage of naive people is significantly bigger. That's true. Which is why it wasn't very difficult for the CCP to, as Xi Jinping himself says, extend the tentacles. Extend the tentacles, right? So quoting only from the official sources. Yeah. It's not the only country in the European Union that's been suffering of this. There are several others. I'm expecting for an inquiry in Deutschland. And the German media is full of, full of, CCP shills. And unfortunately, none of that will change anytime soon. Because most of the journalists in Germany are affiliated with the Green Party, and the Green Party consistently has had a favorable view of China. Now, admittedly, lately, maybe I should say, in Germany, the press has had to deal with the fact that if you want to talk about very, very environmentally unfriendly places, you kind of have to start with China. But even today, especially the older members of the Green Party will still latch on to you, say that, and call you a racist if you dare to say that. Hold on a second, before flattening diesel cars in Germany, can we start talking about China if we're really concerned about the environment? And they'll call you a racist for that, of course. Now, back to Italy. Unfortunately, yes, the Italian media is pretty subverted. Now, of course, Breitbart wants clicks, and it's a magazine, strongly geared towards conservatives. It's not universally terrible, like there's because ANSA is not a widely read outlet. Now, admittedly, just like Agence France Presse and Associated Press, even though itself it doesn't have too many people reading it, almost all of the journalists do, and they form their news and views by reading it, and from that perspective it's pretty terrible, but at the same time journalists know when they see, ANSA quotes something, where do they have it? Oh, the Xinhua agency. Oh, okay.
Yeah, unironically quoting the Global Times and the Xinhua news agency. Yes, correct. That's why the Italians are so lost from this point of view to reach levels of being that unironically stupid.
Yes, and unfortunately, this will continue for a while. It's not going to be forever, and especially now, and that particular analyst when he says that, well, it's going to be slightly better under Draghi. I wouldn't be so sure. But it is true, at the very least, Draghi is not a militant pro-CCP shill, as opposed to Conte, who is. Let us not forget that in, I believe it was like March the 5th, March the 6th, 2020, when the government of Italy launched the very, very cute campaign called Abbracci a un cinese, hug a Chinese.
Hug a Chinese, get cough, fast forward.
Yes, and that happened particularly in the north, particularly in Lombardy, a place which hosts legally about 400,000 Chinese people, almost all of them coming from Wuhan.
Well, of course, somebody has to work in the factories. but then even then, I wouldn't have exactly high expectations from Lombardia, because let me tell you where the name Lombardia comes from. In the 4th century, shortly after the collapse of Rome, there was a significant tribe of Germanic barbarians that moved in the part that's now northern Italy. They were called the Lombards. So you don't exactly have any expectation that exactly the barbarians are the ones that are capable of doing such idiotic things.
Yes, unfortunately, this kind of subversion of the press definitely skews the perception. Now, I'm not buying that poll that says there's been a 42% increase in support for China in Italy. No. I'm sure there was a support, of course, because if you churn out enough propaganda, of course it's going to move the needle a little bit. I just don't think it was so spectacular. And it's also definitely not permanent. I mean, but most of those people may or may not have changed their views before the revelations about this cough became apparent, because let us not forget that in Italy a lot of the information related to the origin of this cough has been, well, censored. And it's probably the country where discussions about this cough have been the least free in Europe. Even Germany was a bit more tolerant with disinformation than Italy. I mean, Italy was completely intolerant with that, especially while Conte was in power, of course. Yes,
and it's even more ironic that China is the outlet that pushes the most propaganda on your own news wires, but at the same time, in their own country, they blame you, the country of Italy, for this fluffy cover.
So that's what I'm saying. I mean, you look it up in your country and see who's running these things. And especially if they're running them, see if they're being transparent about it. Because, at some point you cannot really stop, well, you can, but it's pretty complicated, legally speaking. You cannot really stop anyone, really, from, copy-pasting Chinese propaganda. But at the very least, if they're honest about it, okay, fine. But if they're not, then it becomes a problem. Like I have my own beef with a certain news outlet here, who almost every time they write anything about technology, it just so happens that it's only Huawei's position that is represented. But again, legally speaking, it's very difficult to stop them. What's a lot more efficient is to bankrupt them by not buying their papers and by exposing them consistently. I've made this case before back in 2018 when CNN was at the height of its lying about anything, really. That there should be, and there were, and it worked, by the way, there should be consistent protests right at the workplace of the lying newspaper. Right? Don't let those journalists be, not afraid, but made unease. Not be at peace. When they get into work and when they get off work, have 200 or 300 people shout at them that they're a bunch of fucking liars and a bunch of CCP shills. Day in and day out. It doesn't take long. 50 or 60 days of that, it's usually enough to see a change in the mind frame.
Or you could do something like how the former Top Gear stars did that thing. You simply borrow a tank and then pocket it from the BBC and then point the gun at the entrance.
But that's, getting a tank is pretty expensive in Italy. It's not that it's complicated or illegal. It is legal, especially if you don't have the ammunition for it. But it's pretty expensive, and the country has been made intentionally poor, not just under the excuse of this cough. Even before, I mean, Italy had been in an economic crisis since 2018 at the very least. So this cough only made things worse. I mean, Italy is not getting out of its economic crisis anytime soon, and of course things aren't particularly helped either by the fact that the Italian government is one of those. Right, one of those stuck in the Wuhan project. And how do I know it? Well, just today I stumbled upon a small group of Italian tourists. What the hell are they doing here? Oh yeah, that's right. You can't really do anything in Italy, and the flight all the way here is pretty cheap. So so there's that. All right. Next one coming from BILD, which is an editorial from BILD, but it's important. BILD asks all children for forgiveness. To millions of children in this country, Germany, for which us as a society are all responsible, I would like to say what our federal government and our chancellor haven't dared say. We ask for your forgiveness. We ask for your forgiveness for 1.5 years of politics that have made you victims. Victims of violence, neglect, isolation, and emotional solitude. For a political and media coverage that even to this day made you feel like you're a poison and gave you the feeling that you are somehow a mortal danger for our society. You are not that. Do not let yourselves be influenced. We have to protect you. It's not your duty to protect us. We're ashamed as a society. I would like to say this as clearly as possible. What has been done to you, the children of our country, by a government that we, the parents, have elected above all else for you, a government that apparently we have not criticized harshly enough for the closing of schools and football fields, makes us ashamed as a society. Since the pandemic started in March 2020, 20 persons under the age of 20 died due to the coronavirus in Germany. In the year 2020, 152 children under the age of 14 have been killed, 40 more than in the same period in 2019. These represent what our children go through to this day, in the isolated and closed rooms of the lockdown, in small social housing, but also in spacious houses for which Merkel obviously triggered the violence without opening the refugees and protection rooms. These children represent all of the abused children whose bruises and wounds could not be seen nor reported by any teacher or football coach. We closed the schools last and opened them first. Our government from Berlin and the Bundeslands are breaking this promise every day. Finding out what has this done to our children seems to be worth the effort for Chancellor Angela Merkel and her ministers to make the effort and send students and teachers back to school immediately. The beer gardens are full, but the classrooms are empty. The Swedes have never closed down their schools. They have lived up to their responsibility for caring for their children. We haven't. The Minister for Children, Women and Families just prematurely left her position to prepare herself for an electoral campaign, untroubled by the accusations of plagiarizing her doctorate. Franziska Giffey left without leaving at least one post-it with 2 sentences about what could be done better for children. There is no expression more cynical than for the indifference towards those they were entrusted for their safety with. Above all else, what has been done to our children? A lot of people have had enough. BILD always warned, but nothing has happened. Was there ever a Merkel summit for children? No. In fact, our children were told that if they dared to be children, like meeting their friends, they will kill grandma. None of this has ever been scientifically proven. It was easy to claim that as children, well, they don't fight out and they do not vote. Propaganda slogans against children. My question to all politicians is, who will tell a child with his legs full of bruises to his face that teaching is a problem of the Bundeslands and the municipalities? My friends tell me of their adolescent sons who up until the pandemic were doing sports 5 times per week, and now they're doing none of that. Their pubescent energy, fury and desperations is bottled up inside instead of on a ball in a shot on goal. We have to finally realize that we have created emotional wrecks. When the state takes away the rights of a child, it has to prove that by doing this, a clear and concrete and immediate danger is prevented. This evidence has never been produced. It was exchanged for propaganda slogans about children as a pandemic factor. Anyone who wanted to object was not invited in the expert panel of the Chancellery. With what all of this has caused, I've lived to see it personally when I was permitted to visit the impressive everyday heroes of the Arche in Berlin Hellersdorf a few weeks back. The poorest children of our wealthy nation who have otherwise found their everyday structure, support, refuge and food came only once every 2 weeks during the pandemic. And that is because no one in politics has ever bothered to facilitate it better. You have to see at least once how a 9-year-old says to you, "I love you, you're my best friend," after you have played Uno with him for 2 hours, to make an idea of just how lonely these children are. There are only a few weeks left in which our government is in power. I beg you to use the remaining time and all your power to finally take care of the children and to do everything to repair what you have done to our youngest and weakest. Our politicians should open schools and gyms rather than opening campaign booths. Otherwise, you will leave behind a field of rubble made from the souls of those children on your consciousness and in the history books.
BILD, blink twice if you're alright.
Now, admittedly, BILD has been on the Corona skeptic. It was the only mainstream outlet that was, not particularly in the song of the pandemic, right? Whereas in the previous pandemic, it was Der Spiegel who was at the forefront of contesting pandemic measures. This time around, it was BILD for the most part. Still, too little, too late. That's one aspect. Second aspect, this article is only wrong in the sense that it doesn't go far enough. It really doesn't go far enough because... and we've discussed this in the Romanian language podcast as well, but it's worth mentioning here as well. Then the people who were between the ages of 8 and 18 throughout the year 2020, well, this year probably not, maybe not next year, but in 10 years, all 100% of them will be having a right to vote. And by that time, you should expect, now, let me put it this way. Alternative für Deutschland at its worst is a center-left party, compared to the kind of political party these children will be preferring. There will come a wave of radicalization. Luckily for Germany, it's been having a horrendous total fertility rate lately, so that means it won't be a very numerous generation. But if they happen to be a very persuasive generation, then you're fucked.
Yeah, because we've seen the same thing in history. The ones that was about young during the First World War and the subsequent Weimar Republic were the ones that voted for Hitler in 1933. Well, of course, it will probably not go that way to go full Nazi again.
No, it's going to be a different kind of
It's going to be a different kind of nationalism, and when nationalism starts beating his drum in Germany,
that's a cause of concern for the rest of Europe.
You better look for the lifeboats.
Yeah. It doesn't even have to be nationalism. In fact, I'm willing to bet that it's not going to be a nationalist kind of radicalization. And the reason I don't think it's going to be necessarily nationalistic, or if it will be, it won't be anywhere near as dangerous as many politologists suspect. No, and the reason I don't think this will be the case is because the foundations of the new radicalization, which is coming, you cannot stop it unless you're willing to arrest 10 million people tomorrow. And you won't, because you can't. So, therefore, you cannot stop it. So, if any German establishmentarian is listening, take notes, because this is what's coming for you personally. So, the foundation, the intellectual foundation, is not going to be created by the kids, of course. It's going to be created by those who created the lateral thinking movement, the Querdenker. And those people, they really have two things to unite them. Fuck the experts, fuck the government. That'll be pretty much it. On anything else, they have really wide-ranging opinions. And yes, there are a few of them who are basically National Socialists, but there are quite a lot of them who are either of the persuasion of bring back the German Empire, so pre-Bismarck, or there are also people there who have my opinion, make Germany 5 or 6 or 7 states again. There are also a lot of global homo leftists in the collective of the lateral thinking movement. There are quite a lot of those. And whether they intend to or not, it doesn't matter, because again, this will happen organically, and there's very few ways to stop it. One way would be, of course, for Merkel to come out and say 100% of what I've been doing lately was entirely wrong, which is not going to happen. So therefore, the most efficient way to stop it is not on the table. So therefore, you won't stop it. But it's going to happen organically, sooner or later. Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but in a few years, the best spoken individuals of every faction of the lateral thinking movement will be having 1, 2, 10, 15, 20 summits, meetings. And at some point they will be having a common platform. Whether it's going to be a political party or just a civic platform, I don't know. I suspect it will eventually become both, but I don't know, and it doesn't really matter, because maybe they will even decide not to go down the political party route, but just use the kids and grow them to becoming the next journalistic class and artistic class. In which case they will basically go down the route of politics is downstream from culture, which is exactly what the Greens have been doing, and now they're reaping the benefits out of it, right? So this is a very longer term kind of project, and it will happen. Someone in the lateral thinking movement will be having this idea and will try to implement it. And when it will bear fruit, and it will, for sure, you're not going to like it. Because it will have ramifications on everything, just like the pandemic measures have had ramifications on everything. And the biggest supporters will be those who were under the age of 18 over the last 14 months, for sure. Because, and again, in Germany it's probably not that bad, it's even worse in Italy, a lot worse in Spain. But all over Europe, I guess with the exception of Sweden, there was nothing, either good or bad. It was just, kids were just never considered. And that was at best. At worst, in countries like Germany and Italy and Spain, yes, kids were propagandized with frightening and false messages of "you're killing grandma," which was wrong. It was scientifically wrong. And no sane person will believe you the expert class, you the establishment, you Jens Spahn personally, because I know one of your counselors watches the sofa. So anyway, nobody will trust you when you will say that, well, we didn't know. Yes, you did. The first study proving that kids do not transmit this cough appeared on April the 3rd, 2020. The second one appeared on April the 10th, 2020. Then another 50 such studies appeared by May the 15th, 2020. So you did know. Yet messaging,
you just chose not to believe it.
You chose not to believe it, you chose not to take it into account, of course, but you did know. And yet the German establishment, just like the Italian and the Spanish establishment, continued, and the Portuguese to a certain extent, continued to broadcast messaging, anti-children messaging essentially, by saying that, kids are killing grandma. And all the way till February 2021, that's when that kind of message is finally flattened out. But it took a year.
Yeah, and speaking of killing grandma, it's going to have even worse ramifications at the cultural level when it's going to be these kids against their parents.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Especially if
fuck grandma is gonna be a thing.
or in this case, it's gonna be in that decade or so, as you mentioned, it's gonna be fuck mom and dad.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're the ones that voted for these imbeciles in government, and tacitly approved of their actions in order to save grandma.
Yes, that's true.
This is going to be very important to observe. Okay, not in the case of Germany, but in the case of Italy and Spain and Portugal in particular, because specifically the Latin countries, because those are the most family centered, and centuries didn't shift this cultural norm.
I suspect Italy won't shift it this time either, but Spain might. France might. Germany might. Portugal might. And in France, we already seen it. I mean, it's just what 2 or 3 months since it was trending on Twitter. Hashtag Merci Boomer. And again, especially again, not all kids, but some of the kids, like this article from BILD correctly points out, some of these kids have been, well, more or less intentionally traumatized by the state. And that's the kind of thing that you don't forget. You don't. Trust me, you don't. And they will remember it 20 years from now, 30 years from now. And when they will think that they have an opportunity to take vengeance on it, some of them will. Of course, most of them won't, but a few of them will. I will be very, very surprised to learn 30 years from now that by that time we will still be having a similar level of serial killers. I think we'll be having a higher level of them. Because in some countries, some kids have been intentionally traumatized to such an enormous extent by the state, and yes, with the aid of the kids' parents, that's true, but still, the state is first and foremost at fault for this, that I don't think those kids will ever be properly adjusted humans in society. Again, it's not it doesn't have to be many. It's enough if 0.3% go the route I'm saying, and it's going to be a huge security issue.
Yeah, and there are such ticking time bombs everywhere on the planet.
And you've just created a lot more of them by the tens of millions all over Europe. You, the state. You've just created a lot more of them. And it's not going to get better because of that. And it's not just the closing down of schools, because
well, if only was that, but no, you should have sports clubs, football fields, playgrounds,
parks in some countries,
parks,
like Italy,
It even happened in Romania during the state of emergency. The parks were closed.
Yeah, but it was 2 months. In Italy, they're closed now.
Yeah.
2 versus 14 months. And again, I went down the park during the state of emergency. Nobody asked me anything, and there were kids in the park. In Bucharest, I was in Bucharest in the second half of the state of emergency, and it was basically me, the security guard, and a few kids. So yeah, officially they were closed, but again, nobody was bothered if they were breaking the rules. In Italy, you are. And especially in Italy and Spain, where and Germany, where the measures lasted for way too bloody long, way beyond the affordability point and bearability point of kids. And on top of that, of course, probably the most affected will be the kids who were unfortunate enough, not just to be poor, but to be in the household of panic cards. I've met recently a few kids who basically, and again in Romania nobody bothered you at all, and of course, at least in my neighborhood, the kids have been playing outside for the entirety of the pandemic. Nobody cared about the rules, of course. But again, I live in a neighborhood of normal people. Unfortunately, not all people are normal. Some of them are brutally insane, and unfortunately some of them have children. And I've met a few kids recently, and who just started getting out of their house like last week, since March 2020.
Oh boy.
I'm pretty sure of the 6 kids that I spoke with, one of them will commit a very serious crime over the next 10 years. For sure. I'm willing to bet. I don't know which one of those 6, but one of them for sure. And the other 5 won't be well in the head even 10 years from now.
Yeah, so in order to summarize what the COF has done, fucked up the economy, fucked up the supply chains, fucked up the society.
We'll be talking about the supply chains later on.
And fucked up on pretty much
the next generation.
1.5 generations of kids. Well, this is the next decade also ain't gonna be pretty.
Now, of course, we should look at it positively, because there's going to be a lot of content to comment for us on the sofa. For sure. There won't be any slow news weeks or days anytime soon, that's for sure. And we'll just have to wait for another year or so when the statistics for 2020 and 2021 will become definitive, because that's when you will see a very spectacular evolution, and not in a good sense, on all sorts of metrics, like mental health, like yes, obesity. And in richer countries, there will be a crisis of obesity, for sure. It's very, very hard to imagine not to happen, such a crisis not happening. Very hard. So yeah, there will be a lot of crises happening at the same time, and good luck managing those. And of course, at that moment, when such things will become apparent, you'll see
it's going to be too late.
Oh, not only that, but you'll find a lot of politicians willing to promise you that they can manage them and help you manage them, and if you believe them, you're at fault. It is what it is. And yeah, the editor-in-chief at BILD is correct. That one of the reasons these kinds of anti-children measures lasted for so long is because children don't vote. And unfortunately, many societies don't. They either go full retard and they make children-centric politics all the time, which is wrong, or they outright ignore all children, which is also wrong. And Germany is one of the latter category. They only focus on adults, preferably older than 30. So basically, if you're under 30, you don't matter in Germany. Especially if you're 15, nobody cares what you think, unless you play for die Mannschaft. Right? If you play for die Mannschaft, then maybe they might care, maybe. But that would be pretty much it. Otherwise, they don't. And that's gonna have a cost. And by the way, all of y'all boomers who've been supporting Angela Merkel, those are the kids who are supposed to pay your pension. Oh, and by the way, some of those kids are named Muhammad. I'm just saying. So, especially in those minority areas, what was the only place that offered them some sort of normality? The mosque. Congratulations, Germany. Congratulations. Oh well. It's gonna be fun, but at least better late than never. I mean, BILD making this gesture just got itself a huge white ball in its corner. I mean, yeah, this is something that we should see much more often, precisely from the media, because the media is at least 10% at fault for the situation, if not more so. Especially the media outlets, or BILD did, but the media outlets who did not speak out at all throughout the period. By being afraid of not fueling disinformation and all sorts of crap like that. And yeah, you, the reader, should be sanctioning them too. Like, stop reading those who refused to speak out, read more those who did. Buy their subscriptions, things of that nature. All right, moving slightly to the west of Germany. Politico Eric Zemmour, the French TV star who is stealing Marine Le Pen's thunder. He's the man Marine Le Pen says make her look reasonable. Not a week goes by without Eric Zemmour kicking off a controversy about immigration, sexism, Islam, or gender issues based on Red Pill. Now, the question obsessing Parisian circles is this: will he use his notoriety as a springboard to the Élysée? Zemmour, a journalist turned celebrity pundit, has been convicted several times for inciting hate speech and is seen by many as responsible for sexist and racist rhetoric leaking into the mainstream. I'm sure he cares. Yet even his political opponents admit his meteoric rise on French television shows that he is tapping into the declinist zeitgeist in France. His diatribes are deemed so inflammatory that his daily shows are now pre-recorded and checked before going to air. This week, for instance, Zemmour compared puberty-blocking treatments prescribed for trans children to Nazi medical experiments. Well, that's a fair comparison.
Yeah. Mengele is having an Aladdin moment right now.
Well, yeah, considering that not even the Nazis thought about this shit. I mean,
yeah.
Anyway, allegations of sexual misconduct against him have further heightened an already polarized debate about his influence. Well, it's France. I mean, sexual misconduct is every Frenchman's second name. I mean, the threat of a Zemmour presidential bid is taken so seriously that Le Pen has called on her own father, Jean-Marie, whom she excluded from the party, for help in fighting him. In conversation, Le Pen has said that he could stop the national rally from being in the second round, referring to France's presidential election system, in which the two highest scoring candidates in a first vote face off in a runoff. Le Pen is wrapping up her third bid for the presidency, with polls putting her neck and neck with Emmanuel Macron, but her decision to abandon some of the far-right's more radical positions may make her vulnerable to a candidate trying to outflank her on the right. If Zemmour ran against Le Pen, he could split the far-right vote. At first glance, Zemmour, a slight wary author of several books on French politics and history, seems an unlikely torchbearer for the far-right. But for years now, he has been leading light of the French New Reactionaries movement, writers who challenge what they say is the dominance of the left in France. What they say. Come on, we all know that this is true. Fuck off. Zemmour's many books made the case that France has been in decline since 1968, fact check true, giving in to the forces of laissez-faire progressives, unchecked immigration and Islam, fact check true, c'est vrai. Zemmour, who is Jewish and of Algerian descent, has popularized the concept of the grand replacement, a conspiracy theory whereby Europeans are gradually being replaced by immigrants, which is popular in white supremacist circles. There are no white supremacists in France. Come on. I mean, seriously, there... And he shares with the culture warrior Jordan Peterson the idea that Western societies are suffering from a crisis of masculinity. Well, aren't they? I mean, if men were men, an old senile lady like Angela Merkel would have been unable to lock down children. Because if kids had fathers, capital F fathers, Angela Merkel would have been physically helicoptered by now. She wasn't, because there is a crisis of masculinity, I'm just saying. Many accuse Zemmour and the like of providing the xenophobic far-right with the philosophical backbone. Oh yeah, that's what scares you. His books, meanwhile, have been bestsellers. His 2014 The French Suicide, a polemic with apocalyptic overtones on national decline, sold over 400,000 copies. It was breaking into television that made Zemmour the political marmite of the French establishment, fiercely hated and loved. His show Face à l'Info has given a second life to a 24-hour news channel, CNews, which is emerging as a platform for right-wing ideas in the vein of Fox News. Good luck, mate. We really need a Fox News in Europe. Zemmour's strength is that he's a thinker who can riff on de Gaulle, the French Revolution, and Charles Martel, but also deliver pithy one-liners that will go viral on Twitter. His evening slot has seen its audience multiplied by 10 since 2019 to more than 900,000 viewers today. All the news channels were an open tap of warm water politics, said Robert Ménard, far-right mayor of Béziers in southern France. CNews ditched the politically correct and decided to service viewers who had nowhere to air their views. Eric Zemmour is their best spokesperson. Now the voices calling on him to transform that following into a political force are growing stronger. Zemmour did not respond to a political request for comment. I think he did, but you don't like the response. Those working behind the scenes on his hypothetical campaign say Zemmour has not made up his mind. He's not a candidate right now, said Jacques Bompard, mayor of Orange, who is backing a Friends of Eric Zemmour list of candidates running for the regional elections in June. We're pushing him, it's not him who is pushing us. But there are signs campaign preparations are underway. We have a structure ready, said an official working on the I'm Signing for Zemmour movement, but we're keeping a window open to unplug a campaign just in case. The results of the regional elections in June are key, he said. If the far-right national rally underperforms, it could propel Zemmour center stage. The target electorate are his viewers, a 50-plus wealthy generation, but also the self-employed and small business owners, said the officials. Over the past couple of months, supporters have created groups on Telegram, Twitter, and other channels. Yes, I'm on their Telegram group, it's lovely. Calling for him to run in 2022. Zemmour has also been searching for a presidential campaign director, as reported by Playbook Paris. Former right-wing campaign director Patrick Stefanini, who advised ex-Prime Minister François Fillon on his failed 2017 presidential bid, was approached by Zemmour to work for him. He presented his project to me and I listened with interest, said Stefanini. He has an incredible talent and his project is interesting, but can his talent with words become a political force? Can he gather a real team behind him? In Marine Le Pen's camp, the impact of a Zemmour presidential bid is taken seriously. He makes me look reasonable, Le Pen has said of her potential rival during a private conversation. He's into the clash of civilizations, while I say yes, Islam is compatible with the Republic. He moves me towards the center-right, she said. Le Pen's strategy to normalize the national rally by changing its name, excluding her father, and abandoning policies such as exiting the European Union or the Euro appears to be widening her appeal, but her strategy may be opening up a space for a candidate to her right. She's no longer breaking with the system, said Jean-Marie Le Pen advisor Laurent de Saint-Afrique. How will she keep her promises? She's putting herself in a situation where she's promising things that she won't be able to deliver if she's elected president. Swallowing her pride, Marine Le Pen sought help from her father in fighting Zemmour earlier this month, despite having excluded him from a party, according to several party officials who confirmed the report from magazine Le Point. It's a risky decision for Zemmour, who stands to lose his income as a journalist at CNews and the conservative daily Le Figaro, if he embarks on a perilous electoral adventure. One poll by IFOP said 13% of the French would be prepared to vote for Zemmour, but only 4% would definitely vote for him. And then there's his relationship with women. Allegations of sexual misconduct have surfaced over the past couple of months. In April, a socialist local official posted a testimony online accusing Zemmour of forcing her to kiss him when she was a young campaigner in 2006. The investigative website Mediapart has since published several testimonies of women complaining of forced kisses and inappropriate gestures. No, Zemmour is just being French. No legal complaints have yet been lodged against Zemmour, and none will be. I think the cases are empty, said his lawyer Olivier Pardot. The woman from the Socialist Party says her memory was triggered by a poster of Eric Zemmour. So are we to believe her memory wasn't triggered when she saw Eric Zemmour on television? But the allegations have put Zemmour and his employers under pressure, and with greater public exposure would come greater public scrutiny. Macron's campaign in 2017 has sharpened appetites and convinced many that it is impossible to run for the presidency without a party and without experience. But Zemmour is no doubt aware Macron didn't stroll into the Élysée, but had ministerial aides, money and political heavyweights backing him. He's not a man who would sacrifice his comfortable lifestyles and a prominent right-wing political advisor. He's capable of intellectual transgression, but not real-life ones. People who know him very well, his friends, know he won't go all the way. It's a little show that he's toying with, he said. There's also the fear that Zemmour could scupper Le Pen's chances in 22, something his fan base would never forgive. Of course he's aware of the risk, said the Ménard, mayor of Béziers. And he's thinking about it. It's definitely one of my concerns, but the speculation over whether Zemmour will run may be secondary to a potentially more potent phenomenon. In addition to his media appearances, Zemmour is building up a network that he can use as a leverage at a time when immigration and security are key issues for voters. Zemmour's online supporters, some from the gaming community, can be a significant force, said the official working in his movements. You don't need many, maybe 150, maybe 200. If they all push the same topic online, it starts trending. Fact check true. Such a force could be used to promote, damage or hold Le Pen to account. And beyond that, his supporters have noticed that French ministers are appearing on his evening show, and that's a sign that even Macron is listening. Yes. I don't know how many of you, because unfortunately there's very little content in English available by Eric Zemmour. I've been following his work since 2014 or 15. Ever since his book with the Great Replacement. Yes, I read his book. But unfortunately, he doesn't produce content in English, or at least I'm not aware. There were a few small clips of him talking in English, but nothing of significance. He's very focused entirely on France, and of course, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, and in order to understand the importance of those 900,000 viewers that he's got when he's talking at CNews, that means nearly an eighth of the country of France is listening to him, and he just has to do that constantly, and the message at one point will propagate.
Yeah. And, put it this way, I mean, this speculation of him running for president, I don't think he will. But imagine him saying, you know what, all jokes aside, vote for Le Pen. I mean, that's it. And suddenly you're in deep shit if you're Macron.
Yeah, and even I will be on the side that he won't be running for an election, because indeed he would split the vote, and then it won't be a fight against the right versus the left or the center like Macron is. It's going to be a fight between him and Le Pen, which is invariably going to end the third party winning in this battle.
It would privilege Macron for sure. Yeah. And then you would be having a very boring final between Macron and whoever the Republicans, Les Républicains, will decide to field. Which wouldn't be terrible if Les Républicains were to have a decent candidate, which they won't. I believe we spoke last episode about the lack of talent on the Republican side. And I don't think they'll be able to find someone. François Fillon is kind of toast, although he would have been a good candidate. He would have been a very good president. But he's toast. is a toxic asset, so therefore he won't be fielded. And all of the other alternatives, I'm like, I wouldn't vote for those people. I just wouldn't. Considering that the French electorate is very passionate, well, Latin people, you need someone that can make the electorate's blood boil. It's how French elections work. I mean, you have to be an electrifying figure. And Zemmour is not really an electrifying figure. That's why I don't think he would be running for presidency. He will, of course, try his best to be a kingmaker, and maybe even seek some influence to the lower levels of the Rassemblement National, and even in the Republican Party. Why not? Especially now that he knows for sure, and now even Politico admits it in public, that he also has the ear of Macron. Because, well, if you know that this is the case, you have to be very stupid not to try to exploit that in your favor. And, you know, Zemmour is many things, but he's not stupid. Definitely not stupid. He's a very, very smart individual. And him being able to get this far shows that even if he doesn't have a long-term plan, he's able to come up with one whenever it is needed. And again, I say this because I've been following his work for more than 6 years, and in many ways, especially his attitudes, resembles quite a lot with mine. Namely, okay, we know what to do for the next 6 months. We'll see. We'll see after we get there what to do next. He's not a man of long-term planning. He's a man of shorter-term planning. He's like, the overall goal is to defeat the left. Okay, let's see how we get there. Let's start working. Let's see 6 months. Let's see how things are working. Tweak things. So he has long-term goals, but he doesn't have long-term plans, which makes him very flexible, and that's why the establishment is afraid of him, because he's very much independent in his thinking. Obviously, he's not afraid of pissing off anyone. So as a result, he's a wild card on the grand scheme of things. You know, when every political operative who's doing calculations in France has to keep Zemmour in the back of his mind, in the sense that, okay, this will be an influencing factor, but to what extent and what kind of influencing is a question mark. Because, you know, he's not really owned by almost anyone. He's very independent in his thinking. You know, on topics you would expect him to go full far right, he actually goes very reasonable. On other topics where you would expect him to go reasonable, he just doesn't, because he refuses to. On topics where you expect him to be pretty much on the reactionary side, he just goes even beyond the reactionary side, like comparing trannies with the Nazis. It's not that he's wrong, but that's the kind of comparison I would have never done on mainstream TV, because it's too inflammatory. That's why. It's not that it's wrong, but it's too inflammatory. But that's the thing, you know, he's an intellectual, he's not a political operative, and as a result, he will always go with what makes intellectual sense rather than what it makes political sense, which oftentimes that's not a bad thing. But as a political candidate, he would have to go with these kinds of compromises. I don't think he wants to. And besides, in one of the subtitles of this article, Politico compares him, it says, essentially calling him Francis Tucker Carlson, which is not a terrible comparison, although Tucker Carlson is nowhere near as inflammatory as Zemmour. But again, you know, I couldn't see Tucker Carlson comparing transgender therapy on minors with Nazi experiments. I just don't think, I can't see Tucker Carlson going that far. Although again, he did compare this with various versions of criminal medical experiments, but usually stopped to, you know, extreme examples from the US, because admittedly the US has quite a few of those examples in its history, but never go that far. But you know, yeah. Now, will Zemmour run for president? Who knows? Again, he's an independent thinking guy. He could wake up tomorrow and say, yeah, you know what, President Zemmour doesn't sound that bad. Okay, let's try. Or he could wake up tomorrow and say, you know what, nah, we're going to support Le Pen. Why not? Because, and the thing is that especially now, because France has had a similar type of measures with relation to this cough, kind of like Romania, although they went a little bit further than we did. People have had a lot of time to read on this shit. And Zemmour was one of the first ones, if not the first mainstream voice, to come and say, you know what, now this is a cough coming from Wuhan, but it's basically just a cough and it's nowhere near that dangerous, and Macron is stupid, and 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 also all of these skeptical and all of the debate really around this cough and around the measures, and almost all of it was held on his show. That's why his audience skyrocketed, because even those who really don't like him, they were like, okay, but if we have doubts in relation to government policy related to the Wuhan cough, where are we going to see any doubt expressed or any honest idea being discussed? Well, on Zemmour's show. So yeah. Now, will that audience be good enough to capitalize it politically? For him personally, probably not. But he will be an influence as to how many votes Le Pen gets, how many votes, especially how many votes Macron doesn't get. Yeah. Because this is another aspect that I don't think I ever explained. But actually I did only once on this channel. It's not just important how many votes your candidate gets, but it's also equally important how many votes your opposition doesn't get. If you can convince some supporters of the opposition not to go to the polls, is just as good as getting new votes for your candidate. Voter suppression propaganda.
Yeah, voter suppression propaganda, exactly.
Yeah. And Zemmour might be able to do. Actually, he might be able to do that even more and even better than pro-Le Pen propaganda. Because and also because he can tap into all of those frustrations, and if he already promoted the so-called Great Replacement, which is an exaggeration. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's an exaggeration. It's a difference between, but of course Politico is unable intellectually to make the difference between the two. But if you can use the frustration for that and tie it right in an intellectual knot and say, well, look, they're all the same man, so maybe you shouldn't be voting, especially if you like Macron. Maybe stay at home, save lives, grandma won't die, and things of that nature. Because again, let's face it, those who want to vote Le Pen will turn up to the polls. Right? The electorate of the Rassemblement National has been incredibly disciplined. Time and time again, and especially now when there is a reasonable chance of seeing Madame le Président, they'll probably turn up anyway. So he would be much more useful for the capital C cause if he were to try to depress the Emmanuel Macron vote. I don't know if it's possible. I think it is, but he would be much more useful in that direction. Because he's kind of unlike Jordan Peterson, who is a very optimistic, promotes stoicism, but he has a very optimistic outlook of things, just like I do. Zemmour doesn't. Zemmour is a black pill philosopher. Right? I don't think he wants to, because his books are a little bit more optimistic in a way, even though they're pretty terrible and depressing. But they do have an optimistic streak. But his shows are just incredibly depressing, oftentimes. So he's a more or less. I don't know if he wants to or not, but he comes off as a black pill philosopher. So as a result, him being oriented towards Macron's supporters and trying to black pill those, maybe even frame things like, of course, the future is far right, and this is, Macronism is a lost cause. And
Yeah.
If you are a virgin Macronist, okay, but be a virgin at home. Just don't go vote and be virgin in public, because that's terrible. Things like that. Of course, I'm simplifying things quite a lot, but that's where I think he would be useful. I don't think he would be useful as a personal candidate, as a candidate himself personally. But yeah, I guess we'll see. I think the regional elections are this weekend or next weekend. We'll see the results of the France's regional elections, and then maybe we can get an idea. All right. Also, somewhere around France, Deutsche Welle: Danish Secret Service helped US spy on Germany's Angela Merkel. Denmark's Secret Service helped the NSA spy on EU leaders, including German Chancellor Angela Merkel and President Frank-Walter Steinmeier, a European media investigation published on Sunday revealed. The disclosure that the US had been spying on its allies first came to light in 2013, but it's only now that journalists have gained access to reports detailing the support given to the NSA by the Danish Defense Intelligence Service. The report showed that Germany's close ally and neighbor cooperated with the US spying operations that targeted the Chancellor and the President. And the then Chancellor, candidate for the German center-left Socialist Party, Peer Steinbrück, was also a target, the new report disclosed. Secret Service sources passed on the information to a team including Danish, Swedish and Norwegian broadcasters, the DR, the SVT and the NRK respectively, as well as the French newspaper Le Monde, German newspaper Süddeutsche Zeitung and German public broadcasters NDR and WDR. Steinbrück spoke to the German members of the research team upon finding out about the spying operations against him. Politically, I consider this a scandal, he said. While he accepted that Western states require functioning intelligence services, the fact that Danish authorities had been spying on their partners showed that they are rather doing things on their own. Neither Merkel nor Steinmeier had any knowledge of these spying operations carried out by leading Danish government officials. A spokesperson said that the Chancellor had been informed of the revelations. The Danish government knew of the involvement of their country's secret service in the NSA scandal by 2015 at the latest. They began to collect information on the FA's cooperation with the NSA between 2012 and 2014 in the secret Dunhammer report following the disclosures by the former NSA employee and whistleblower Edward Snowden. The information they gathered made it clear that the Danish Security Service had helped the NSA to spy on leading politicians in Sweden, Norway, the Netherlands and France as well as Germany. Danish intelligence also helped the US agency to spy on the Danish foreign and finance ministers as well as the Danish weapons manufacturer. The Danish Security Services also cooperated with the NSA on spying operations against the US government itself. Upon discovering exactly how far the cooperation between the two countries' intelligence services went, the Danish government forced the entire leadership of the FA to step down in 2020. Oh, Mette Frederiksen is going with a great reset. A Danish expert in Secret Service operations, Thomas Wegner-Freys, believed that the FA was faced with a choice about which global partners to work more closely with. They made a clear decision to work with the Americans and against the European partners. Patrick Sensburg, who led the German parliamentary committee to investigate the NSA spying scandal, was not surprised by the news. For the lawmaker from Merkel's Christian Democratic Union, it is important to understand what drives secret services. It's not about friendship, it's not about moral or ethical aspirations, it's about pursuing interests. Oh, fact check true. The NSA, the FA and Danish Defense Ministry did not respond to requests for comment on the research. However, a general statement from the Defense Ministry said that the systematic bugging of close allies is unacceptable. Wah. Yeah, so it's been 8 years since this scandal started, and we're still finding out new things about it. I don't think it is still available. I wrote it in a newspaper that went bankrupt in 2018, but I wrote in 2013 for a Swedish newspaper and also for a Romanian newspaper, but I only wrote in Swedish and Romanian, so I can't quote myself in English here. I wrote at the time that the scandal is not just about Merkel, and I wrote then that it was Germany, it was Sweden, it was France, it was Denmark, and I also included Italy in my list, and I still insist that I'm right, so it's probably going to take a few more years until that becomes public. Now, the biggest problem that I had since this scandal began in 2013 is this pretension that, oh my God, this is news. Or the pretension that, oh, but you know, like the guy from the defense ministry in Denmark said, oh, but you know, systematic bugging of close allies is unacceptable. Really? Are you sure you work at the defense ministry? If you do, what are you there? The janitor? I mean, really? You know, this kind of thing has been going on since 1940 something, at the very least. And you know, spying between allies is not a new thing. And it continues to be happening to this day, but then again, I guess the spying for 2020 coronavirus-related spying, that will be unsealed in 2030 or something like that, or maybe even later than that. We were joking on the Romanian language podcast last week that it would truly be a great reset if the FSB, that would be the Federalnej Služby Bezopasnosti, the KGB essentially, if the FSB archives for the last 10 years with relation to Europe would be somehow get leaked. The political class of most countries of Europe would have to be put under firing squad. Like all of it, especially in Germany. Like nobody from the German political establishment would be worthy of still being alive after after such a leak. They're all connected.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. The common thread among all the countries that were being spied on by this Danish-American partnership, including the Danes themselves,
and the US itself.
and US itself, but to a lesser extent, focusing on Europe. The common thread are the Russians, especially in the case of Germany.
Yes.
But even in the case of Denmark, I remember roll back a few episodes, we've talked about how Danske Bank laundered $200 billion for Russian citizens through their bank.
Yeah, and but it's not for Russian citizens. No, it's for about a couple of dozens Russian citizens. Now it's for Putin's oligarchs essentially.
Yeah, pretty
right?
much.
In 2013, the leadership of Sweden was formed by people who were like, why should we bother defending Gotland? And the Russian submarines were just saying hello off the coast of Gotland, right, to the people on the beach. I'm just saying, right?
Привет, товарищ.
Привет, товарищ, да. So there's that, right? Also in Norway at the time, the leadership was neglecting its northern defense, the northern Norway being a direct border with Russia. Okay? The same thing with France, right? At the time, there was fear that significant numbers of cabinet officials may have been compromised by the FSB. It turns out that only one, and it wasn't really a cabinet member, but a cabinet official, so lower rank and whatnot, and the scandal was easily swept under the rug, and the particular official just fired. But the worry was much higher, and that's how the whole thing got triggered in the first place. Same thing with Italy, and the Russian-Italian cooperation continued all the way till present day. I mean, remember in April 2020 when Russia sent the coronavirus aid to Italy. And it was just like in those Cold War era cartoons where Russian soldiers just happened to stop to unpack the aid sent from Mother Russia just in front of the NATO headquarters. And I mean, come on. That was the initial motivation. Now, of course, as this German official correctly says, that look, this is not about morality, it's just pursuit of interests. I don't, where is it? Whatever. But just like this guy says, and he's correct, it's not about friendships, it's not about moral and ethical aspirations, it's about pursuing interests. Yes, that's correct. Fact check, true. The interest of the empire, with the capital in the US, is for it to have as few officials of its own as possible compromised by CCP or FSB. And as a result, especially considering that some of them have a history of not being particularly nice kids on the playground, such as, yes, Germany, well, trust but verify.
Yeah.
Trust but verify.
Yes, it's exactly the former KGB mantra of trust but verify. But even if it comes from KGB, it still makes sense for the rest.
Oh yeah. I mean, not everything that the KGB did was entirely wrong, and some of their intelligence tools, which have since been declassified and they're just common literature for everyone, some of those are bloody effective, and not applying them makes you the stupid. So there's that. Also, let's get this right. Spies, they have knowledge of each other. They're not rigidly separated as people imagine. They're neither James Bond. They're not. Many of them are surprisingly common people, right? And many of them are not even particularly bright, by the way. Anyway, so they're aware of each other and they exchange information with each other across party lines. It's not even it's not just that it's not beyond the imagination. It's a common occurrence to see, let's say, MI6 bird watchers talking with Ruski people who glow in the dark, and talking over at a bar, and a piece of vodka and a few cigarettes. It's not uncommon, and it's not something that is forbidden or whatever. No, spies change information with each other as a matter of routine rather than exception. And this was true during the Cold War as well. And some of the, the reason that some people ended up being famous for being double agents is because those somehow managed to do it without anyone knowing for sure. All of them were suspected of being double agents long before they got compromised, but it was just nobody knew for sure, right? But there were quite a few individuals whom both sides of the Cold War knew that those people are double agents, and yet still kept them around as a way of having a channel of communication with the other side. So, for instance, when the Soviet Union wanted to transmit something sensitive to the West, it would purposefully leak it to someone that they knew was a KGB double agent. So that person would end up taking that information on the other side of the Berlin Wall and sent to the US, and in such a way, and if things went wrong, nobody could accuse either the US or the Soviet Union for having official exchanges and communication between their intelligence communities, even though both the CIA and the KGB knew that that individual was a double agent. Right? So these things happen. They happen so often, and it's not something new. That's why Angela Merkel had basically nothing to say. Neither did Steinmeier. Steinmeier and Angela Merkel, by the way, both of them were, actually Steinmeier was only vaguely associated with the BND, but Angela Merkel was a Stasi officer. I'm sure she was not surprised. It was like, oh, well, here we go again. So yeah, that's why neither Steinmeier, the president of Germany, nor Angela Merkel had anything to say. If you remember back in 2013, she whined a little bit because it was, elections were coming up, and it sounded like a good idea to whine a little bit in public. The 2013 elections, that is. But then after the elections, she just shut up about the topic and never brought it back in public. And now, before the elections, Deutsche Welle, which is state television, brings the topic up, and Angela Merkel is very quiet about it. Well, she's not running for the election, so she can afford not to say anything. All I'm saying is that they'll be surprised of these kinds of news, and there will be more of them. There will be more of them, because spying is not is an activity that is heavily documented, especially in Europe, for at least 1,500 years. It's not that it hasn't been happening before that, but there is no definitive documentation of it happening in Europe prior to the 5th-ish century, 5th or 6th century. But at least since the 6th century onwards, spying and double agents, of course. Just like there have been, queens and kings and monarchs and boyars and dukes and archdukes. That's where spies also happen. So, yeah. All right, going to the European Union as a whole, Euractiv. Salvini gathers the best illiberals in new EU Parliament group. Italy's League leader Matteo Salvini has proposed to create a new political force in the European Parliament that would bring together his EU political group Identity and Democracy, the EU political group of Poland's ruling Law and Justice Party, which would be the European Conservatives and Reformists, and conservative politicians from the European People's Party, such as Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Italy's ANSA news agency reported. Oh, ANSA being those people who publish Chinese propaganda, right? The time has come to bring together the best of these three groups and start playing a decisive role in the EU Parliament, Salvini declared on Sunday in Cascais, Portugal, where he attended a press conference of his ID group under the slogan, Project of Another Europe. The politician also said that immigration and family issues need to be resolved in the EU. On some issues, there is a need for someone in Brussels to say no to the renting of wombs and the adoption of children by homosexuals, said Salvini. I hope that also in the EPP there are those who do not accept being subordinates of the left, he added. Europe is not the European Union, it is not the euro. It is millions of Europeans Europeans, said the right-wing leader, noting that the media treat this as a meeting of extremists. We can be the first party with at least 130 parliamentarians. Salvini has previously held talks with Praво и Справедливост and Orban, including most recently in April in Budapest, where Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki was also present. Salvini proposed the next meeting be held in June in Poland or Italy. Leaders of the European and Conservatives group, the largest political parties, met in Warsaw on Friday. Prawo i Sprawiedliwość leader Jarosław Kaczynski, the head of Fratelli d'Italia, Giorgia Meloni, and head of Spain's Vox party, Santiago Abascal, discussed the current situation in the ECR group and the possibility of establishing a new political group in the European Parliament. The aim of these talks is to bring the presence of a real large center-right force in the European Parliament, which will be able to put a dam to this extremely liberal, extremely politicized, full of double standards and violation of treaties, the current direction of EU development. A politician from the Prawo i Sprawiedliwość, who decided to remain anonymous, told the Polish press agency. Okay. First of all, I see that Euractiv, being the very pro-EU publication that it is, forgot to mention one particularly important key aspect of this. Namely that if this works, let's just say that we might see for the first time since this hideous thing called the European Union exists, we might see for the first time something called a vote of no confidence. Because people may forget Ursula von der Leyen and the current College of Commissioners exists there solely because some very nice people from a party called Fidesz in Hungary decided to say, okay, fine, okay, we'll have you. Yeah. Without those votes, the current establishment is the minority in the current European Parliament. Of course, by the next European elections, which are in May 2024, the share of the establishmentarians may shrink even further. But until then, again, they are a minority even now. And the only reason they're still there is because nobody called a vote of no confidence, and Fidesz hasn't yet signaled that they're willing to, change their mind. Which, by the way, I think they already have, but it's a matter of political expediency not to publicly change your mind yet.
Yeah, but in terms of this this new political group, it's clear that at one point it's going to happen, because even this article mentions that already some parties met in Warsaw, they already discussed it, and then Salvini went to Budapest, and where Morawiecki was also there, and obviously Orban.
Yeah, so or Gergely Gulyás, the chief of cabinet.
But yeah, there are high chances this will be happening because currently there are still exactly parties in coalition, or not in coalitions, in other European political parties that shouldn't be there.
And the problem is, it has always been, since this thing called the European Parliament had been in existence, the problem has always been that the right was represented by three groups, one of them very big, the center-right, the European People's Party, the Popular Party, whatever, EPP, right? And usually a smaller one, a Eurosceptic one, founded first by Nigel Farage and then continued on, and eventually it went even further split. It was basically the center-right, the right, and the far-right. The far-right being the Identity and Democracy, the ID group. And for a while it seemed like a good idea to try to unite them. The problem is that by the time that idea became doable, something called Rassemblement National emerged. And France, being a big country, of course, has a lot of MEPs, and Rassemblement National tends to win the European elections in France. So usually the most MEPs from France tend to be from Marine Le Pen's party. Now the problem is that for a while, and I don't know if it's still true today, but last year it was still true, Rassemblement National was considered toxic asset for a lot of politicians from the European Conservatives and Reformists group, particularly Prawo i Sprawiedliwość. The ruling party in Poland, their opinion, of course, matters quite a lot because they're the biggest party from the ECR group. So usually, if they don't like it, everyone else will be like, oh, okay, maybe they have a point. And they usually do. The main objection from Morawiecki et al. Was that, well, Rassemblement National was kind of running some Cyrillics around it, right? Their friendship and closeness with Putin.
Well, is this even news? Because there has been evidence in the press as early as 2014, 2015 that
which is why
that former FN was getting was getting payments in rubles.
Yes, and that's why the Polish ruling party refused to be in the same group with Front National at the time, Rassemblement National today. And that's why these two groups, because again, in identity and democracy, the biggest party is Front National, Rassemblement National now, right? And the second one being Lega. Yes. Now with Lega, nobody really has any beef with. So, from the Polish perspective and from the Hungarian perspective, yeah, sure, we'll be working with Matteo Salvini, why not? Not a problem. But with Front National, there is a split opinion. Because there is the virulent intermarium type of thinking that comes from the smaller party in Bulgaria, the one in Poland, and in the past when Britain was still in the European Union, the Conservative Party in Britain also had the same view, namely, we're not going to work with those people who are funded from the Kremlin. Now, unless you manage to convince Praво и Справедливость that this is no longer the case, that Rassemblement National today is not necessarily independent, but at least not addicted to Moscow anymore, unless you can convince Morawiecki of that, and especially Kaczynski, if you can convince them of that, then I see nothing standing between a unification, between all of these to get a unification and basically unify ECR with ID, and on top of it, some politicians from EPP, including the Fidesz delegation.
Or you could play out post-unification to exclude Rassemblement National out of the new alliance.
That's doable, of course, but the problem is that without Rassemblement National, the new group would not be significantly bigger. Because RN has a lot of MEPs, like 40 or 50, something like that. It's a lot of them.
Yeah.
And with them, you would be you become basically the third biggest group after the EPP and the Socialists. The third would be the new conservative group, basically leaving further behind the fringe lunatics like Renew Europe and the United Nordic Green Left and all of those loonies. So basically putting those even further away from the mainstream. And if this were to happen, then in EU politics, the entire framework through which one looks at EU Parliament games will have to change, because suddenly the marginal loonies are only on the left. And basically you can start calling them extremists, right? And start digging down a little bit at the strength of the left in the parliament, especially now considering that the socialist group has a lot of problems. For instance, the biggest delegation of the socialist group is coming from Romania. And the people sent there by the Social Democratic Party in Romania are not really socialists. So when you come, seriously, look it up. You don't have to believe me. The portal of the European Parliament shows the vote split by party, including by national party, on most issues. And you will see that those labeled as SND, there will be Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament. Suddenly, those that have a Romanian name vote the opposite of their group. Oftentimes, not always. Sometimes they do vote along party.
I've seen that thing. Well, truly, in this case of this alliance, I said at one point it will happen, but not too soon, because it is indeed too soon. They will have to. It has to first get closer to the next EU elections in 2024, and then and then they may guess at least the direction.
No. No. I mean, this can be formed tomorrow.
Yeah.
Reconfiguration of parliamentary groups doesn't require a new election.
No. But in this case of what I mentioned earlier with excluding Front National.
Yeah, it depends on how well the Front National performs in France at the Euro elections. I think they will. No, Front National is the kind of party, kind of like UKIP, is the party built for Euro elections. I don't think they will perform really well. I'm willing to bet from now. unless, I don't know, maybe Le Pen goes to jail or something like that, really unheard
True,
of.
but it also depends on how deep the Russian involvement is.
Will be.
Is in the branch that goes to the EU Parliament, not the
Sure,
one that's
remains
working
in Paris,
in
yeah.
France itself.
Yeah, fair enough.
That also matters. So that's why, okay, it could be. This has a few ways of panning out. So it's either this one of doing a thorough analysis and see how many rubles, or if there are any rubles present in the pockets of Rassemblement National, and then it's going to be either reassuring Kaczynski and the rest that they're not exactly that big of an issue, or if they are an issue, see the way things pan out in 2023 when the trends become clearer.
Yeah.
On the track towards the EU elections, and then see from then on what's the approach.
Yeah, well, in any event, one should expect, whether this unification of these two right-wing groups happen or not, pragmatically speaking, they should. Let's put it this way. If it were up to me, I would force them to unite. Pragmatically speaking, is the best policy. Admittedly, with a lot of risks, but if it were up to me, I would take the risk personally, because many of these global homo groups in the European Parliament are just completely out of control. And if you are serious, and if we are being serious, namely, Orban Viktor has this idea, Kaczynski has this idea, Matteo Salvini has this idea, namely that, look, before we get out of the EU, let's try at least to seize control of it. Maybe we can do something with it if we run it. If we can't, then let's get out. That's basically the broad consensus on the right. Okay, fine, but if you are serious about taking control of it, you should move faster. Because we've been waiting for too long anyway. Yeah. And definitely in 2024 we'll be seeing a lot more EU skeptic parliamentarians than they are in this parliament. This parliament was elected in May 2019 when everything was going great and in a context where a lot of these global homo movements were ascendant in a way. Now they're not ascendant anymore. Many of the parties that had great results in the EU elections, they've performed terribly a year later in the elections, in the general elections or local elections or whatever elections happened to be taking place during 2020 and the first half of 2021. So, and by 2024, none of them will recover because, these global homo parties, most of them are somewhat in power. And they all have to, take the electoral hit as a result of this cough, because almost all of them were wrong. And even in Sweden, where they weren't wrong, Stefan Löfven is still in trouble because, other corruption scandals. Let's not forget that Stefan Löfven is a good friend of our friend Dragan, yeah? And, things are the way they are. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. But I'm glad to see that this is happening. I'm glad to see that talks across the wide and diverse right-wing spectrum of Europe are finally taking place. I've been saying this since 2017 that we should be having more of these conversations. There have been more of them since the pandemic began than in the previous 10 years. So that's a good sign. And hopefully they get to an understanding. Even without Front National, it would still be a good idea, but with Front National would be great. Again, strictly from a pragmatic perspective. Not a big fan of Front National myself, but if we can impose our own president of the European Commission, fine, we'll give 1 or 2 or 3 posts in the European Commission to Front National. Why not? If that's the price, I'll take it. Let's have Matteo Salvini president of the European Commission. Or Mateusz Morawiecki. No, let's put it this way, more moderate. Andrzej Duda for president for the next European Commission. He'll be out of presidency by then. It will be a good time. Usually politicians at the end of their career or politicians who lose elections in their own country, that's the standard in the European Commission. Andrzej Duda for president for the next European Commission starting from July 2024. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? Not necessarily Matteo Salvini vice president and chief of diplomacy. Send Matteo Salvini as chief of diplomacy to negotiate extradition deals with, most of Africa. Wouldn't that be glorious? I mean, that would make Europe great again. Sure.
That will be the slogan that this bigger party should go on mega.
Mega Europe. Make Europe great again. And I don't know, maybe Janez Janša, current Prime Minister of Slovenia, Commissioner for Cultural Affairs, because the guy shares Alex Jones all the time. So Janez Janša, Commissioner for Cultural Affairs, who would be for the Digital Market Commissioner. We need to find someone really loony. Too bad Britain is not in the EU anymore, because we would tap. But hold on a second, Milo Yiannopoulos has German citizenship. There you go, Milo Yiannopoulos for this. Because he has like 10 years of expertise as a tech editor for Breitbart, so he has legitimate experience, more than the current commissioner for sure. So and that would also make the commission fabulous as well, in addition to being great.
Yes.
And diverse. There you go. We'll still keep the diversity quotas. Because even our gays are better than theirs. Even our British words for cigarettes are still better than their bundles of sticks. Alrighty. Associated Press: Berlin police detained journalists at anti-Autobahn protest. Berlin police said 13 journalists were detained on Saturday while reporting on a protest by environmentalists against the construction of a highway in the German capital. The journalists were covering an early morning blockade of the construction site of the A100 Autobahn by activists from the group Sand im Getriebe, or Sand in the Gears. They entered the site along with the activists, so we treated them as participants in the protest, police spokesperson Martin Helweg said. They are now being investigated on suspicion of trespassing at the construction site, which is operated by the publicly owned company Autobahn GmbH, Helweg said. Jörg Reichelt, the chief executive of the Journalists Union in Berlin and Brandenburg state, accused the police of preventing reporters from doing their work. Reichelt was one of the journalists detained and facing possible trespassing charges. Yeah, he'll be fine. Some 300 people took part in the demonstration. Police physically removed several protesters from the site before the remainder agreed to submit to photo identification as a condition to being allowed to leave, Helweg said. The environmental group says the building of new highways in Berlin and other parts of the country undermines Germany's efforts to curb greenhouse gas emissions. They argue that billions of euros spent on roads could be used instead to pay for climate-friendly transportation infrastructure, such as railways. First of all, there are so many railways in Berlin. There are more railways than people in Berlin. I mean, seriously. Berlin is not the place to ask for more railways. I'm serious. But there are many places in Germany which could definitely use more railways. Berlin is not one of them. That's one aspect. Second aspect, oy vey, that's dictatorship. Das Polizei taking journalists? Oh my goodness. Let's start treating Germany like we're treating Belarus. You know what did Belarus do? They forcibly removed the 2 journalists from a plane, right? Let's start treating Germany the same. Oops.
Well, you can't compare because Belarus is an outright dictatorship, but
Germany
is consolidated democracy.
It's a consolidated dictatorship, right?
Upwards dictatorship.
Yeah, the intellectual technical term for Germany is inverted totalitarianism. But seriously, oy vey, dictatorship. I mean, why can't we start treating Germany the way we treat Belarus? Because it's not like there's a huge difference between the two. And now, admittedly, Lukashenko has been leader for 30 years. Angela Merkel
has only been for 16.
Only 16. That's true. But I'm sure that if she were able, she would still be around for another 14 to match Lukashenko's record. Although I think her intention was to match, I believe, Konrad Adenauer's record, which she did. Adenauer was also for 16 years. But what I'm saying is that this should be treated as an attack on the press freedom. I'm serious. I mean, as someone who usually goes whenever these kinds of loony protests take place, I mean, in 2019, I've even pissed off some of the followers of the Romanian language channel for publishing footage from all sorts of very loony, because at least in Germany they're accustomed with climate-related protests. But those things in Romania are just newsworthy in and of themselves because they rarely happen, because nobody really believes in that. And usually when they happen, it's usually foreigners who come here alongside with a few useful idiots who basically get paid to attend these kinds of protests.
Yeah, well,
so as a result, the protests are very cringe. So
yeah,
of course,
I remember the one against Russia, Montana, the one against Chevron.
at least those were half honest. No, I'm talking about the 2019 Fridays for the Future protest that occurred in Bucharest, which was cringe entirely, very, very deeply cringe. Because nobody there actually believed in the message, and if you were to ask them around why are they there, they couldn't tell. So as a result, whenever these kinds of things happen, I'm usually there. If I'm able to, I do go there because, well, it's something so cringe that it's newsworthy. So let's videotape it and put it on YouTube so we can all laugh together. And I wouldn't like it to get arrested by the police because I'm there. But at least in Romania I wouldn't, because they would see my press badge and they won't risk picking me up. But in Germany apparently that is possible. And let us not forget what happened when in Bulgaria in September 2020 a few foreign journalists got slightly bruised. By Bulgarian standards, beat the living crap out of them by Western standards. Right? They were slightly bruised, even by my standards. I mean, that wasn't really a proper beating. I know how the Bulgarian police actually does things when they want to beat you up. So they were slightly bruised. There was a big igloo, right? A small igloo at in the Western standard. Oh my God, that's too terrible, and the Bulgarian government kind of bad. Admittedly, they didn't go full extremist on them because the government is run by someone from the EPP, and that's something you might want to know. In Europe, it's really important which European family the government belongs to. Usually, if it's from EPP, then they can do whatever the fuck they want. Well, not whatever the fuck they want, but almost whatever the fuck they want. It's very rarely the case that the Western establishment is going to whine. Same is true in Germany. Look, they're arresting journalists. Is anyone complaining? No, the news only appears on Associated Press, which is a newswire agency, but that's it. It's not being discussed in the mainstream. Why? Because not only because Merkel muti man good, but also because she's from the APP. Right?
Yeah, but even then, this could be seen as an infighting between public sector employees.
That's true.
It's the German press which is pretty much de facto owned by parties affiliated with the state, and then you get the state infrastructure agency, which is and of course the Polizei, which is the ones with the monopoly on violence.
Yeah, and what surprises me is that this is the Berlin police. I mean, out of all the police forces in Germany, the most cocked police force by far. I don't know if in all of Europe. I haven't observed very closely the behavior of police forces everywhere in Europe, so I don't know if it's all of Europe. But out of the police forces in Germany, for sure, the Berlin police is the most cocked. Usually when protests happen, especially bigger one, this wasn't a big one. The bigger ones, you've seen some violence at the anti-coronavirus measures protests. The police officers that were relatively violent to the protesters, they were not from Berlin. They were brought from other Bundesländer, because the Berlin police usually just runs away whenever some protests become a little bit more. Yeah.
You could easily just dismantle Berlin police and change the name into something like
Outer Brandenburg police.
Well, not even that. And I follow something. Public guards. Berlin public guards.
Straża Miastoka, kind of like in Poland, right? or the local police in Romania.
Yeah.
The community police.
Yeah, exactly. The community guardians.
The community guardian, the public guardians.
Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty weak. So yeah, so that surprises me. I mean, this kind of legal abuse, because this is legal abuse by the Berlin police, it really does surprises me a little bit. But other than that, oh well, you know, Germany's gonna Germany.
But even then, this commentary wouldn't be Capil taking a jab at the loonies that were present at the protest. Seriously, you are going to protest against a new highway when Germany has started for a few years already and building more coal fuel power plants, which are infinitely more damaging than any fucking
to
highway.
The environment. Yes, but you know, as President Trump would put it, clean coal, clean, beautiful coal.
Yes, it's so clean that you couldn't wash that shit off yourself for the next months.
Clean, beautiful coal. Now, in all fairness, it's going to be very, very fun to watch after September 2021, after the election, when it's very likely to see Germany being ruled by yellow, green, black coalition. That will be CDU, Die Grünen, the Green Party, and the FDP, the Liberal Party, the Libertarianish Party. If that were to happen, it's going to be glorious because then you know, our forces should be trying to radicalize Green supporters to start harassing, well, the Green Party. Now you're in power. Why do we still have so many clean coal? Yeah. So, you know, of course the environmentalists are a bunch of fucking hypocrites, especially the German ones. A lot of them, they take money from the Green Party, while the Green Party basically approves these kinds of nonsense, like scrapping nuclear power plants, which was pushed by the Green Party, and Merkel accepted it as a compromise, so her cabinet would still be around, essentially. Okay? So, you know, they pushed for the dismantlement, the slow dismantlement of nuclear power plants and replaced them with coal. Way to go. That's very helpful for the environment. Not to mention it made the electricity a lot more expensive and made a few 100,000 people homeless in the process. Yeah, that works for abolishing poverty as well. Winning.
But at least they created more jobs in the mining industry.
In the what? In the mining industry, yes, and very well paid jobs for sure. Yeah.
Well, shit, I want to be a coal miner in Germany. get including because even in Germany you have those risk bonuses.
Oh yeah,
like you do here in Romania if you work in dangerous circumstances, and your average miner who just works with a pickaxe or even supervises traffic in the quarry gets paid 5,000 euros a month.
Yes,
if you know how to ride an excavator or a dump truck, then you're looking at 8,000 plus.
Yes, and also early retirement, extra bonuses when you retire. It's a very cushy deal for sure. Yeah. Speaking of which, let's file our CVs. 5 years in their minds. It's not that bad. Yeah. All right, let's take another break, and then we'll be back with the rest of the world. We spent a lot of time with Europe and North America, but yeah, a lot of things happened, and it is what it is. Okay, we'll be listening to a song called Azi în mine fiara a murit. Today the beast within me died, from the Romanian band Krypton, a song from 1992 from the album called Lanțurile, or The Chains. Okay, listen to Krypton and then we'll be back. All right, we're back. You've listened to almost 30 years old song. That's how it used to rock right after communism fell. Maybe next episode I'll put something heavier. But yeah. Africa, CNET. Autonomous drone attacked soldiers in Libya all on its own. The fear of killer robots is as old as robots themselves. Thinkers like Elon Musk and Sam Harris have long argued that AI poses a serious threat to human civilization. But if you're at all panicked about AI or robots, a new UN report may add to your anxiety, as it explains that a drone attacked and possibly killed soldiers all on its own. It's thought to be the first recorded case of an autonomous drone attack. The incident occurred in March 2020 in Libya, a country that was in the midst of a civil war. Turkey, a key combatant in the war, deployed the STM Cargo 2 drone, according to the UN Security Council's panel of experts on Libya report. The drone, which the report refers to as a lethal autonomous weapon, then found and attacked Libya's Haftar armed forces. Logistics convoys and retreating forces were hunted down and remotely engaged by lethal autonomous weapon systems such as the STM Cargo 2, the report reads. The lethal autonomous weapon systems were programmed to attack targets without requiring data connectivity between the operator and the munition, in effect a true fire, forget and find capability. The creator of the cargo drone, the STM, says the device can be effectively used against static or moving targets through its indigenous and real-time image processing capabilities and machine learning algorithms embedded on the platform. The UN in 2018 attempted to begin working on a treaty that would ban autonomous weapons, but the move was blocked by both the US and Russia, Politico reported at the time. Human Rights Watch has been campaigning against such weapons in 2013 and has backed a campaign to stop their spread. It worked tremendously, obviously. Killer robot proliferation has begun, tweeted Max Tegman, a machine learning researcher at MIT. It's not in humanity's best interest that cheap slaughter bots are mass-produced and widely available to anyone with an axe to grind. Why not? It's high time for world leaders to step up and take a stand. Yeah, I'm sure they will. Yeah, once again, Africa turns out to be the testing ground for all sorts of techno-optimisms. As we were mentioning in previous episodes, you know, the places most advanced in attempts to create cashless societies are places like Zimbabwe or Ethiopia, not Sweden. Now again, that the places most advanced with killer robots, that would be Libya, I guess.
But who would know if what happened with that killer robot was a bug, or he found finally divine wisdom that that the robot is fighting for the wrong part.
Yeah, I mean the question now is
question.
Yeah, the question is on whose behalf was the KTM or whatever the name is, STM drone. On whose behalf was it fighting for? Was it fighting on the behalf of its manufacturer, or on the behalf of its owner, or on behalf of itself?
Oh shit!
Because
Isaac Asimov is rolling in his grave right now.
Yeah, if we could put some magnets around Asimov's grave, now we'd be getting free electricity for sure. But on a more serious note, it's probably one of those situations where either a connection has been broken, or in this case, which was manufactured entirely without the necessity of a connection, which is, by the way, a very smart way of thinking, because relying on internet infrastructure during wartime is probably
the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, it's probably not smart. Let's put it this way. So in this case, it wasn't because of a connection, but either a confusion, or maybe, you know, those who were attacked haven't taken into consideration that maybe they were indeed the legitimate targets. but instead of admitting that, which may or may not have been shameful for them, they prefer to say that, you know, just the drone on itself decided to turn on us because potato. But maybe that wasn't the case. You know, maybe they expected that their party was the only one owning STM drones, and maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe another faction had also owned at least one of them, and maybe they were the legitimate targets. So, you know, the title is a little bit misleading, and it is essentially a leap of faith here. Made by Human Rights Watch and by this guy Max Tegman, whatever, in saying that, oh, but you know, it's the killer robots. Well, I don't know, maybe not. The UN report doesn't actually make it clear, and in fact it outright acknowledges that While the existence of the incident cannot be denied, the intricacies of it are still not clear, or at least weren't clear at the time when the report was made public, which I believe was last month.
Yeah.
It's also questionable to me, at least, why such a report, which from a military intelligence standpoint is not a huge deal, gets made public now for an incident that took place 15 months ago. Where were you over the last 15 months? I'm just saying. Yeah.
Coughing.
Yeah, maybe they were coughing.
They're coughing, saving lives, except the drone. Except probably the drone. The drone has put in his mindset. He didn't want to stay at home and save lives.
The drone is far right. He wants to kill grandma. But then again, if it wants to kill grandma, why not attack grandma and attack tanks?
Yeah. Well, on the topic of on killing tanks and humanity's inventions turning against them. At one point, these things will become commonplace, but they will become more affordable or more accessible. But even then, we've all seen the Terminator. We know where autonomous technology ends up. It means that you really don't want to play the toss a coin game, whether in case sentient AI, or at least AI that can mimic being sentient, will either be for you or turn against you. The best solution I've been considering of would be as exactly what Elon Musk Neuralink is trying to do, although it's going to still far off. This is something that will happen in decades from now on. It will be pretty much betting everything on not exactly symbiosis, but at least some interfacing and some partnership, rather than letting a drone do whatever it wants and you get honks like these.
Yeah, well, I'm a little bit not optimistic, but creating AI in the Terminator type of in the Terminator sense, it's either entirely impossible or not possible this century. Let's put it this way, because while the first passing of the Turing test occurred 20 years ago or something, the advancement still stands roughly where it was 20 years ago. I mean, most of these things that look very spectacular today, they've actually been around for more than 30 years, including smartphone itself. The smartphone technology is actually about 45 years old. This is the aspect that people don't know. It's not that it was ever secret, but it was never heavily promoted. Innovation in tech hasn't been happening for 40 years. Engineering, yes, right? Achieving slightly better incremental changes out of the same piece of innovation. Yes, engineering has happened and it has created a lot of wonderful things and a lot of terrible things, of course. But innovation, and well, the next generation of innovation doesn't know which gender it is. So, there aren't that many innovators around there because they're busy, And the next generation of innovators will be those who will stay at home not to kill grandma. So, don't expect too much innovation in the near future. And
it will still follow the incremental curve,
yes, but even at a more flattened rate. I'm sure someone will say, well, but China has been schooling a lot of engineers. Yes, sure.
And India has been doing for a lot longer than
for
China.
Even longer, yes.
And where exactly did that get to?
If anything,
India is still the running joke in the IT community.
Yes, but if anything, if there will be any sort of serious innovation over the next 50 years, it's going to come from India, actually, because at the very least, India has as a background a free society, and it's not just aimed at copying things, which is what China is, right?
Yeah.
I don't expect any serious innovation from China. I wouldn't say ever, but definitely not anytime soon, because only free societies can come up with long-lasting innovations. Yeah, sure. Some sort of short-term gimmicks and maybe some incremental positive changes. Yeah, those can come from out of totalitarian societies as well. but serious innovation, like a serious breakthrough that you would need in places like battery sector or in machine learning, and then you need free societies to generate the kind of people capable to come up with that, and also the milieu or the environment necessary to proliferate. And unfortunately, or fortunately, maybe I should say, fortunately, the IT sector doesn't have a stifling establishment, right? As opposed to, well, physics, for instance, where you have something called big physics, and it has been around for more than 100 years, and it takes forever until you get some innovation accepted in the field. In IT, it's not like that. You just have an idea, you implement it, and if it works, then it will soon enough be bought off or adopted or whatever. But yeah, still, I'm not surprised that these kinds of things going wrong are happening on a testing ground that is in Africa. A lot of these techno-optimistic tests are occurring in Africa. Now, I'm sure leftists will say, but this is because colonialism ain't shit. It's not. It's not because of that. It's because Africa has places that are very large, territorially speaking, and not just underdeveloped, but undeveloped. Like it's the case of the big deserts of Libya. Nobody lives there. There's nothing happening there.
Yeah, you get probably some Berber nomads living somewhere, maybe. But
and
still.
And that's if you're unlucky, right?
Yeah.
So, nobody is being oppressed there unless you count the sand as being heavily oppressed, right? So if you want to conduct these kinds of tests on fighters who are splitting the country in the middle of the desert, that's the best place to test these kinds of things. Because the worst thing that can happen, some of those fighters may die. Well, tough. That's the worst thing that can happen, and in this occasion nobody died, by the way. They were attacked and suffered some technological losses, but nobody really died. But that's what I'm saying. You will see more and more of these kinds of all sorts of military tests, especially with these kinds of semi-smart weapons. You will see them tested in Africa. And again, it's not because of a colonial mindset necessarily, but because of the availability. The logistics kinda is helpful in this particular aspect.
Yeah, how exactly is Turkey colonialistic when it comes to Libya? The Turkey never controlled at any point during the Ottoman Empire that part of Africa.
No.
Ever. They actually stopped at the border of current Egypt.
Yes.
with legit land control.
Yeah,
So-
but then again, the Turkish military needs its own playground to test things, and it's no longer kosher in public to test it in Syria. So, it just is what it is, man. And besides, Libya is much bigger. It has much larger swaths of land where nobody lives. So therefore, you can even conduct semi-classified or entirely classified tests there, because who will see them? Because that's the thing, discretion is also an aspect. If you want to test things in nature, you go to these large jungles that exist in Africa where nobody lives. Who will see you? No one will know. If you want things to be tested in a Middle East kind of environment, Libya is the best place to do that, or southern Egypt for that matter. For the same reason, nobody will see it. So, yeah. All right. Speaking of Turkey, let's go very close to Turkey. Asia Times, Israel's new rulers inimical to the two-state solution. Back in 1996, when Benjamin Netanyahu made his first and successful run for Prime Minister of Israel, the key issue at hand was the notion of land for peace, whether Israel should surrender occupied territory in the West Bank and Gaza Strip to the Palestinians in return for recognition and agreed security. Netanyahu staunchly opposed land for peace and backed his conviction with an aggressive Eastern Jerusalem and West Bank settlement policy. During his total 16 years in power, Netanyahu was instrumental in changing the face of the West Bank, where the bulk of Palestinians live. He overcame the objections of foreign allies, notably the United States, which considered the settlements an obstacle to peace. The two-state solution, the diplomatic sibling of land for peace, has been made all but impossible. Since the 1967 Middle East War, when Israel conquered what are now known as the Palestinian territories, all Israeli prime ministers nurtured settlement development. Netanyahu has been particularly active. In 1996, when he defeated Labour Party leader Shimon Peres, there were 290,000 settlers in the West Bank and Eastern Jerusalem. Now, 650,000 live there. Fast forward to 2021, Netanyahu is on his way out of office. Land for peace, so important a half a century ago, or even in 2009 when he began his run of 12 straight years in power, is no longer at the center of Israeli politics. His apparent ouster now hangs not on the land for peace question, but on unpopularity among former allies. They want him unseated not because of his policies toward Palestinians, which they largely support, but due to their aversion towards his abrasive personality and unease with corruption charges leveled against him. For the past dozen of years, Netanyahu's coalitions relied on parties headed by politicians who once worked for him and now have abandoned him. Naftali Bennett, Benny Gantz, Gideon Sa'ar, and Avigdor Lieberman, they've all backed his opposition to land for peace formulas and all supported settlement expansion. None has changed his mind. Only Lieberman has ever forcibly considered the two-state solution, and then only if Israel transfers its Arab-Israeli citizens to Palestinian Authority control, the so-called population transfer solution. Of the minimum 61 seats needed to form a new parliamentary majority, parties controlled by the fork hold a total of 29. The rejection of land for peace is controversial only in the recesses of minor left-wing parties. They include two leftist parties and an Arab Islamist group. Altogether, those parties control 17 seats in parliament. Yair Lapid, a former TV journalist who was Netanyahu's finance minister in 2013 and 14, is the fulcrum between the right and left wings of this coalition. His party won 17 seats. Though Lapid normally favors a two-state solution, he has not laid out his plans for new borders or either settlement expansion or demolition. Netanyahu fired him as finance minister not because he opposed settlement construction in principle. At the time, Lapid opposed spending money on such projects during a period of economic austerity. Under the new coalition agreement, Bennett, who once called the two-state solution suicide for Israel, will be prime minister for 2 years, followed by Lapid, who will hold the job for the other 2 years. In this election, the Palestinian issue shrunk in importance. The 11-day Gaza war that took place afterwards created an uproar, but it did not stimulate the moves towards peace talks of any sort. Only a ceasefire was reached. Instead of the Palestinian issue, post-Gaza attention has centered on Jewish-Arab rioting within Israel. Violence at the Al-Aqsa Mosque complex in Jerusalem featured Jewish Israelis and police pitted against Jerusalem Palestinians and Israeli Arabs from towns inside the country. Jerusalem Palestinians do not hold Israeli citizenship. Israeli Arabs, many of whom identify as Palestinians, do. Unrest in Arab-Israeli towns gave rise to concern over a possible communal war. Lapid indirectly referred to the problem, stating that the new coalition will do everything to unite the Israeli society. Israel's indifference to peace talks and the land issue has been matched by US President Joe Biden's inaction. During the Gaza conflict, Biden paid lip service to a two-state solution. However, he made no concrete moves to put peace talks in motion, for instance by naming an envoy to arrange them. He only reopened the US consulate in East Jerusalem, a symbolic message to suggest the future of Jerusalem is up in the air, but he will not move the US embassy back to Tel Aviv. It was placed in Jerusalem by President Donald Trump. Netanyahu celebrated it as a major achievement of his tenure. Political observers in Israel and the United States think Biden will keep the two-state solution on the back burner. The Palestinian Authority that runs Palestinian towns in the West Bank clings to the two-state solution. Hamas, the Islamist Palestinian faction that rules Gaza, opposes the solution. The presence of leftist parties in the coalition gives Biden a cover to worm to the new government after cooling when he was vice president under Barack Obama. That is, unless diplomatic annexation or further settlement expansion takes place, that would show Biden's two-state solution declaration to be a sham. In short, Netanyahu's policy towards Palestinians was perhaps his most significant achievement. It remains intact, just hardly anyone wants to mention it. Yeah. I see that observer after observer after observer after observer, they're all singing the funeral song to Benjamin Netanyahu. 5 days ago, when I was taping the Romanian language episode, I was saying that, well, hold on a second, there's still roughly 11 days. Now I'm saying the same thing, hold on a second, there's still 5 days. Because the reason I'm saying this is because, well, in 2014, the moment that it's mentioned in passing, Netanyahu was in a very similar position, and eventually that didn't happen. That at that time there were also a lot of very smart analysts who they know all the things, of course. Saying, "Oh, okay, so the Netanyahu era is over." It wasn't. Here we are 7 years later. Bibi is still there. For the older subscribers of the channel, you might remember when I was in Israel in 2018, most of the interviews that I published from there, they were like, this is a one-party state and King Bibi is the chief.
Yeah, I think what was it Skeptor that said it?
Yeah. King Bibi, it's a one-party state and King Bibi. Now, admittedly, this time, to be fully honest, this time around, it does seem more likely than probably ever. Because, again, a lot of very known Likud allies, they're like, mate, enough is enough. And also because, as this article mentions it, he's been in power for 12 years in a row and for 16 or 17 years in total. So, it's been a while. Just go. It seems that 16 years is the new consensus. Germany is changing its leader after 16 years. Hungary will probably change it after Orban turns 16 in office. He's 11 or 12 years old now in office. So it seems to be like the new consensus in a way, at least in westernized politics, right? Now, when it comes to the policy towards so-called Palestinian population, one has to remember one single aspect. The Los Angeles Times correctly noted just a week ago, less than a week ago, that the biggest task of this new coalition in Israel, the biggest task is coming up just in a few days from now, which is stay united for long enough to get sworn in. Because this coalition that is trying, maybe they will succeed to oust Bibi from office, they only really have one thing in common: fuck Bibi. That's it. They don't have any other aspect to unite them. Just that they hold Bibi in this, they hold him in disdain, which is fine, I guess. But that's not enough to run a country, and especially not to run a country with the economic problems that are coming up to Israel, and with such a fractured politics. Now, admittedly, fractured parliaments are a feature of Israeli politics and have been a feature for almost 40 years now, ever since the downfall of the initial generation of Ben-Gurion fanatics. And also, of course, being Israel, you get the stereotype applied. Wherever there's ideology, there's Jewish people. So when you have a country full of them, of course, the parliament is going to be very fractured. So it's not a surprise that Israel has one of the most fractured parliaments in the democratic world. But what I'm saying is that the new coalition cannot afford to tackle the Palestinian issue. It's not that they don't want to. Of course they do. I mean, I'm sure the United Arab List wants to, which is part of this coalition. And I'm sure Lieberman as well wants to, from the other direction. But none of them can speak out in public. Well, they can, but that would be suicidal, politically speaking. None of them will speak up in public because, the only way they can stay in power, both the United Arab List and Lieberman, is by shutting up on all this. And by shutting up on a lot of topics, and especially the thorny ones. But you will see quite a lot of chattering about it. So, overall this analyst is slightly wrong, although not entirely. Most of it is correct, but it's slightly wrong because the discussions about the budget will come up. Okay, assuming this new coalition gets sworn in and the first prime minister before the TV guy gets sworn in. Okay, fine, great. The first thing to do is get a budget passed. And that's gonna be a problem. Friendly reminder for your information, Israel is still running on a budget that was approved exactly 3 years ago, in June 2018. It's the same budget. In case you haven't noticed, the economic conditions kind of slightly changed since 2018. A little bit. And especially in Israel, where they've been under 2 very long lockdowns. And a country that also has a significant, not like Italy, but still a significant share of its GDP is tourists. So, that's kind of a problem. And that kind of changed a little bit the economics. The economic situation. Therefore, it would have to change to lead to a change into the budget. You cannot continue to function on a budget from 2018 considering that almost all of the economic conditions in the country have changed. Some of them gotten better, some of them gotten significantly worse. Right? And that will be a problem because, well, part of the coalition, you have, of course, the United Arab List, and you have another leftist party that would like an increase of taxes and whatever. Then you have the far right, which in Israel means not just far right on the Islam question, but also far right on economics. We're already too taxed. They have the position, which I also hold, on Israeli economics, namely that Israel is a socialist state, and an immediate decrease in all levels of taxation for any reason is good. And any cut in expenses is good by ipso facto. It doesn't matter who gets harmed, which interest group gets harmed. If it's a cut in spending or a cut in taxation, preferably both, are just good ipso facto. Good luck reconciling these two.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to go with the fact that but they'll most likely survive as a coalition by the time they get sworn in. But when the budget discussions come up, it's not gonna be just them. But then there's gonna be the ultra orthodox, which
the orthodox is not part of the coalition. That's their biggest success. They were able to build an anti-Bibi coalition that does not include the ultra orthodox. So I suspect that one of the first things that would happen at the budget talks would be a severe cut in state financial support to the Rabbinic Institute. And yeah, sure, the ultra-Orthodox will create a small igloo about it, but who cares? They're not part of the ruling coalition. Yeah, they're going to vote against. So what?
Yeah, but even then, true. But it's not just the ultra-Orthodox. Okay, they're not part of the coalition, but yeah, they could get significantly angry, exactly, to cause a small igloo, and that would look bad.
It will look badly on the government, sure.
It will look badly on the government, which means that if it gets bad enough to get to snap election level,
don't think so. Don't think so, because this March it was held the fourth election in 2 years, the fourth snap election.
Yeah.
Nobody is willing to go to the polls again, because it's clear that if they go to the polls, once again they'll be having an equally fragmented parliament. I mean, the election results were almost identical. I mean, it's clear that this is the current Knesset is pretty reflective of the factions within society. Roughly speaking, of course.
Yeah, but then or in this case, you could go Belgium's route of not having a government altogether.
Yeah, that's the thing that's not exactly possible.
Yeah, it's not exactly possible because
it's not a federal republic like Belgium is.
Yeah.
And their political tradition kind of resembles really Romania or Hungary more, which kind of makes sense since like a quarter of their population has its roots here. So of course it does. That's one aspect. And the second aspect, they're considering that they're just coming out of the economic crisis caused by Bibi, not by the pandemic. They're gonna need a government and a new budget. I mean, because if no government is invested, then that means temporary powers prolonged in the same 2018 budget. Which is actually now harmful for the...
Yeah, it's already toxic.
And would be another year with the 2018 budget would be pretty damn harmful for the coffers of the state, which are already quite empty. there are no more money.
Well, this will be exactly about thing.
Sure.
Isn't the new Israeli shekel like the third currency that Israel had since it got founded?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's called the new Israeli shekel because the old Israeli shekel went down the gutter. So there's that. But it's not the currency, but rather the cash flow of the government. The currency itself is doing just fine, but this time is not a monetary issue in the sense of monetary policy like it was in 1982. It's just a matter of cash flow, and the cash velocity is still roughly around the floor in Israel, although not as bad as 3 months ago, but still pretty low because, well, tourism isn't exactly happening. The companies that were doing exports, they're having a difficult time doing so. And the companies that were able to continue to function during the lockdowns and shit, they've been transacting more into dollars than to Israeli shekels. So by trying to avoid the Israeli taxation system, which I don't blame them for a second, I mean, Israel doesn't practice taxation. It practices what do you call it? Institutionalized robbery.
Yeah, when you have Ottoman era institutions like that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I haven't looked, and it's shameful that I haven't. I should have looked at, because there is at least one leftist party in this coalition. Is it that one that is connected to the Siderut? Because if that's the case, you're all fucked.
Yeah, that is what I'm thinking about. Is it's that on the economics, and definitely it will be the same on the budgetary topic. It is going to be very polarizing in terms of budgetary discussions, and there'll be a lot, and there'll be a lot of fighting and a lot of whining, and definitely the leftists have affiliation with the Siderut Brut.
Yeah, I suspect I'm wrong though, because the Siderut is usually connected to the Labour Party, and the Labour Party is not part of this coalition. But all the other leftists are also usually a bit indifferent, and they just adopt the generic mainstream left position, which is Siderut man not so bad, at the very least, right? So it's going to take a lot of time to convince those to maybe slightly move to the right on the issue, namely that, look, Siderut is actually pretty terrible. And it's going to take a lot of convincing work. I don't think Lapid is the person able to do that, intellectually speaking. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong, unfortunately.
Well, it remains to be seen.
But the thing is that just like the politics of the Netherlands and Belgium, Israel is also one of those countries that whose politics is just so interesting to watch, because they've been living under fragmented parliaments for decades, and it's places that you have to observe if you care about politics, because that's our future in the rest of Europe. It is. But we're not getting away from this. Fragmented parliaments are the staple of this day, of the honking 20s. And while let's not pity the Belgians or the Dutch or the Israelis, because again they've been under this kind of honk for decades. But we haven't. Germany hasn't, Romania hasn't, Hungary hasn't. And when this kind of thing will start happening here, it's going to be fun. And those more well adjusted to this kind of system will wield most power. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking forward for the next Romanian parliament, which will be significantly more fragmented, which means...
It's good. It's like playing with cheats on.
The game for people like me will be significantly easier, whereas for the establishmentarian parties, we'll suddenly move from amateur to legendary mode, and they will have no idea what the fuck just happened. As for the Palestinian issue, on this issue, it's kind of correct, because for the wrong reasons, the author is, the Palestinian issue is not because it hasn't hasn't been relegated to irrelevant because of Bibi's strength necessarily, although of course that contributed as well. But also because, I think we mentioned this several episodes ago, the rest of the Arab world is just sick and tired of this shit.
Oh yeah.
It's just sick and tired of this shit. The Saudi elite, the United Arab Emirates elite, even Qatar more recently. They're like, you know what, we're kind of sick of that. Not to mention the Jordanian elite, the Hashemite kingdom. They're also,
the Hashemite kingdom.
They were the first ones to be fed up with this bullshit, right? So, the support for that issue from the rest of the Arab world has been waning over the last 3 or 4 years. Case in point, about 6 months ago, or when was that article where instead of being happy that the issue is slowly getting better, human rights NGOs...
exactly. Amnesty International was at the forefront of that.
International, there you go,
and that one...
Human Rights Watch.
Yeah,
Human Rights Watch. Human Rights Watch, I think, got deported by BB. That was good policy, for sure.
But mandatory reminder, the reason why even Qatar got away, but not to mention Saudi, which were traditional allies of the Palestinians, was because and this if you are into military stuff has been easily observed during the latest rocket storm. is that suspicious? A lot of rockets are of Iranian origin. Gee, I wonder why. and fucking, I read this article. Too bad I didn't put it. But if I find the link, I'm gonna send it to you to put it in the list. I don't exactly know, but it was one Western publication where exactly Mahmoud Abbas went to praise the Iranian government for supporting Gaza.
Yes.
It's that fucking obvious, that pretty much cements all the logic that was behind the Abraham Accords and as to why Saudi, Qatar, the UAE, pretty much just retreated from this Palestinian debacle because they know that they become a toxic interest.
Yes, and when push comes to shove, you will not see Saudi Arabia or Qatar or really anyone starting cozying up with the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Oh no! Particularly Saudi and the United Arab Emirates, which are pretty much in a 5-year war in Yemen.
Yeah, I mean, from their perspective, that is so unbelievably haram that, you know what, if we have to dump the Palestinians under the bus, sure, that's okay. That's the only price we have to pay. Oh, that's easy. Off you go. Because again, the commitment to the Palestinian cause wasn't already too strong in Saudi circles anyway. And it was put to them that, look, you dump these people because otherwise you're supporting Iran, and that's kind of terrible. They're like, we're doing what? No, yeah, sure. You go under the bus.
Even the Mufti of Mecca, I read several weeks back, as pretty much denouncing the Palestinians as being
Iranian stooges, essentially. Yes. I forget the Arabic term that he used, but it was basically stooges. And it was like, I couldn't believe, because I'm the reason I'm familiar with that is because I'm now practicing reading in Arabic. As I announced 2 years ago, I started learning Arabic, and the best way to practice it is not to read the media, because it is helpful but not really. It's trying to read these kinds of discourses from mainstream Islamic figures, because those people speak more like the common person on the street, and I'm interested only to be able to
come on, but it's also fun to watch Al Jazeera in Arabic. Oh my days.
It is. I have to admit, it's one of my guilty pleasures. But sometimes I do, but they speak too damn fast. That's my problem.
It depends on who exactly is talking. If you are listening to Iraqians talking, it's like pretty much listening to Altanians talking.
Yes.
They speak with the same speed in Arabic as Altanians do in Romanian.
Yes, and oftentimes the Iraqian broadcast is the longest. So because Iraq is a slightly freer country, and therefore it has more things to talk about. There are a few topics that are haram in Iraq, therefore it's slightly better. In any event, the thing is that's why I'm familiar, and but I keep trying to remember the Arabic word used by the Imam of Mecca. But basically called them Iranian stooges, which is kind of like, in Christian terms, it's kind of like when the Patriarch of Constantinople throws an anathema on you. That's that would be the proper religious equivalent. And when that happens, that you usually everyone kind of falls in line, and that's a more important aspect than Bibi's strength. Now, sure, Bibi not backing down whenever Westerners whined about the issue, that's of course his credit, but getting around to broadcast the information on the proper channels that Hamas is essentially Iranian stooges, that's what helped get this situation to the state that it is now, namely that not even in a government in which part of it is the United Arab List, and even then it's not really a particularly important.
But that's because people falsely assume that the United Arab List is somewhat pro-Palestinian. Although they are, and there is exactly the Arab minority that managed to integrate living under the Israeli rule.
Yeah, it is the party of Israeli Arabs.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And Israeli Arabs do exist, and there are actually a lot of them in the IDF.
Yes, and not just in the IDF. I mean, they're like 10, 12, 16% of the population, something like that. There's quite a lot of them. and they do hold Israeli citizenship, and they vote. And oftentimes, not always, there has been situations where Israeli Arabs voted for Bibi, actually. They don't always vote for the Arab list. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
They don't always vote, but when especially the Arabs know the messages being broadcasted from Gaza, and especially by Hamas, because pretty much Gaza is but about the Palestinian Authority, they're just there's pretty much like a straw man in the background. The real leaders are Hamas.
Yes.
And when they hear and they understand the messages broadcasted by Hamas in the other parts of the Palestinian territories, that apparently the Israeli Arabs are traitors to the cause and shit like that, and repeated sufficient times, then
Israeli Arabs be like, haha, votes for Bibi, go brrrr. Because that's how it happens. So it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward for the debates in the Knesset, for the swearing in of the new government, if it passes. Because again, this is the biggest hurdle that this coalition now has. Stay united until you get sworn in. And the debates in the Knesset, they're gonna be glorious. They're gonna be glorious. The national news: Saudi Arabia's mosques asked to turn down the volume on loudspeakers. The Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Islamic Affairs has issued a note restricting mosques' use of external loudspeakers during the calls to prayer. The Saudi Minister of Islamic Affairs, Sheikh Dr. Abdulatif bin Abdulaziz Al Sheikh, issued a circular on Sunday telling mosques to ensure that the volume does not exceed 1/3 of the full volume of loudspeakers. The ministry has been concerned that the use of external speakers during prayers, which could affect the vulnerable, the elderly, and young children in the vicinity. It also addressed the problem of loudspeakers interfering with prayers held in nearby mosques. In Islam, we have to make sure we are a source of peace and comfort for all, Ms. Redma, an American resident of Jeddah, told the National. Sound is part of it too. If the prayers, which can go up to 10 to 15 minutes, are loudly played on speakers, it can cause discomfort to those living next to the mosques, including Muslims and non-Muslims. The circular said the ruling was based on Islamic law and the Prophet Muhammad, saying that even while worshippers are praying, they should not harm or cause any inconvenience to each other through loud recitations during prayer. It stressed that the imam's voice must be heard by all inside the mosque during prayer, and that there was no need for him to be heard in neighboring houses or outside. I always wondered why the speakers were so loud. It is not a competition between imams of different mosques, says Haya Idris, a resident of Jeddah. Sometimes the prayer is so loud, I can hear two mosques at the same time, so there's not only the extra noise, but overlapping of prayer that is easily avoidable. I welcome this verdict. It is indeed very thoughtful and depicts the true teaching and values of Islam. Saudi Arabia has more than 98,000 mosques, including the most significant mosques in Islam, the Grand Mosque of Makkah and the Prophet's mosques in Medina. In 2018, in the year 2018, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman launched a project to renovate more than 130 historic mosques in the kingdom. Several significant mosques are being renovated across the country, including those built by Prophet Muhammad and by his companions. All right, so from a hardline Wahhabi perspective, this is absolutely haram. From a civilized perspective, actually, this is a good measure.
It is actually a good measure, and the rationale is correct. Surprisingly, because it does actually, to those who haven't read the Quran, then you just gotta trust my word. That indeed the Prophet has said that yes, the prayer inside the mosque has to be heard by everybody, but then it is haram to disturb the other guy praying next to you by doing it out loud, or in this case,
and especially the rest of the neighborhood.
I know just those from the mosque, but everybody in the surrounding area. And why is this important? Is because there are a lot of mosques, and then especially I experienced this for so many years that I lived in the United Arab Emirates. You get to hear, especially at 4 or 5 in the morning, around anywhere between 2 to 5 mosques, which are not exactly close to yours, but in the surrounding area, which are calling the prayer exactly at the same fucking time. But with the difference of a few seconds.
Yes, and usually, especially during winter, not so much during summertime, but during winter, at 5 a.m. it's pretty quiet on the streets. which makes it extra loud. Because, again, those of you who've been to the Middle East know exactly what I'm talking about. But for those who haven't, I'm trying to describe it here. Maybe show some footage. What's the most recent?
When you've been to Amman.
Amman, I think.
Yeah.
I'll look up for the footage in Amman to show it, to prove it to you. Well, but actually, I think I have woken up at once at 5 a.m. And I've published it on YouTube, 5 a.m. in Amman. That mosque that you were able to hear in that video, I'll look up for the video and link it to you. That mosque was at 1.8 kilometers away from me. But because there was nobody on the street, because it was kind of winterish when it was November. Of course, it was very hot, but winter by Amman standards. There was nobody on the street, and therefore you could hear it like it was next to you. Meanwhile, during daytime, because it's a sprawling city, very crowded, very noisy, you can barely hear the call to prayer even if you're right next to the mosque, right? So oftentimes, and this was true in Saudi Arabia as well, oftentimes it's not that the intention, the volume is left very up because during daytime you can barely hear it anyway. Because the city is so noisy that the mosque is really not the main source of noise. But at 5 a.m., the first call to prayer, and especially at 5 a.m. on Friday, on Saturday, oh, Christ Almighty, that's just terrible. I mean, it really is. Yeah. This one is this kind of ruling from the Ministry for Islamic Affairs in Saudi Arabia is also relevant for another aspect. Keep in mind, there are a lot of mosques in Europe who listen to this. So, and a lot of town halls and city halls and the local authorities in Europe have tried really, really hard, some of them successfully, some of them not so successfully, to turn down the volume on goddamn mosques. Well, this one may have a superior effect because, if it's coming from Jeddah, they will turn down the volume. Because it's the right thing to do.
It's the halal thing to do.
It's the halal thing to do. There you go. It's the halal thing to do. Now, I'm surprised in a way, but on the other hand, of course, this article is a propaganda article. I mean, I can assure you're going to have to trust my word here. I can assure you that the mainstream media in Saudi Arabia did not exactly welcome this ruling that well. I mean, there were a lot of whining about it. Of course, it's going to be implemented, but they're going to whine quite a lot about it. The mainstream media in the Saudi kingdom was not that thrilled. And you can see that it's a propaganda piece because, well, first of all, it acknowledges the existence of non-Muslims. Officially non-Muslims don't exist in Saudi Arabia, but in this article they do. And also it interviews Mrs. Redham, a resident of Jeddah, who is an American.
And also appears in the National, which is an English publication in the Middle East, not an Arab one.
Yeah. But still, I mean, even though it's a propaganda piece, it is true. The information relayed in it is true. The edict does exist from the Ministry of Islamic Affairs, but it's also part of the generalized agenda that we've kept on seeing from Mohammed bin Salman ever since he got up to the throne. We kept on seeing these kinds of things, slow abolition of the lunacy that was, and to a certain extent still is, Saudi policy on social life.
For speaking of that, while I found this article, I started reading again sort of some more media about Saudi Arabia, and when I've seen Saudi women working in supermarkets and not being fully clad in black, like some kind of ghost. If I'm considered back when I was there last time in 2014, that's a huge improvement.
That got implemented, I think, in February or March 2020. The rationale being that we better have women there than Pakistani immigrants. I'm serious. I mean, that was the rationale. And also, I don't think it was, I don't know actually, I haven't checked. There was supposed to see a relatively sudden desegregation of many public spaces If it wasn't implemented, it will for sure be implemented this year, especially with cinemas and things like that. But a lot of implementation got delayed because, well, the cough, whatever, and there are a lot of obese people in Saudi Arabia, so I kind of get it. They were particularly hit hard of the previous cough, the Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome. I caught it too, and it was just a cough, bro. And in fact, all of the Europeans who caught it, nothing happened to them, but many of the locals were falling off like flies, and they were like, "Oh, is it an ethnically selective virus? What the hell is going on?" And then they were like, "Oh, how about is weight selected? If you weigh more than 130 kilos, it's gonna be a problem. If you weigh below 130 kilos, just a cough, bro." In any event, because again, these kinds of things have not always been the case. I mean, in the 70s, there was no public segregation in Saudi Arabia. This is a rather new thing. It's definitely not part of a capital T tradition, as they call it. So we'll see, because reforming this place, the place being Saudi Arabia, is a very, very complicated matter.
But the reason why segregation came back in the
80s, late 80s.
In the 80s was because exactly the how do you call it?
The inflow of immigrants.
Not just the inflow of immigrants, because they were still there. Okay, not as many as they are now, and mostly they were either mostly working in oil and gas for Aramco, but then it was the speed of reformation that was way too fast in the 1970s, and that was a big issue, because the Saudi ruling elite at that time didn't pay any attention to the Islamic side of the country, and that's what pissed people off. Was that the elite was way too liberal, and then also they had a lot of money, even compared to the rest of the population. They didn't part at all with it during that time, which is why again some small amounts appeared in several places, and just said, Saudi ruling elite is haram, we got to go back to traditional Islam.
Yes.
And then everything went downhill from there.
Yes, and the elite was also afraid of something called Milli Gauche. They saw a very Islamist movement rising in Turkey, Milli Gauche. One of the leading early members, was a chap named Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Maybe that sounds familiar to you. And they were like, well, if that is possible in Turkey, a place where militant secularism was imposed and agreed upon, especially in urban areas, our country being at the time primarily rural, because it was primarily rural. The shiny cities are again a relatively new invention in the kingdom. They were afraid of a serious backlash. Now, of course, they went further to the right, if you want, further socially conservative than the potential backlash itself, and then it stayed that way. But still, even today, the Saudi elite is still significantly more liberal than the populace, but also the populace, having been through 30 years of consistent economic growth and richness, they've also started traveling around the world, and they are now slightly less surprised to see some of these reforms in their own backyard, as opposed to what they were 40,
exactly.
50 years ago.
A significant improvement, even though I personally am a fan of socialist measures. Particularly the GCC countries have a system which was not exactly similar to Erasmus in Europe, because they wouldn't send you for a year abroad. No, they would actually pay for your entire university, no matter where the fuck you went. You could go anywhere all the way from Japan to the US, and still pay for all of it. I didn't consider it back then when I first started documenting myself on these, but it was actually a genius measure, because
the next generation of elite was primarily educated in the West.
But it also was either either fully accessible to other citizens,
Yes.
or heavily subsidized to the point that you just had to pay for your living costs there, and that was it.
And even those who are poorer and chose to go to poorer countries like Romania, for instance, in the 80s and 70s, there are quite a lot of, even today there are quite a lot of Arab students in this country, but in the 80s and 70s there were even more than they are now. Even those still benefited quite a lot because, the cost of living here wasn't particularly high, and they would get immersed into societies radically different from theirs, and came back with slightly more positive ideas, as opposed to the rural class and especially the Wahhabi clergy, because that's the thing. While in Israel you have the ultra-Orthodox, who oftentimes tend to be a bloody pain in the ass, well, in Saudi politics you have the Wahhabi clergy, who tend to be a bloody pain in the ass. So, yeah. Japan Times. Trial of Myanmar's Aung San Suu Kyi to begin next week. The trial of ousted Myanmar leader Aung San Suu Kyi will begin next week, her lawyer said on Monday, with the Nobel laureate facing an eclectic raft of charges, from possessing unlicensed walkie-talkies to flouting coronavirus restrictions during last year's election campaign. Myanmar has been in uproar since Suu Kyi was ousted in a February the 1st coup, with near daily protests at a nationwide civil disobedience movement. Almost 850 people have been killed by the military, according to a local monitoring group. So I guess the military is a bit more dangerous than the coronavirus. The junta has lit Suu Kyi, age 75, with a string of criminal charges. The most serious alleges that she violated the country's colonial-era Official Secrets Act. You know it's bullshit if they have to invoke that. Her trial will start on June the 14th and is expected to wrap up by July the 26th, according to her legal team. Her lawyers have been allowed to meet with her just twice since she was placed under house arrest, with weeks of delays to her legal case. We will get testimonies from plaintiffs and witnesses starting from next hearing. On Monday, lawyer Min Soo said after meeting with Suu Kyi and in the capital, Naypyidaw. There was a heavy police pressure around Naypyidaw council compound close to where the court is located, with roadblocks along the streets leading to the area, an Agence France Presse reporter said. Suu Kyi asked all people to stay in good health, Min Soo added. Suu Kyi spent more than 15 years under house arrest during the previous military rule before her 2010 release and rise to power in elections held 5 years later. Junta leader Min Aung Hlaing has justified his power grab by citing alleged electoral fraud in November poll, which Suu Kyi's National League for Democracy won in a landslide. The junta has previously said it would hold fresh elections within 2 years, but has also threatened to dissolve the National League for Democracy. The continuing violence in Myanmar has pushed some in the anti-junta movement to form a so-called People's Defense Force in their townships, made up of civilians who fight back against security forces with homemade weapons. Shit. But they are often outnumbered and outgunned in clashes with Myanmar's military, one of Southeast Asia's most battle-hardened and brutal. Alright, so I guess Mr. Hlaing is a bit more serious about holding down to power, because when this coup happened in February, I don't think I said it on this podcast, I said it on the Romanian language one, which basically I said, let's wait and see if this guy is serious about holding on to power. Because the danger of him orchestrating a coup has been lingering for more than 6 or 7 years, so it wasn't really a surprise when he actually did it. The question was how much is he willing to hold on to power, and how much is he willing to risk towards that goal. So far it seems that he's pretty determined to hold on to power. Not because he's putting Aung San Suu Kyi to a trial. That's not a surprise. I mean, that's what any military junta does when it clings to power. One of the first things that it does after it conquers strategic points and establishes societal control, the first thing serious thing that it does is show trials. And this is a show trial. I mean, seriously, put her on trial for flouting coronavirus restrictions. Nobody observed those. I mean, really? And breaking a colonial era law that probably nobody even remembers even existing. I mean, come on. It's kind of like when when the Democrats accused was it Trump or his son of violating the Logan Act, and I go, hold on a second, what the fuck is that? Because that's not something you hear every day, right? Kind of the same thing here. Of course, there's going to be a show trial. Aung San Suu Kyi will be found guilty on at least half of the counts, for sure. They will not kill her, for sure.
But they're going to put her in cold storage.
No, she's probably going to stay in house arrest for 2 or 3.
Another 15 years.
Well, she's 75, so I'm not sure she'll live that long. But no, they're not going to kill her. To be frank with you, the best thing for the anti-junta movement would be for the military to kill her, which is precisely why they're not going to kill her. This Huang individual, if you've studied his biography a little bit, he's not a stupid guy. He's not, okay, he's not very smart, but he's definitely not stupid. And he will not make this mistake, just like the previous military junta in Myanmar did not make this mistake. Usually a totalitarian regime, whether it's military or communist or whatever, a totalitarian regime that respects itself tries its best not to kill the most visible dissidents. That's how Ismail Kadare, for instance, was able to survive in Albania under Enver Hoxha, actually living 3 houses away from Enver Hoxha. He was living in Ishbloku while writing extremely dissident books that were bestsellers in the West and of course banned in Albania for the most part. But nobody killed him. Yeah, sure, the Sigurimi was all over the place. He couldn't even take a piss without Sigurimi knowing the exact date and time when he took a piss. But they never touched him. They touched all his friends and all of the lesser known figures who would support him, yes, but not him. The same thing here, right? 850 people who supported Aung San Suu Kyi in the streets killed, not a problem for the junta. But Aung San Suu Kyi will stay alive and will die of old age. Again, I say will die of old age, assuming that the junta will stay in power for several years or maybe a decade or whatever. Unless he's serious and is going to organize the elections 2 years from now, in which case they will try, of course, really, really hard to prevent her from running. But it remains to be seen whether her supporters will be able to create a political party that can somewhat resemble the NLD. But that's, of course, 2 or 3 years from now. This will be a short trial, for sure. I mean, the idea of a fair trial under a military junta, especially that military junta, as this article correctly says, that it's one of Southeast Asia's most battle-hardened and brutal. I don't expect the court-martial in such a junta to be particularly fair and balanced in a show trial. It just is what it is. And again, the charges, at least as what transpired so far, are, well, they're ludicrous. Oh my God, she didn't wear a mask during the campaign. And, really? I mean, really?
Yeah, it's gonna be a shit show.
Yeah, it's gonna be a shit show. Too bad that I don't speak their language. But maybe someone will be kind enough to make a broadcast subtitled in English or French or whatever, so I can watch the proceedings. Again, assuming that the junta will broadcast them, which I suspect they will. But I could be wrong. But generally, it is beneficial for such a regime to broadcast them because footage from show trials, it makes for very good propaganda for such a regime. But then again, this is no longer Enver Hoxha's times, and it's probably not necessarily. It can backfire for sure. We'll see. But yeah, what I'm saying is that the military junta is there to stay for a lot longer, and the considering that nobody wants to help the People's Front, People's Defense Front, whatever, it's gonna stick around for a lot longer. And I'm not sure it's a good or a bad thing. I mean, on one hand, the only eligible help for the PDF, the People's Defense Front, would be China. The CCP really doesn't like this junta. So, the CCP might be tempted to help the PDF. But will the PDF accept CCP help? because that's a very Faucian bargain. Once Winnie the Pooh takes a hold in there, he's not leaving, and that's probably something that the people of Myanmar know really, really well. So,
yeah, I wouldn't go as to the PDF getting help from China because of the generalized anti-Chinese sentiment.
Yes,
and
disdain for CCP is pretty general.
Yeah, and not only that, but what sort of help would the CCP offer to several hundreds of people when you go to fight against tens of thousands of pretty much
military training, for instance?
Even some military training, but still, with some hundreds of people, you can't even wage even something resembling a guerrilla war against tens of thousands of people who are part of the military in Myanmar itself.
That's true.
Who know everything from the landscape to the doctrine.
Yeah, that's true.
To ways of approaching.
But at the same time, it's not several hundreds. I mean, at some point, the protests, even the ones that turned violent, had tens of thousands of attendees. So if 20,000 regular people get some military training, they might stand a chance, because again, they don't necessarily have to win, they just have to make the junta's job at ruling very, very bloody difficult. And that's enough to erode the regime and basically force their hand to just fuck off.
That's true, but at the same time, from an optics perspective, it will look also pretty bad, because if
the rest of the world finds out, yes.
No, not only the rest of the world finds out, but they will paint on the target on their back that
they're terrorists,
that they trained by China and getting help from China, which gives the Myanmar's army even more of a reason to
crack down,
to very much crack down on them and go full and go worse than they did on the Rohingyas.
That's true. That's true. What I'm trying to say, I guess, is that the West will not interfere anytime soon.
No, they won't. There are bigger problems in the West and in the East.
Yes, and also the clusterfuck itself is so bloody complicated that there's no way the West can justify internally any intervention there. I could honestly see much sooner a Western intervention in Uiguristan or Xinjiang than Myanmar, quite frankly, because as you've seen, the Western press has been very busy in beating the drum about Winnie the Pooh, man bad, Xinjiang, Uiguristan, that's kind of terrible, Winnie the Pooh, man bad. The priming and seeding on the issue of Xinjiang is going pretty well in the Western press. That's why recently I critiqued the Western propaganda against Russia, which I think is going terribly wrong, whereas the Western propaganda against China is going pretty well, so I have nothing to critique. But I could see more often, more realistically, I could see some sort of intervention being diplomatic or covert intervention, like, some little green men suddenly showing up in Xinjiang and whoops, accidentally opening up the labor camps and maybe fermenting some huge igloos there. I could totally see that happening much sooner than any Western intervention being covert or overt in Burma. So yeah, because the shit show there is just so bloody complicated. It's impossible to justify it politically.
Yeah, and in order to prove a point as to how complicated it is, kind reminder that one of the most significant common threads between Suu Kyi and Myanmar's army, as in exactly the two parties that are fighting against each other, and for now the Myanmar military won. Was that both were pretty red-pilled on the Rohingya question?
Yes. Yes, that's true. The Rohingya cleanup was not really opposed by anyone except some Western whinies. And some segments of the Indian politics, particularly, our friends from Bengal.
Our friends from Bengal, the Bangladeshis.
But nobody cares what Bangladesh has to say. But the Bengali Marxists, who happen to be Muslims as well, those were the most vocal about it, especially in English, in propaganda in English language. But because it came from Bengal, the rest of the Indian mainstream be like, who cares? And that's why, because I was seeing efforts from Indian trolls, Bengali trolls in particular, trying to raise awareness of the issue in English. And
they were pretty much laughed off.
yeah, and I was like, why is everyone laughing? I mean, is this issue fake or whatever? And when I started reading, I get it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So there's
so in order to understand how significant the issue with Rohingyas in Burma or Myanmar was, is that it pissed off even the Buddhists,
Yes.
as in exactly those people that have peace and non-interventionism as a mantra for several hundreds of years.
Yeah, but at some point the Buddhists be like, get in the helicopter. Nah.
So
just like the Buddhists are now getting red-pilled on the commie question as well. Because I've seen some modern Buddhist scholar explaining that there is background in the Buddhist tradition to helicoptering commies. And I'm like, I'm starting to like your religion slightly more. So no. And besides, again, the world diplomacy in a way today is busy with the China question overall. And it's gonna be continuously busy with the China question, probably for the entirety of the honking 20s. So, unless something really, really stupid and spectacularly stupid happens in Myanmar, this topic will remain of interest to, dorks like us who actually do mean it when they say world so far report. But other than that, nobody will care. Sorry. South China Morning Post. I've mortgaged my house, a sinking feeling as shipping rates soar. That means every month I need to pay the agent 3 to 5 times, Sun said. The cash flow pressure is so high that I have to mortgage my house to the bank. As with many trade-related problems this year, the coronavirus pandemic is to blame. For shipping costs to return to pre-pandemic levels, global production will have to resume its normal patterns, with North America and Europe producing more of their own products and relying less on those made in China, especially made in Asia, especially China. The sharp rise in export volumes from Asia and decline in shipments from the rest of the world has skewed global trade flows, causing bottlenecks at ports and throwing the flow of containers into disarray, driving up shipping prices in the process. It remains unclear how long the problem will last, with estimates of a return to normal being extended in recent weeks from later this year to early 2022. Since the middle of the last year, most sent from Asia to North America and Europe have not returned because of logistics disruptions and the lack of goods to stock them. The container shortage in Asia was made worse by the March. In the United States, greater spending on personal protection equipment and home electronics because of the coronavirus caused containerized imports from Asia to jump by 31% in April from a year earlier and 27% from April 2019, according to Pierce, the U.S. trade reporting services compiled by IHS Markit. Vessel space in Asia might get even tighter this month because advanced bookings show strong demand for imports into the US, partly because American retailers are building up their inventories ahead of the peak Christmas holiday shopping season. When containers are being returned to Asia, many are empty because carriers are trying to maximize yields on shipments from the region rather than wait for less lucrative loads going the other way, according to Container Exchange, a German platform for leasing and trading shipping containers. In normal circumstances, the world's current supply of shipping containers is sufficient to handle trade flows, but uneven distribution caused by the pandemic has boosted demand for more production. Chinese factories make more than 96% of the world's dry cargo containers and 100% of temperature-controlled or reefer containers, with 3 Chinese companies accounting for most of that output, according to Drewry, a British maritime consulting company. Also, that's why there is a surge in demand for workers in the factories in Europe to make these kinds of containers, because I've noticed that on the flow of information more recently. So yeah, I guess this is the issue that they're trying to address. The Chinese government is pushing shipping companies to help alleviate the problem. In April, the Ministry of Transport said it would actively coordinate Chinese shipping companies to increase freight volumes on key routes and expedite the return of empty containers. Zhang Shuogu, Executive Vice President of the China Shipowners Association, said the current capacity of container ships would exceed demand under normal circumstances, but because of a surge in exports due to the pandemic, 11 to 12% of Chinese ships that were sitting idle in the first half of 2020 were put back into service in the last 6 months. Zhang said shipping companies have also invested more in maintenance, which they had not done before because of the costs. In addition, Chinese ship owners have transferred some of their domestic vessels to international routes to boost capacity. Ship owners in China have already begun to manufacture more ships and more containers, but it takes up to 1.5 years to build a new container ship, said Zhang. The China Container Industry Association said last year that workers' shifts have increased from 8 to 11 hours to keep up with demand. But according to Zhang, when the pandemic is brought under control, there will be another problem: surplus capacity. You cannot treat the symptoms and not the disease, he said. Even if we increase shipping capacity and manufacture more containers, it will not work if low efficiency and congestion at ports remain unchanged. The biggest delays have been at the neighboring Southern Californian ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, according to shipping executives. But last week, Danish shipping giant Maersk said in a customer advisory that the port of Oakland in Northern California has become the epicenter of congestion, with the situation even more dire in the southern part of the state. Waiting times to dock and unload in Oakland have risen to as much as 3 weeks, while vessels at Los Angeles and Long Beach are waiting 1 to 2 weeks on average. Industry insiders say it's hard to predict when the tight supply will ease, but few think the pressure will let up this year. Mai Boling, chairman of China International Marine Containers, which produces about half of the world's containers, said in March the shortage could last until August or September. Germany's Hapag-Lloyd said that it could stretch on even longer, saying the situation would not be resolved before the fourth quarter of this year, with little chance of supply chain congestion being resolved before then. High shipping costs have been baked into many transport contracts for the next 12 months, Bloomberg reported in April. While exporters have been having it tough, the surge in shipping prices has been a financial boom to ocean freight carriers. COSCO Ship Holdings, the container shipping arm of China's COSCO Group, reported a net profit of 15.45 billion yuan, that's $2.4 billion in the first quarter of this year, up from 290 million in the first quarter of 2020, when the pandemic ravaged the global supply chains. The company said it was expecting significant growth in the first half of 2021 compared with the same period last year. Maersk reported a record net profit of $2.7 billion in the first quarter, up from 209 million in the same period a year earlier. In a May statement, Maersk said it expected strong demand for exports from Asia to continue in the third quarter and equipment shortages to remain an industry-wide challenge in the Asia-Pacific, with 40-foot and 45-foot dry containers still in short supply. The supply of 40-foot non-operating reefers will also remain in short supply. Given major seaborne carriers have set new rates and peak season surcharges across the world, some Chinese exporters are shifting European-bound cargo to freight trains.
Oh, that's terrible.
The cargo trains carried about 117,000 20-foot equivalent unit containers in April, an increase of 33% from a year earlier, according to the National Development and Reform Commission, China's top economic planning agency. The number of trains making the journey from China to Europe reached 1,218 in April, up 24% year on year. Why is it terrible to use freight trains?
Well, no, it's not exactly terrible in itself, but yeah, in order to get it from the very start, the issue is not that there aren't containers available. There are containers available, as in containers being present. It's the issue that there are way too many empty containers left, either in the ports of Europe or the ports in the US, especially the ones mentioned, Oakland, Long Beach, and the other one,
Los Angeles.
While the demand on the Asian side is so high that that's the reason why now shipping rates are so expensive. And in order to drive the point home as to how terrible it is, imagine that shipping stuff by rail from China all the way to, I think,
Budapest.
all the way to Budapest costs on average anywhere between 4 to 6 times more, depending on what you're carrying. But that's why, even in this circumstance, when sending stuff by sea is as expensive as sending it by rail, which you can't even compare in quantity.
The railway that goes from Shanghai to Budapest, mostly on Soviet standard, because it was built exactly that way. So, China built a small portion of Soviet standard railway inside China, as close as possible to its western border. And then it goes through Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and it goes mostly on Soviet standard. And then a small portion between Chop and Budapest, inside Hungary, was also doubled, so it can accommodate. It can accommodate Soviet-style trains. So therefore, it doesn't have to. It only stays between the customs of the Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Russia, Ukraine, basically. So fewer. As few places as possible. It tries to avoid Russia quite a lot. I mean, there is another railway route which is very interesting. It avoids Russia entirely. It goes from Shanghai all the way to Batumi, Georgia. It avoids Russia entirely, and then by ship all the way to Odessa, Ukraine, and then it continues by freight train all the way to Budapest. It tries to avoid EU fees and Russia, basically, and for now it is still possible. So
but that's even in terms of
that route was built only for. Sorry for interrupting. It was only built for, very expensive goods that may be expensive enough that it covers the shipping cost even by train, or for very small things that because you can put enough of them onto a train and again it covers. It wasn't built for general.
It was built for
small toys
for high value, low volume products.
Yes,
but
now it's everything.
and now it's everything. Generate the rationale, because this was open back in 2014.
Yeah, I think so. 14, 13, something like that.
When Xi Jinping presented this new route as being the most revolutionary thing from the Belt and Road Initiative, he said that finally we can get things like British whiskey and a lot of other examples from within Europe in China, even though it didn't make any economic sense because it was so fucking expensive, and not because of the distance that you have to travel, because it is long. That's it. You can't exactly fight geography, but in terms of volume, that's the reason why rail transport is pretty expensive, because depending on the ship that you're using, the volume on rail. Particularly taking into consideration that neither China nor Europe uses the double stack container type of wagons that the US uses in order to do their intermodal transports. That makes it even more expensive than it should be. So back to volume, and then I'm gonna let you continue. Volume is anywhere between 20 to 200 times lower on rail than you can do it on ship.
Although some of that issue has been addressed, on one hand, the reason these countries were chosen is precisely because of the wider standard. That means you can have wider train cars than what you see inside the European Union. That's one aspect. Second aspect, the CCP has paid, which now turns out to be not necessarily a profitable investment, but nowhere near as bad as it seemed when it was made. The CCP basically paid even hostile countries like Georgia. Georgia be like, CCP can fuck off, and the CCP be like, you owe us nothing, but just let us reinforce this particular portion of the rail because we want to put heavier stuff on it. And by reinforcing some of the worst parts of this particular long route, allowed them to basically exceed the standard, because again, there aren't any EU norms in Ukraine or Georgia or Kazakhstan. Nobody really cares. So they addressed some of that issue. You're still correct overall. Of course, the volume is still lower than these big carriers that not only China uses, Denmark uses them too, Netherlands uses them too, the US uses them too. Of course, those big carriers can do a much better job at the volume. But when these kinds of things happen, and this is something that we warned about last year in May, especially, that these kinds of prolonged lockdowns, they're going to bork the supply chains in ways that they were impossible to quantify at the time. And lo and behold, even the experts in logistics like Mesh, even they couldn't particularly could not predict what's going to happen. Now, it turned out to be a good business for them. I mean, their profits increased tenfold or 11-fold or 12-fold, which is, of course, I'm sure the Mesh shareholders are now like, having a very nice dance. But that aside, of course, they deserve the profits. I mean, they worked especially hard for this during this crisis. But what I'm saying is that this does put additional pressure on Western consumers on one hand, on Chinese workers on the other hand, and of course it should be in itself a precondition to speed up the effort of divesting from China. Stop relying so much on, you can carry stuff by boat from Vietnam as well. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I mean, I could be wrong, but last time I checked, you could. Geography notwithstanding. Again, I was saying while I was reading the article that I've seen on the flow of information on the paid feeds that I have to watch if I want to have successful shows. And not just that, I mean, I think it was... but what's that guy's name? Not Peter Hitchens, Christopher Hitchens, who said, I became a journalist because I don't trust journalists to inform me. That's me right there. Right? I learned how to look up information because I don't trust journalists to inform me. So anyway, on the flow of information, there was a sudden demand for workers who are experienced in building these kinds of, both for freight trains and containers for ships. In Europe, available tomorrow if possible.
Yeah, that's actually surprising because as I mentioned earlier, once we started commenting, is that the container volume is way too high in Europe and the US, which are the biggest importers of Chinese products, while there aren't enough in China. And what you can't do, and nobody will do that, regardless of how much it may cost, is that nobody will send a ship full of empty containers or even half capacity of empty containers all the way back to China just in order to solve that issue with the lack of containers, regardless how much you pay them. Actually, nobody will pay for that shit. Not even the CCP will.
Yeah, but at the same time, if there is a way to build them cheaply and then transport them even by train. I mean, if they're empty, that means they're not particularly heavy. So instead of the classical 88 or 95 cars to the train, maybe you can put 150 because they're, again, being empty. That means with 2 locomotives, surely that can be done. And, just sending them that way.
Yeah.
Could help. And also make a good shekel out of it, especially considering that these very strained companies in China, the private ones, because some of them are private, not all of them are owned by the CCP, especially the private ones who have to increase the shifts to 11 hours and whatever. I suspect that, especially now that the labor costs have increased heavily in China, I suspect that some of their CEOs might be willing to look into the, at least temporarily, on the issue of, okay, fine, we'll pay to get some of those containers back, or even new ones, cheaper ones, not particularly resilient, but if they last for a year and a half just to go to navigate the crisis, that's still good enough, I suspect. Because the technical requirements that I've seen are, yes, they are for these kinds of containers, but they're not particularly resilient ones. So I suspect this is what's happening. I don't know who the investor is. I have my suspicions, but officially is a trust from the Seychelles Islands or something like that. So, yeah. Okay, sticking around in China, also South China Morning Post, the age of uncertainty looming for China's future retirees. Gu Chunjin, age 69, started her day by bargaining with vendors at a suburban wet market in the northern Chinese municipality of Tianjin. She spent around 10 yuan on cabbage, cucumbers and tofu and went home to prepare the day's meal for herself and her 75-year-old husband. Gu gets around despite the blurred vision caused by cataracts. The condition is easily treatable with surgery, but she has decided against the operation, at least for now. It's alright, I can still see things, says Gu, a former accountant. We retirees should live frugally and try to avoid medical bills. I'm saving for my sons and grandchildren. When they grow old, it may be harder for them to lead a quality life. That is because there will be fewer people to pay into the social welfare system and keep the benefit schemes afloat. The latest census released by the National Bureau of Statistics last month confirmed that the world's second largest economy is aging rapidly. With fewer workers contributing to a mandatory public pension system and a growing number of seniors to support, residents are worrying about what life after retirement will bring for coming generations. The census showed that China's working age population between 15 and 59 fell to 894 million, down about 5% from a 2011 peak of 925 million. While the number of workers contributing to the pension fund declined last year, the number of people aged 65 and over increased to 191 million in 2020 from 119 million in 2010. It all means that 13.5% of the population relied on the fund in 2020, up from 8.9% a decade earlier. China is facing an unprecedented demographic challenge. The country is aging rapidly, with those aged at least 60 expected to account for 1/3 of the total population by 2050. Meanwhile, the state-led urban pension funds will peak at 6.99 trillion yuan in 2027 and may be exhausted by 2035, according to the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, a state think tank. China's pension replacement rate, indicating the level of pension benefits in retirement relative to earnings when working, has also fallen over the decades. Well, while retirees' pensions were equivalent to 87% of employees' average salary at the year of retirement in 1998, the proportion has fallen all the way to around 45% in recent years, according to the report released last year, suggesting a substantial decline in living standards for the retirees. Zhang Cheng, a 45-year-old marketing manager at an internet company in Beijing, said he was shocked to realize that life after retirement would not be as he imagined. The census is like a wake-up call. I thought I would be able to continue with the middle-class lifestyle after retirement, going to the theater, camping with friends on weekends, driving around China, and spending overseas holidays with my daughter occasionally. However, it seems like an unrealistic dream now, he said. Zhang is the only breadwinner of his family, and he relies solely on his salary to support his wife and 8-year-old daughter. While he receives a 30,000 yuan a month in pay, his employer does not have an annuity program, which means after retirement, Zhang will have to rely on the state-run pension program and will get less than half of his present salary. Unlike the United States and Canada, China has an underdeveloped enterprise and occupational annuity sector, with most retirees relying on the public pension system. That's Europe for you, by the way. According to a 2013 study by Peking University, only 3% of over 17,000 respondents around the nation had a commercial pension, and 0.2% had a pension issued by a private employer. To make things worse, I will have to work harder to keep the job before I'm entitled to retire, as the mandatory retirement age is set to be raised. God knows how strong the competition will be when 35 is already deemed old in China's internet sector. The government said in March that it would gradually postpone the legal retirement age over the next 5 years, but offered no details of a plan. That's because they don't have one. China has some of the lowest retirement ages in the world: 50 for women in blue-collar jobs, 55 for white-collar women workers, and 60 for most men. Discussions of increases in the retirement age have occurred for years, but opposition from the public is strong. Retirement-related topics trended for days on Chinese social media after the official announcement was made in March, racking up hundreds of millions of views and critical comments. In 2000, on the mainland, the ratio of the working age population in the aging population, 65 and above, was 10-1. It fell to just 5-1 in 2020. Even according to an optimistic projection by the United Nations, the ratio will drop further to 4-1 in 2030 and even 2-1 in 2050. As the result, the government has no choice but to postpone the retirement age over time, according to Larry Hu, chief China economist at the Macquarie Group. The share of the aging population in China is at Japan's level in 1992 and South Korea in 2015, and it is set to rise over the years ahead, Hu said. A more brutal fact is that China is getting old before it's getting rich. Both Japan and South Korea began aging rapidly when they were roughly 3 times as wealthy per person. Last year, the annual per capita disposable income of urban households in China amounted to 43,834 yuan and 17,131 yuan for rural households. Oh, Christ, that's low. While incomes for rural residents have been growing faster than city dwellers in recent years, the state pension system for farmers has even bigger holes. That's kind of like the CAP pensions here. China launched a rural pension system in 2008 under which farmers who pay an annual contribution of at least 100 yuan can receive a monthly minimum of 55 yuan when they reach 60. In comparison, urban retirees receive an average monthly 2,362 yuan in pensions across the nation in 2016, official data showed. Zheng Wenjing, 65, received a monthly pension of 60 yuan from her hometown village in the southwestern province of Sichuan. Living with her son and granddaughter in Beijing, she said she had been thrifty all her life. Yeah, but 61, you can't be thrifty with that. You're starving. We farmers were left out of the social welfare net and had to rely on the land and our children when we got old. Now we are covered by a rural pension system. It's better than before, but not enough to justify any unfrugal behavior. She said she had not bought any new clothes for herself in the past decade and her only entertainment was dancing in outdoor squares, which is free of charge. I always told my son to be frugal and save every penny to prepare for the days after retirement when incomes are likely to be substantially lower, she said. Tai Fong, vice president of the state think tank and the leading demographic economist in China, said the country had reached its Lewis turning point, or the decline of the working age labor force, in 2010, putting an end to decades-long of double-digit growth. China's population could peak before 2025, he told an event organized by the Caixin magazine last month. The new turning point could cause growth to plunge and lead to insufficient demand. It will generate an unfavorable impact on our push for consumption. Yeah, this is the things that we're relying on whenever we say, well, chill. Now, we gotta flatten China. And yes, it's going to be difficult, but it's not mission impossible because of these things.
Yeah, and to even think that Mao Zedong already seeded the timing bomb of China's communist collapse.
Well, I'm sorry, but isn't this the case with any communist regime? It has the seeds of its own demise built into it. Built into it. Point of information, on May the 31st, 2021, so just a week ago, the CCP proudly announced that it's now allowing its population to have 3 children. That did not go down well on WeChat. Basically, the people told Xi Jinping to go pound sand. You know, the young city dwellers were like, I don't know, Mr. Xi, wire me 5 million yuan and I'll think about it. 5 million yuan in real terms, purchase power parity, it's about $1.5-ish million. Nominally it's 784, but adjusted to BBB it's a bit more. But still, the thing is that China has the same problems that Europe has, basically. It's just slightly behind the curve of Europe, but it's roughly Europe.
But it's currently now slightly behind Europe, but it's going to accelerate faster towards the bankruptcy rather than any country in Europe will.
That's true.
And the way I see the things will pan out, it will be exactly just like any socialist government does. Will be increase the pensioning age, even though they're going to be hated for it. Raise taxes and cut down even more on the pension benefit from the state. Without this is the way they will have to go. But then it depends on how vehement the opposition towards these measures will be put. Especially because we've seen this movie in Romania with people that used to work in the agricultural cooperatives, just like this woman
on the communal farms.
Communal farms,
collective farms, I think is the term in English.
Pretty much, collective farms or kolkhoz. Or kolkhoz, that's how it's gonna pan out. They're gonna get the shitty pay because that's what it always happens.
51. That's
61.
61 a month.
It's atrocious.
How much is that? It's like $12, something like that.
So $12 a month.
Last time I was there, you could buy 2 cartons of cigarettes with that money, but now I've heard that the cigarettes have gotten more expensive. As a Chinese passenger in a the airport in Qatar has told me, because it was cheaper for him to buy Rothmans from the duty-free store in Qatar than to buy them back at home. So cigarettes have gotten more expensive. So 60 ones is probably enough to get you by for 2 days. Okay, maybe 4 if you're living frugally, but what about the rest of them? And just for food, basically, right? So there's that. But at least, the collective farms pensioners are a thing of the past in Eastern Europe, because most of those workers, former workers and pensioners, are, dead.
Yeah.
Admittedly, they had a terrible retirement period, especially after 1990.
No, but they had a terrible retirement only in Romania, because this is not the same thing that I've heard from other countries that used to be part of the Warsaw Pact, because the collectivization from the very start wasn't done the way it was done in Romania, China, and the
Soviet Union,
and the former Soviet Union, which is, at least as far as I remember, in Bulgaria they were still allowed to have some individual land parcels for themselves, and in Hungary and Poland, I'm pretty sure about Hungary, I'm not sure about Poland, they got salaries which were similar to the guys working in industry, which was a lot.
Yes, but
in Romania they were both fucked and poor.
Just like the former Soviet Union, just like Albania as well. Albania actually did it even worse than Romania, because Enver Hoxha was like, Comrade Stalin, can I have your playbook? And then implemented it to the letter. I mean, let us not forget that Enver Hoxha shouted at Andropov for being a filthy liberal. Right? So basically, say that it accused the Soviet Union itself of liberal deviationism and not being orthodox Stalinist enough.
Didn't he say that to Khrushchev?
Khrushchev as well, and to Mao. I mean, he called Mao Zedong a capitalist pig.
A capitalist pig, exactly when Nixon visited China.
Yes, because of that. But in any event, the reason why I'm saying is because we had here in Romania a very similar level of collectivization that happened under Mao, basically. And after Mao's death, towards the latter part of the 70s, yes, some reformation occurred in the collective farms by basically, implementing capitalism, by allowing individual parts of land or dividing the collective farms with individuals being personally responsible for portions of the collective farms. And yes, in name it was still a collective farm, but individuals had personal incentives to care for it a lot more. And as a result, starvation got suddenly abolished, right? It took only a year, really, one harvest season from the other. Who would have thought, right? But in any event, the thing is that the financials around them were never reformed, actually not never. The first decent reform started under Hu Jintao, but towards the end of Hu Jintao, and then Xi Jinping continued them, that's fair. But still at a very slow pace, the pace set by the previous administration, by the Hu Jintao administration. And that's the net result, which is still pretty terrible. Especially considering that Hu Jintao did not foresee such a rapid, continuous economic growth. He was expecting the economic growth to plateau much faster than it actually did. So as a result, from his perspective, we're like, 60 once a month is going to be pretty terrible, but not atrocious. Well, it turns out that he was wrong. And Xi Jinping had no reason to correct the course and improve the reforms because, China is not a democracy, so what are they going to do? So there's that. But at the same time, this will piss off enough people that even if China is not a democracy, the CCP will have to adapt to this issue. And the problem is that there's not much it can do.
Exactly. Regardless what you're going to do, and they will be forced to do something because their decline is accelerated due to the one-child policy, even faster than it is in Europe. They don't exactly have a lot of leeway in terms of fixing this shit show.
Not to mention that on issues of demographics, of course, the inertia is huge. So even if they somehow impose a very radical measure now, like, I don't know, forced impregnation or whatever. I mean, they've had forced abortions, so why not the other way around? I could totally see that happening in some areas, especially Sichuan. I mean, you're kidding me? Sichuan is basically the only place on earth that we can legitimately say that it's probably poorer than North Korea. So, you know, I could totally see that happening, especially in those kinds of provinces. But even if they were to do that, which again would be very radical even by CCP standards, that would still not exactly solve the issue, because it would still have 25, 30, or even 40 years inertia until it will make a dent on the statistics. So, yeah.
They're kind of screwed in the next 10, 15, 20 years.
Even earlier than that. I mean, if the population would be next year or 2 years from now, like this individual says at the end of the article, the peak would be before 2025. That means the decline will be already very visible by 2030, and by 2035 you will be facing protests. You know, the protests in 2019 in Wuhan, those were child's play compared to what you're gonna see. And you know, even with all of that tech dictatorship nonsense, you still cannot stop this kind of animus.
Yeah.
Because, you know, all of that technology and all of that social credit and whatever, yeah, that makes sense as long as the general societal standard is not necessarily pro-regime, but
tolerable.
Tolerable, right.
Yeah.
But if the general societal standard in terms of opinion about the regime goes south, and it will, I mean, you know, yeah, sure, the Chinese people in the past used to be very tolerant with things like starvation. You know, Mao Zedong was highly praised for being able to make sure that every Chinese citizen had a bowl of rice per day, which was considered a great progress, a great leap forward, right? Yeah, but that was 60, 70 years ago. The current Chinese population, especially the city dwellers, and let's not forget the cities in China have populations larger than many countries of Europe, okay? I'm just saying, man, Wuhan itself is bigger than Bulgaria and Serbia combined. I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah, and there are a lot of other cities like that.
Their village is bigger than Slovakia. I'm just saying, okay? So, the current population of China is accustomed to a much higher level of comfort. Sure, still a lower level than what we're accustomed in Europe and North America, definitely North America. But still, they have become accustomed to a much higher standard of living, which the party will not be able to ensure no matter what they do. So the question is how to make them accept a decline in standard of living that is steep enough that it can redress the system, or at the very least prevent it from falling really, really spectacularly, but at the same time is not steep enough to piss hundreds of millions of people off in a day.
Yeah, and it's not just the increased living standard that the Chinese urbanites have been accustomed with, but there's also a dubious thing in the mix, which is also the adversity of the Chinese families to have baby girls.
Oh yes,
that's also not a significant issue, because not only that the population of China is in decline, but it also has a skewed ratio disproportionately towards having more males than females.
Oh yes,
and this thing hasn't changed, and will most likely not change, because this has been the culture now for hundreds of years.
Yes, but in the past, at the very least, without the one-child policy, overall the stats wouldn't look so skewed, right? But decades of one-child policy kind of guaranteed that you'll be having every generation tens of millions of men who cannot get married in China. It's impossible. You know, mathematics works against them. So there's that. And those males born in the 90s, essentially, they're now looking for a mate. And they won't find them.
Yeah, it's been already for a few years, and I'm pretty sure it's been going on even when you visited China, because it was very obvious when I visited China as well. There are swaths of agencies that pretty much have Yeah, like the running joke for Americans, may order buys from Ukraine, except in China they're not from Ukraine. They're either from Vietnam or the Philippines or Indonesia
or North Korea
or North Korea. Yeah,
yes.
Being there at that.
I'm not joking, because on the dissident North Korean forum that writes in Russian, that I routinely read, it's not a joke. I mean, some of the dissidents who are either Russian but of Asian complexity, or Japanese who got infiltrated into they're basically running now this kind of agency for Chinese demand. And you know, they make their conditions very clear to North Korean women. Look, you're gonna have to bear with a totalitarian society, just not as bad as this one. Being the DPRK, and you're not gonna starve, but on the other hand, you're not gonna have too many rights either, but probably more than here. So, and you'll be surprised how many North Korean women be like, okay.
Yeah, but even then.
Yeah, but of course, North Korea is a small country. I mean, all of North Korean women, if they were to move to China and marry Chinese, that would still not solve the problem.
Yeah, it would still not solve the problem, exactly because of the inertia that you mentioned earlier. Even if you would roll out and increase the efforts tenfold, not only that you're going to have a diplomatic shitstorm on your hands,
of course,
with countries, regardless of what diplomatic status you have with them right now. But even then, by the time you see some change in the demographics, it will most likely be way too late.
Yes. There's not much it can do. Now, of course, there is the option of accepting immigrants, which is again not a particularly halal solution.
No.
Not necessarily for the CCP. I mean, the CCP could open the tap to immigrants. It wouldn't be a problem. Problem is with the local population. One very well kept secret, which is not exactly a secret, is that the Chinese Han identifying population is brutally racist. Brutally racist.
They're mega xenophobic. They make the Japanese look xenophiles by comparison.
Yes. The Japanese are very, very multiculturally intolerant compared to even the very well-educated ones in China. I mean, you know, it's not particularly. It's not very. Not even whites are very well tolerated, but. Whites are tolerated. They're not loved. You're not gonna get good treatment because you're white in China. But at the very least, nobody will throw shit at you just because you walk down the wrong street. That's probably
I don't exactly remember the Chinese term for white monkeys. Yeah, but that's pretty much the Chinese societal standard. The whites are considered monkeys.
Yes. But at the very least, yeah, sure, they will insult you sometimes, rarely so, but yeah, they will insult you, but that will be pretty much it. But damn if you're black in China. Oh my goodness. And again, some of these stories have transpired at the onset of the panic related to this cough. McDonald's in China basically had black people need not enter, written in English and Chinese. Not a problem. Why? Because at that time, as the party, the CCP, was still scrambling to come up with a unifying narrative, at some point, some low-tier official basically said that, well, now that we've abolished the cough in our cities, actually it's the African immigrants who bring it. And it was indeed 1% true, in the sense that in that particular city, I believe it was in Guangzhou, I forget the city, one particular outbreak was found in a compound where a lot of African immigrants were living. So as a result, no Negroes allowed. There you go. And, you know, and even the managers at McDonald's China, they did not understand why was the Western press shouting at them. Because they were like, well, yeah, but this is how we do things here. I mean, it never crossed their mind that it could be kind of fucked up to do that.
Yeah.
So,
what can I say? I would suggest to those hugely offended by microaggressions or even the more egregious sort of aggressions, take a trip for Asia.
Particularly big Chinese cities. Because what I've noticed, and maybe that has changed, it's been a while since I've been to China, but what I've noticed is that the villagers in the villages, it's slightly less racism than in the cities. The cities are the places where militant racism, that they don't even consider it political, because at least in Europe and North America, wherever there is militant racism, whether it be Black Lives Matter or the Ku Klux Klan or whatever, it's politically motivated militant racism.
It's culturally motivated
Yes.
in China.
In China, it's culturally motivated. It's considered like part of basic life.
And things have gotten even worse because for a few years, starting in 2015, 2016, the CCP actively showed for the Chinese population to be more xenophobic.
Oh yes, that's true. In 2015,
So,
there
so,
was
it's like throwing gasoline over already raging fire.
Yes,
Or just for the entire jerry can.
I think I've heard this on the China Uncensored channel on YouTube, or China Undoomed, one of these two. A channel maintained by two Americans who live in China or have been living in China. I think they now left.
They're not going to live in China.
But they had been living in China for more than 10 years, and they were saying, look, there was always some latent xenophobia and whatnot, but over the last 2 years, this was in 2017, over the last 2 years, things have gotten progressively worse, like a flip switch had turned, and the turn was a change in the CCP's narrative. The CCP actively tried to get people more aggressive towards foreigners, non-tourist foreigners, basically. That was the they were very specific, basically immigrants, right? Tourists are okay, we get their shekels, then they leave, that's great. But those who are there to stay for more than a month or two, the CCP basically said, yeah, those people are terrible. And of course, the usually pretty obedient population, especially that this particular request from the CCP already played into their very long-standing cultural biases that predate the existence of the CCP. That was easy to follow.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, so this is going to be fun, basically. That's why I'm shilling for an increase in efforts in this Cold War with China, because this is one of the reasons. Because I know that if we press the pedal a little bit more, yeah, sure, they look like in a great economic shape and whatnot, but like any other spectacularly commie shit, you just scratch the surface a little bit, and
then you're gonna see the can of worms.
And this is the can of worms that the CCP can no longer avoid. Yeah, sure, they can hide it behind propaganda for a few more years, but once the pensions start taking a dive, and they will, and again, it's gonna be the trouble of all of those men who will increasingly add more and more frustration. And you know what young men who cannot get married do when they gather in big numbers?
Burn your shit down.
Yes, they make a revolution. That's what happens. And I'm not sure the PLA can pull another Tiananmen. In fact, I know for sure that they won't, because the consensus among all of the factions of the CCP, starting from 93, 94-ish, is we have to do whatever it takes
to not get them again.
to prevent another Tiananmen from happening. Like whatever it takes. Like the CCP is willing to purge half of its members, is willing to do a lot of extreme shit to avoid having another Tiananmen happening.
Yeah,
and they know why. Because if another Tiananmen happens, it's the end of the CCP. And they know it.
Yeah, speaking of Tiananmen, today is what, the 10th for the...
Yeah, basically 6 days ago.
6 days ago we celebrated...
nothing happening in Tiananmen Square on June the 4th, 1989.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing happened then.
Absolutely nothing happened, but what was more interesting is that I've seen so much intense shilling in order to bring awareness to the fact that nothing happened in Tiananmen Square. Just as she did, I've seen just this morning on Facebook of all places, cute pictures with people being trampled over by tanks full of blood on them.
Absolutely nothing happened.
Absolutely nothing happened. Whoever did that campaign, good job to you.
Yes, also on Twitter, especially on June the 4th, June the 5th, and June the 6th, the CCP shills were very, very active, either trying to remind us that nothing happened in Tiananmen, or in the cases of threads where it contained too many pictures and there's nothing you could do then. They were like, yeah, but the West is worse, basically. It was, and some of the threads became really, really complicated because a lot of Chinese ex-citizens essentially, now living anywhere but not in China. They were, replying to the tweets, and they're like, hold on a second, I was 12 when it happens, and no, this is true, and the CCP kind of sucks balls.
And there was even that news report there was a woman who I don't remember her name, but it was either for BBC or there was another British media agency that pretty much sat in Tiananmen with the tanks already behind her and all the people running. Yeah, totally nothing happened.
Absolutely nothing happened in Tiananmen. All right. Let's move further to the southeast in Oceania. Oh, I love this one. I mean, I should be ashamed of loving this piece of news. Radio NZ. Plagues of mice in New South Wales countryside now eyeing up cities. Entire farms and homes have been overrun by billions of rodents in the country's worst mice plague for decades. Authorities are now trying to get approval to use a highly toxic poison to get the population under control, a controversial move that it's feared will kill native animals. The mouse population exploded due to a bumper crop in 2020, which followed several years of drought and devastating wildfires. While the harvest initially provided a much-needed reprieve for New South Wales farmers, it was a reprieve too for the region's wild house mice. Over the past year, Liverpool Plains farmer Javier Martin has put out over 1 billion baits on his property alone, all of which have been taken. Driving around the countryside, you can now come across patches of road where there's only a few mice rushing to and from, training for Tokyo. They're as fit as all get out.
Australian humor.
And then you go another couple of kilometers and there's that much fur on the road you can barely see the tar. On his farm, it's constant battle with the mice. During daylight, you'd be lucky to see 100 mice for a lap. That's about 5 kilometers. But once you turn your lights on in the dark, it's just thousands of mice rushing to and fro. We've suffered significant damage. We've baited 4 farms 5 times since this time last year, mainly by aircraft. In hindsight, we should have gone harder after them because we've suffered more damage than it's cost us. Recently, we were harvesting mung beans. We had to stop harvesting at night because we didn't want mice going through the harvester and bits of mice getting in with the mung beans. As well as destroying crops, the mice are damaging infrastructure and posing a major health risk. We've had machinery, houses, building, cars, there's been fires. Here in our house, they ate the drain house off the dishwater and flooded the kitchen. They get out under the eaves and in the gutters and down into the rainwater tanks and die in the tanks, so you've got bacteria-ridden drinking water. Martin, who's vice president of the New South Wales Farmers Association, said farmers have made some progress getting mice numbers down through the use of zinc phosphide. But they're unable to find any type of widespread baiting operation needed to stop the plague. Farmers are abandoning the sewing of various paddocks. In fact, some have abandoned their whole farms for winter cropping because they just can't manage the risk. We've been calling on the government to have a rebate scheme where there's a 50% sharing of the cost of bait. The New South Wales government has committed to a $50 million mouse plague package, which includes an urgent approval to use a poison called bromadiolone. Banned in several countries due to the risk it poses to other species, the region's agricultural minister Adam Marshall recently described it as like using napalm on the mice. Martin said farmers were worried about spreading the toxic chemical and would prefer using the tried and tested zinc phosphate. It's a pretty chronic situation, and while we welcome the government acknowledging it's a natural disaster and putting $50 million on the table, unfortunately that $50 million hasn't translated into one dead mouse yet. It's just been an impractical and dysfunctional response, unfortunately. And the size of the mouse plague continues to grow. There are real concerns it could soon spread to larger towns and cities, including in Queensland and Victoria. You're starting to hear about cities of, 50 to 100,000 or more, and our members are reporting quite close to Sydney now, where they produce horticultural goods. Some of them are reporting an obvious increase in mice and rats. So even though our Premier and Deputy Premier don't seem to want to come and engage and have a look at the problem, the plague, the good news is that they're not going to have to go very far because the plague is coming to them. In a recent Farmer Association Plague Impact survey, 93% of respondents started being concerned about that the plague has led to unsafe accommodation, while 97% said it was impacting their stress levels. 85% of the 2,000 or so respondents reported having disturbed sleep because of the mice. I've had men and women say to me, their own experience of every morning waking up and finding that there's mouse urine and droppings on their pillow, or waking up in the night with mice in the bed, Martin said. People have contracted illnesses like leptospirosis because of the rodents, and Martin says there have even been instances of people being bitten while in hospital. For the farmers of New South Wales, the mice are now an ever-present part of life. Gone are the days when you sort of apologize to each other when they come into a room that smells of mice. In fact, it's more likely you'll get a comment if there is a room that doesn't smell of dead mice. I've had men and women say they go into their cupboard to get clean clothes, and there's holes all through them, and mouse urine and dirt and mouse droppings all through them. I think it's something that our government just doesn't quite get, the effect of this natural disaster. I think we've warned about this issue like a month ago in one of these Oceania segments, that it's coming and it's coming and it's coming, and here it is. There we go. I suspect that by the time we get back from Moldova,
we're gonna hear of a new potentially complete onslaught of mice in Sydney, and most likely in Canberra as well, if we're lucky.
I'm looking forward to see the first Parliament session in Canberra, where a mouse just crawls over the Prime Minister's podium and says hi. Maybe we can train the mice to particularly attack Labour politicians. And by the way, can we get some of those shipped into New Zealand as well? I'm just saying, especially where the seat of the government is, just unload the truck full of mice there.
And also worth mentioning, you can also see that in this article there's nothing said that there's no such thing as a cough pandemic.
Yes.
Going on. No, there's a legitimate pandemic going on, not a fluffy cough. Not this one.
Yeah, there was an article that was on your document, and I didn't put it here because we were already quite long, a very long podcast. But now there are even anti-vaccine politically motivated ads throughout the country, and those are tolerated as well because there's a serious health issue here.
Yeah. We should do an Australian special instead of putting this coffee cup. We're gonna get one of those plastic mice. The Australia special.
Now that you mention it, I'm going to look up to buy one of those. I do have one that is like this big, but I need a bigger one, like a serious rodent to stick here. Considering that I'm not particularly well in the head when it comes to pulling stunts like these, I would legit put a real one, but the problem is, where do I find it? Because we're not in Australia. I don't have that many.
We're not in the 14th tier world country like Australia.
There aren't that many of them here. I mean, I will have to drive several dozens of kilometers to maybe find one, and good luck catching it and killing it. So it's going to be a problem. But in any event, this is not just related to the drought. Of course, it's partially related to the drought and the wildfires, but it's also part of disruption of the supply chains due to cough-related measures. I think it's going to happen when consumption gets borked like that and borks the equilibrium of the farmer's activity. Well, they'll probably bork the tending for the farmers in such a way that gives enough room for a mouse plague to develop. Also, where's your kittens?
Yeah, exactly. There was this article back in 2019 of some idiotic government minister bragging about how they killed several tens of millions of feral cats because they apparently posed a danger to the native species. And lo and behold,
the native species came back with a vengeance.
Well, the mice are exactly a native species because they're also an invasive species. They came from Europe some centuries before.
I know, but you know, they've been several centuries. That's enough to become native. But yeah, where's your kittens? I'm serious, because one part of keeping mice under control is kittens. You know, they're fluffy, they're cute, and they eat mice.
Yeah, well, for a farm like that one, where you pretty much have to bait using aircraft, you need to have a host.
Yeah, but still, I mean, yeah, sure. Now it's too late to bring in kittens. I mean, you know, you have to stop this particular plague and then slowly start replenishing the land with feral kittens, of course, and that will protect you for the next one. The current one is obviously too late. No matter how willing to work kittens may be, you still need hundreds of millions of kittens to get this shit under control. So it's impossible, of course.
Yeah, exactly. They use the argument that oh yeah, when the season comes, the predators will come back. Yeah, but the predators aren't that many in Australia, and because they do keep a good documenting on the animal population in quite significant areas. It's actually impressive how far they go, and they're nowhere near sufficient in order to deal with some billions of mice.
Yes, but again, even if, because of course I'm sure someone will come and argue, well, even if they hadn't killed their kittens, the mice plague would have come anyway. Well, first of all, I'm not sure, and second of all, even if that were to happen, I'm willing to argue that it would have been significantly less bad than it is now, because, you know, a lot of those mice would have never reproduced, and instead of having billions of mice, you might have had 500 million, which is still bad, but, you know, not enough to get into the cities, and not enough to destroy patches of land the size of Germany and France put together. I'm just saying. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. So yeah. Now this is it's funny. I mean, I have to admit it's funny. I'm sure it's not funny for anyone living there. It's definitely completely unfunny. But you know, looking from here, haha, billions of mice. That's so cute. Seriously, I really hope that it reaches not the cities in general, but particularly the seats of power, and you know, have those people deal personally with mice.
Yeah, if I was one of the farmers from New South Wales, well, you already have plenty of mouse carcasses. You just get one of those road trains, or you don't even get a road train. You just get one trailer, and then dump everything in front of the Parliament in Canberra. Come on, you do like the French do. The French drop shit in front of the Élysée Palace. You drop a truckload of dead mice.
And the Belgians threw milk at the Parliament. Yeah. So, you know, to take a sheet take from the notes from Europe and you know, go full European on them. Well, what can I say? It's fun. I'm looking forward again. I suspect that by the time we get back from Moldova, there will be more mice, and probably it will hit the cities. And yeah, dropping napalm on them, well, the equivalent of dropping napalm, that's probably a solution, but because they have too many greenies there, but it impacts native species, well, you're gonna have to make a choice. What matters more? And if you decide that native species matter more, then good luck having a mouse infestation for years. Because again, these little things reproduce remarkably fast.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you ain't throwing napalm on them whilst they're still on open fields and not in the cities, well, once they infest the cities, it's gonna take years to remove them.
Yeah, exactly. If as the guy said, he used 1 billion baits from an aircraft, and that still wasn't sufficient. You know that you got a significant problem that pretty much means you go for the nuclear option, or what's called to be nuclear.
Yeah. And yeah, sure, it may affect some of the native species. Well, tough luck. But you know, the infestation of mice may also affect the native species, by the way. Maybe not now, but you know, now there's a few billions of mice. How about when there will be 100 billion mice or 200 billion mice? Because you know, this unlike the coronavirus, this doesn't have a limit. Right? It can grow exponentially. Well, sure, there is a physical limit. At some point, there is enough mice to cover the entirety of Australia, but there's a long growing curve until you get there. So yeah, and those in the cities, you're fucked. You know, I've lived through a rat infestation in a neighborhood, not in a whole country. And it was brutally terrible, and it took very extreme measures to kick that one out. It finally worked, but thankfully it wasn't a time when there was no such thing as consent for the environment. No, the most toxic shit was used with impunity, and it still took several weeks until got that population under control, and also some very what do you call them, innovative methods, like for instance catching a live one, puncturing it, basically acupuncture in 1,000 places and let it bleed, but while still alive, send it back. That's a very efficient way. It's a very brutal way, admittedly, and it only works in city infestations. It doesn't work in open field. But in city infestations, where most of these rodents stick in closed spaces, sending a bleeding one back into them, they're gonna eat each other, essentially. It's gonna be a glorious noise followed by flattened silence, essentially. It's a very brutal way of dealing with it, but you know, those of you living in the cities of Australia, get ready to do that. Because that's the only way you can sleep well for several days until they multiply again and they come back. Because if your government is dealing with this like, not so much, then you're gonna have to.
Because Chinese cough is more important than
vaccinating
than
people for a
thing.
cough that doesn't even circulate in Australia right now, but you know, that's very important, of course. By the way, have you noticed that more people died because of the vaccine in Australia than related to this cough? I'm just saying. I don't know, I could be wrong, but I remember seeing some data from the Ministry of Health. How's that going?
Not great, I assume.
Presumably not great, but you know, that's what it is. Wait until you notice that the people who died because of the vaccine were the people who would have died because of the cough anyway. And that's gonna be glorious. And by the way, you stayed with your borders shut for a year and you're getting ready to stay for another year. That works great. Radio NZ, digital services tax. Fonterra Xero may be affected by the G7 proposal, says a tax expert. The tax expert is warning the G7 proposal to establish digital services tax could have implications for some of New Zealand's biggest companies. Finance ministers from some of the world's biggest economies have met in London to settle on an agreement designed to stop multinational companies avoiding tax. There are two parts to the plan. Firstly, the G7 will aim to make companies pay more tax in the countries where they are selling products or services rather than wherever they end up declaring their profits. Secondly, they want a global minimum tax of 15% so as to avoid countries undercutting each other with low tax rates. Not being drawn into a competitive downward spiral in corporate tax is a great thing, Trade Minister Damien O'Connor said. Of course, he's a leftist. That's a good statement. I think it is a good day for trade and to ensure that we have some bottom lines here. But PwC tax partner Geoff Nightingale said that the implementation of a tax whereby companies are taxed in the countries where they do business could have an impact on some New Zealand companies as well, such as Fonterra and Xero. We've got some big exporters, so it's not all one-way traffic. It's not just about the inbound multinationals into New Zealand, we also need to think about our own outbound. We'll have to work out if that provides a net benefit for New Zealand or a net detriment. Largely, however, Nightingale said that the G7 announcement was probably good news for New Zealand. In 2018, the government announced it was looking into introducing its own digital services tax, which would work in much the same way the new tax announced by G7 is aimed at doing. The problem with those is they tend to provoke trade retaliations from the US in particular, so if we can avoid having to do a unilateral response and get in behind this multilateral response, I think that's a much lower risk strategy. The implementation of such a tax could still be some way off, however. The agreement will next be discussed in detail at a meeting of G20 finance minister in July in Venice. It could also hinge on any policy set out by the OECD, an intergovernmental economic organization which has been working on updating global tax rules for a number of years. If your fiscal strategy is to rely on this,
then
let me say, you're wrong. You won't be seeing a single shekel out of this global tax, you New Zealand, anytime soon, possibly ever.
yeah,
And also Xero and Ventura and whatever, those companies also won't be paying any shekel in this global tax anytime soon, possibly if ever.
yeah, and this is gonna put the companies in a difficult position, and why not even making them forcing them to make the decision of moving out. And okay, in the case of Fonterra, it's more difficult because Fonterra is pretty much one of the most high-tech agricultural cooperatives on the planet. They're pretty much the company that makes the greatest quantities of powdered milk. Which was also a result of capitalist initiatives from the 1980s.
Yeah, the agricultural liberalization and abolition of subsidies. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. When New Zealand went full capitalist and abolished the subsidies, and of course the farmers cried. Some had to find something else to do, but then also gave birth to industries such as these. Xero, on the other hand, Xero is a company that makes an accounting software like QuickBooks. They're gonna have an even more easier time because they don't even have to move anything physically out of the country except probably their offices.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna keep them down with COOF rules. Yeah, no. The thing is that, that's why I continuously laugh at these kinds of initiatives because, well, if you've done international trade in your lifetime, you know why this is laughable. If you haven't, well, let me explain. There is no such thing as a global tax. Because in order to have a global tax, you would need a global government, and you need a global military, and a global IRS.
And the global consensus.
And the global consensus. None of these exist. None of these cannot exist anytime soon, if ever.
Yeah.
Especially a global military, yeah, good luck with that. Right? Maybe you can establish a global consensus, maybe. But such consensus would only last for a few months until one of the countries have an election. The government changes. Or maybe a few years, let's say that you put them into constitutions. Okay, in a few years, one constitution may change. And unless you have a global military to enforce a global rule on taxation, on this case, well, what you gonna do? Stop the voters from voting? Well, you can do that in one country, especially if it's a smaller one. But what if 10 countries decide to do that? And they create a separate alliance. Oh, wait, that's what exists already. There you go. So no, there cannot be such a thing as a global tax. This is all fine and dandy. It's mostly kabuki theater. I'm not even sure that many of those finance ministers really mean a word of what they say. It's good for electoral points, especially in France. This is being used as one of the great successes, I saw, by the Macron administration, and say, look, I'm getting a global consensus on these things, because yes, it's true. There's a lot of frustration with especially big tech, not just big tech, but a lot of multinationals, but particularly big tech. There's a lot of frustration on their doing legally permitted tax avoidance schemes. Now, as much as I despise big tech, I'm actually with them on this one, because taxation is theft. And taxation is theft even when Microsoft benefits from the absolutely undeniable fact that taxation is theft. Okay, so there's that. And there is a lot of political frustration, both within the populace and in some portions of the political spectrums of many countries, including most of Europe, including New Zealand, and so on and so forth. But if you want to tax multinationals more, well, tax multinationals more and take them the risk of retaliation. Because at least that is doable. You can negotiate with multinationals. Maybe they'll even agree to a higher taxation level, especially if it's not extremist, like it is the case in France, for instance. That's why France is pretty isolated from many of these things, because, well, the level of taxation is too damn high. But you know, if it's not an extremist level, they may even agree. Oh, you don't want to negotiate them because you're the almighty powerful government? Well, tough shit. Then don't. Then issue the decree and take the consequences, whatever. Let the chips fall into place. It's not the end of the world if they decide to leave, by the way. You know, the local industry can rearrange, and you may even have a boom in small and medium enterprises, which some of those may become their own multinationals in their own right, which in the end is still beneficial. I mean, it's not the end of it. Yeah, sure, you as a government, you get a short-term loss, that's true, but over the longer run, you don't. And New Zealand is very experienced in that. When they cut subsidies, a lot of multinational agricultural businesses just outright left New Zealand. And there you go. Now it has its own agricultural multinational corporation. So, you know.
Yeah, and a pretty damn important one for a country of fucking 5 million people, where you put the pin on the map.
Yes, I mean, the agricultural output per hectare is, it has a higher ratio, it has a higher success rate in New Zealand than in France. And overall also a higher, with the agricultural surface like a third of France's, it's still better than France. Why? Because France is a socialist republic full of subsidies, and New Zealand is a capitalist
and common
place.
agricultural policy.
And common agricultural policy, which is built around France.
Yeah.
Anyway, because common agricultural policy is basically how to make French products be always the most competitive at the explicit disadvantage of everyone else in Europe. That's the common agricultural policy for you, the honest version.
Yeah, well, with some exceptions, like in the case of Denmark with the pig farms.
Yeah, sure.
That's one thing the French didn't want to go into.
Yeah, but that's because the France doesn't have a highly competitive pig sector, so there's that. We're benefiting from that as well because Romania has a competitive pig sector, not as big as the Danish one, but still. In any event, and Poland too. But what I'm saying is that this kind of global tax cannot exist. Yeah, sure. Let's assume the best case scenario, the G20 agree on a minimum taxation level. Let's say the OECD agrees, which is a bigger group than G20. Let's say the OECD agrees. Okay. Well, there are a few countries in Europe that are not part of the OECD, such as our own, for instance. What stops, I don't know, let's say, which one of the European giants that doesn't have an HQ here but has one in Hungary? Well, BMW, there you go. What stops BMW from setting up its central headquarters and declaring the profits here and not in, they usually declare them in Slovakia these days.
Or what stops Fonterra, since it's an agricultural company, to move into Romania, all the way to the other end of the planet, in order to do their operations here rather than in New Zealand, because the New Zealand fucked them with 15% tax.
Yeah, and there is a, what do you call it, a free trade agreement between Romania and New Zealand, I checked. And it's zero custom taxes, by the way. So, you know, what stops them from declaring that they're producing everything here and moving all of their income through this fiscal system, which is a little bit more complicated than the New Zealand one, but a little bit less theft-oriented than the New Zealand one. So, you know, what stops them? They only have to buy like a small office. That's it. Not complicated. Okay, let's assume you can convince the entirety of the European Union as well. So not just OECD, but also the European Union. Okay, Kiev is not far away. I'm just saying, Belgrade is not far away. You know, Gazprom has a headquarters in Belgrade. Why wouldn't Fonterra? Why not? You're going to convince Serbia as well. There's always going to be a place that is not part of your scheme. And again, this can work for a while, but after several years, some economic consequences will be so terrible that a populist leader with a capitalist leaning will be elected in one of these OECD countries or EU or whatever, G20, and will say, you know what, that's actually wrong. We're getting out of it. Then what? You know, kind of like Trump will say, you know what, I don't like the WTO rules. So we're quitting the WTO. And everyone says, are you crazy? No, you won't. Okay, then make me an offer. Let's cut a deal. Right, I'm quitting NAFTA. No, you can't. Oh, yes, I can. Watch me. And suddenly they had to negotiate a better NAFTA that is better for the US. And the madman pulled it. Pulled it off. You know, it was unimaginable in 2016, but is now the daily reality for all traders in US, Canada, and Mexico.
Yeah, and it ended up being a better deal than NAFTA in the end.
Yes, yes. Well, that was the purpose. I mean, that's what the promise was.
Yeah, but it didn't skew into the US's advantage and any disadvantage of Canada or Mexico. Actually, everybody won from that renegotiation of NAFTA.
Yes, because
ironically,
well, it's not a surprise. I mean, it was made by someone who understands big trade.
Yeah.
So there's that. I'm not talking about Trump here. No, I'm talking about the the technocrats that he brought in for the nitty-gritty of the treaty. So yeah, that's why I'm not surprised. Whereas the previous NAFTA was drafted by bureaucrats who don't understand trade, or at least understand it only in theory but not in practice. In any event, if that was possible, what makes you think this one is? Brexit was possible. 7 years ago, Brexit was a pipe dream of the far right. Today, daily citizens of all countries of Europe get expelled from British airports because they can't sufficiently prove that they're only just visiting. That was unimaginable 7 years ago. I'm just saying. So the idea that I'm mentioning this also for those who think that if this passes, then it's only the end of the world. No, it's not. Nothing is unavoidable in politics. Nothing is permanent in politics. And most importantly, nothing is not even long-lasting necessarily, right? Everything can be reformed if you try hard enough. The same thing, the idea of cutting off trade with China just on ideological grounds was unimaginable in Australia 7 years ago, and now it's the daily reality. The question is now, how much are we willing to cut? The idea of cutting is already mainstream on all political parties. Same thing with this, 15% global tax. Paid to whom? Because if it's a global tax, then it would presumably be paid to a global authority. Okay, who is that global authority? The UN? This is a glorified debate club? I mean, those people can't even find their assholes. Their own assholes. Right? So, of course, it's not going to be the UN. It's not going to be the OECD, which doesn't even have a centralized structure. It's still going to be national governments. Okay, you can convince the national governments to coordinate with each other to let all of them levy 15%, but, how do you convince the government of the Central African Republic? Or the government of Israel, for that matter. Okay, no, Israel is in the OECD. Okay, fine. But, Central African Republic, or Ghana, or Nigeria, or Mozambique. There you go. Or Angola. Angola is a very global country, very connected to the rest of the world. How do you convince them? Very close to South Africa, so it's very close to very connected to global.
And there are even within the G7 and G20 outliers with fiscal policies that are nowhere near as hostile, even as could ever conceive.
Is Ireland part of G20? It's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, but sticking strictly to the G7. In G7 you have two major outliers in terms of fiscal policy.
The UK,
the UK, and the US.
Well, the US now it's led by an administration that is more willing to increase taxes, but still,
but still, they won't change the fund. They won't change for corporations, especially these multinationals, the framework. So still, following the Amazon recipe of reinvesting your profits, not to pay tax on them, but at the same time increasing your business. That will not change. That will not change anytime soon. And shifting from that, which is something that nobody else is doing, not even the UK is doing it all completely to outright heresy levels of we're gonna put a 15% tax because potato.
And again, the 15% minimum, if anything, it's already lower than the standard in G7. With the exception of the UK, whose corporate tax can go as low as 2, but usually about 10 for multinationals, 10%. But calculated from the net profit, so there are a lot of deductibles. In the end, they don't pay 10, of course. But in the US it's 21, and in Italy it's 27, I think. So I'm just saying it's not something that will impact necessarily too many things. Again, presuming that it works just fine, just as intended, which it won't.
Oh yeah, and there's also Russia, which is part of the G7.
Not anymore. That's why it's called the G7 and not G8.
Not G8, my bad.
Yeah, not anymore. But by the way, Russia. Sure, it's not part of G7 and G20, sure, but yeah, sure, you can cut them off from the global global financial system. Sure, that's easy to do. But what if Russia unilaterally adopts the euro? Now what? Right? A very convertible currency, and opens the borders for capital. In fact, it's pretty open anyway, but opens the borders for capital even further. It's very kosher to have, as a multinational, your HQ in Moscow, and there are a lot of places that can hold in Moscow that can host as many multinationals as you want. There's a lot of place, definitely. Now what? I mean, seriously, what you gonna do? Invade Russia? I mean, come on. We all know that's not gonna happen, right? And because one may think that, well, okay, but that would be an extreme gesture from the companies. Well, push them around too much, and they may do it. I mean, if cultural figures like Gérard Depardieu and Steven Seagal were able to do that. By the way, Steven Seagal is a Russian citizen and has been for many years. So is Gérard Depardieu. Gérard Depardieu, a guy who favored big taxation and big government. And François Hollande proposed such an outrageous tax rate that he was like,
not even made him fuck off.
That's theft. And well, of course, admittedly, the Hollande administration made the mistake of saying, well, whoever opposes is unpatriotic. And he's like, excusez-moi? How much I did for France? No, fuck you. And he basically threw his French passport in the face of the prime minister and just left. Those are two individuals, of course. But, push around Amazon and Microsoft and all other sorts of other companies, and they might say, you know what? Maybe writing in Cyrillic is not so bad. Admittedly, it would be an extreme decision, but it's enough if one of them does it, and in a year or two turns out that it's doing just fine. And by the way, opening up a war line against companies, against Western companies like that, also provides an opportunity for China. Xi Jinping could suddenly adopt a more capitalistic tone outwards and say, you know what, the reason you're all not coming here is for politics, but also because we kind of tend to steal technology and we kind of ask you for, a share of the local products to be controlled by the CCP. How about we drop that? We take that off the table. Would you bring more shekels? And of course, it won't be able to convince all of them, but they only have to convince one or two, and those would start then honestly shill for the CCP policy. And then what? Strategically speaking, that's a nightmare. And all of that will because of what? Because of Joe Biden's wanting to get more shekels from the multinationals. Be careful what you wish for. I'm just saying. All right, this was probably the longest podcast in history, but that's because I'm not sure we'll be able to tape another one before we leave to Moldova. I'll try. But I'm not sure I'll be able to. And just in case I won't be able to, you'll have more, so to keep you all busy for a while. Give shekel, send us to Moldova. I'll start prepping some introduction, which I'll be editing while in Moldova, because I need some current footage from Moldova. But I only have footage that is over 5 years old. So once I get the current footage, but pre-record the audio from here and edit it in the hotel room, that's gonna be fun. But yeah, okay, whatever. I promised, so I'm gonna have to do it. But yeah, and of course by the end of the month I'll still have to make at least another longer video about we becoming a sex negative society, and also some other surprises for you. Anyway, with all that being said, thank you all for watching. See you soon. Cheers.